This is Audible.
Ravensong. Written by TJ Klune. Narrated by Kurt Graves. For those who hear the songs of wolves, listen well. Your pack is howling you home. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Edgar Allan Poe, The Raven. Chapter 1. Promises. The Alpha said, "We're leaving." Ox stood near the doorway, smaller than I'd ever seen him. The skin under his eyes looked bruised. This wasn't going to go well. Ambushes never did. "What?" Ox asked, eyes narrowing slightly. "When?" "Tomorrow," he said. "You know I can't leave yet." And I touched the raven on my forearm, feeling the flutter of wings, the pulse of magic. It burned. "I have to meet with Mom's lawyer in 2 weeks to go over her will. There's the house and—" "Not you, Ox," Joe Bennett said, sitting behind his father's desk. Thomas Bennett was nothing but ash. I saw the moment the words sunk in. It was savage and brutal, the betrayal of a heart already broken. "And not Mom, or Mark." Carter and Kelly Bennett shifted uncomfortably, standing side by side near Joe. I wasn't Pac, and hadn't been for a long, long time, but even I could feel the low thrum of anger coursing through him. But not at Joe, or Ox, or anyone in this room. They had revenge in their blood, the need to rend with claw and fang. They were already lost to the idea of it. But so was I. Ox just didn't know it yet. "So it's you," Ox said, "and Carter, Kelly, and Gordo." And now he did. Ox didn't look at me. It might as well have just been the two of them in the room. "And Gordo, where are you going?" "To do what's right." "Nothing about this is right," Ox retorted. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" "I'm telling you now," he said. And oh, Joe, he had to know this wasn't. "Because that's the right—" "Where are you going?" "After Richard." Once, when Ox was a boy, his piece of shit father had left for parts unknown without so much as a glance over his shoulder. It took weeks for Ox to pick up the phone and call me, but he did. He'd spoken slowly, but I'd heard the hurt in every word as he told me, "We're not doing okay." That he was seeing letters from the bank talking about taking away the house he and his mom lived in down that old familiar dirt road. "Could I have a job? It's just we need the money and I can't let her lose the house. It's all we have left. I'd do good, Gordo. I would do good work and I'd work for you forever. It was going to happen anyway, and can we just do it now? Can we just do it now? I'm sorry. I just need to do it now because I have to be the man now." That was the sound of a boy lost. And here in front of me, the lost boy had returned. I was sure he was bigger now, but his mother was in the ground, his alpha nothing but smoke in the stars, his mate of all fucking things, digging his claws into his chest and twisting. I did nothing to stop it. It was already too late. For all of us. "Why?" Ox asked, voice cracking right down the middle. Why? Because Thomas was dead. Because they'd taken from us. Because they'd come to Green Creek, Richard Collins and his Omegas, their eyes violet in the dark, snarling as they came to face the fallen king. I had done what I could. It wasn't enough. There was a boy, this little boy not even 18 years of age, bearing the weight of his father's legacy, the monster from his childhood made flesh. His eyes burned red, and he knew only vengeance. It pulsed through his brothers in a circle that never ended, feeding each other's anger. He was the boy prince turned furious king, and he needed my help. Elizabeth Bennett was quiet, letting it happen in front of her. Ever the muted queen, an Afghan around her shoulders, watching this goddamn tragedy play out. I couldn't even be sure she was all there. And Mark, No, not him. Not now. The past was past. They argued, baring their teeth and growling at each other, back and forth, each cutting until the other bled out before us. I understood, Ox, the fear of losing those you loved, of a responsibility you never asked for, of being told something you never wanted to hear. I understood Joe. I didn't want to, but I did. We think it was your father, Gordo, Osmond whispered. We think Robert Livingstone found a path back to magic and broke the wards that held Richard Collins. Yes, I thought I understood Joe most of all. You can't divide the pack, Ox said, and oh Jesus, he was begging. Not now. Joe, you're the goddamn alpha. They need you here. All of them. Together. Do you really think they'd agree to... I already told them days ago, Joe said. And then he flinched. Shit. I closed my eyes. There was this. That's shit, Gordo. Yeah. And you're going along with it. Someone has to make sure he doesn't kill himself. And that someone is you. Because you're Pack. Looks like. By choice? I think so. But of course it wasn't that easy. It never was. And you mean to kill. You're okay with that? Nothing about this is okay, Ox. But Joe's right. We can't let this happen to anyone else. Richard wanted Thomas, but how long before he goes after another pack just to become an alpha? How long before he amasses another following, bigger than the one before? The trail is already growing cold. We have to finish this while we still can. This is revenge, pure and simple, but it's coming from the right place. I wondered if I believed my own lies. In the end, you should talk to him before you go. Joe? Mark? Ox? What if you don't come back? Do you really want him to think you don't care? Because that's fucked up, man. You know me, but sometimes I think you forget that I know you just as well. Maybe even more. God damn him. She stood in the kitchen of the Bennett house, staring out the window. Her hands were curled against the counter. Her shoulders were tense, and she wore her grief like a shroud. Even though I hadn't wanted anything to do with wolves for years, I still knew the respect she commanded. She was royalty, whether she wanted to be or not. Gordo, Elizabeth said without turning around. I wondered if she was listening for wolves singing songs I hadn't been able to hear for a long time. How is he? Angry. That's to be expected. Is it? I suppose, she said quietly. But you and I are older. Maybe not wiser, but older. Everything we've been through, all that we've seen, this is just another thing. Ox is a boy. We've sheltered him as much as we could. You brought this upon him, I said before I could stop myself. The words were flung like a grenade, and they exploded as they landed at her feet. If you'd stayed away, if you hadn't brought him into this, he could still... I'm sorry for what we did to you, she said, and I choked. What your father did, it wasn't fair or right. No child should ever go through what you did. And yet you did nothing to stop it, I said bitterly. You and Thomas and Abel, my mother, none of you. You only cared about what I could be to you, not what it would mean for me. What my father did to me meant nothing to you. And then you went and left. You broke the bonds with the pack. Easiest decision I ever made. I can hear when you lie, Gordo. Your magic can't cover your heartbeat. Not always. Not when it matters most. Fucking werewolves. Then, I was 12 when I was made the witch to the Bennett pack. My mother was dead. My father was gone. But still, Abel held out his hand to me, and the only reason I said yes was because I didn't know any better. Because I didn't want to be left alone. I was scared, and... You didn't do it for Abel. I narrowed my eyes at her. What the hell are you talking about? She finally turned and looked at me. She still had the Afghan around her shoulders. At some point, she'd pulled her blonde hair back into a ponytail, locks of which were loose and hung about her face. Her eyes were blue, then orange, then blue again, flickering dully. Most anyone who looked at her would have thought Elizabeth Bennett weak and frail in that moment. But I knew better. She was backed into a corner, the most dangerous place for a predator to be. It wasn't for Abel. Ah, so that was the game she wanted to play? It was my duty. My father lost control when his tether was taken from him. My father has aligned himself with... We all had a part to play, Elizabeth said. Every single one of us. We made mistakes. We were young and foolish and filled with a great and terrible rage at everything that had been taken from us. Abel did what he thought was right back then. So did Thomas. I'm doing what I think is right now. And yet you did nothing to fight your sons, to not let them make the same mistakes we did. You rolled over like a dog in that room. She didn't rise to the bait. Instead, she said, And you didn't? Fuck. Why? Why what, Gordo? You have to be more specific. Why are you letting them go? Because we were young and foolish once, filled with a great and terrible rage, and that has now passed to them. She sighed. You've been there before. You've been through this. It happened once, and it's happening again. I'm trusting you to help them avoid the mistakes we made. I'm not Pac. No, she said, and that shouldn't have stung like it did. But that's a choice you made. Much like we are here now because of the choices we made. Maybe you're right. Maybe if we hadn't come here, Ox would be... human? Her eyes flashed again. Thomas? I snorted. He didn't tell me shit, but it's not hard to see. What is it about him? I don't know, she admitted. I don't know that Thomas knew either. Not exactly. But Ox is special. Different. He doesn't see it yet, and it may be a long time before he does. I don't know if it's magic or something more. He's not like us. He's not like you. But he's not human. Not completely. He's more, I think, than all of us. You need to keep him safe. I've strengthened the wards as best I can, but you need... He's Pac, Gordo. There is nothing I wouldn't do for Pack. Surely you remember that. I did it for Abel, and then for Thomas. Lie, she said, cocking her head. But you almost believe it. I took a step back. I need to. Why can't you say it? There's nothing to say. He loved you, she said, and I'd never hated her more. With everything he had. Such is the way of wolves. We sing and sing and sing until someone hears our song. And you did. You heard. You didn't do it for Abel or Thomas, Gordo. Even then, you were 12 years old, but you knew. You were Pack. God damn you, I said hoarsely. I know, she said, not unkindly. Sometimes the things we need to hear the most are the things we want to hear the least. I loved my husband, Gordo. I will love him forever. And he knew that, even in the end, even when Richard... Her breath caught in her throat. She shook her head. Even then, he knew. And I will miss him every day until I can stand at his side again, until I can look upon his face, his beautiful face, and tell him how angry I am, how stupid he is, how lovely it is to see him again, and would he please just say my name? There were tears in her eyes, but they didn't fall. I hurt, Gordo. I don't know if this ache will ever leave me. But he knew. It's not the same. Only because you won't let it be. He loved you. He gave you his wolf. And then you gave it back. He made his choice, and I made mine. I didn't want it. I didn't want anything to do with you, with him. You lie. What do you want from me? I asked, anger filling my voice. What the hell could you possibly want? Thomas knew, she said again. Even at the brink of death. Because I told him. Because I showed him time and time again. I regret many things in my life, but I will never regret Thomas Bennett. She moved toward me, her steps slow but sure. I stood my ground, even when she placed a hand on my shoulder, squeezing tightly. You leave in the morning. Don't regret this, Gordo. Because if words are left unsaid, they will haunt you for the rest of your days. She brushed past me. But before she left the kitchen, she said, Please take care of my sons. I'm trusting you with them, Gordo. If I find out you have betrayed that trust, or if you stood idly by as they faced that monster, there will be nowhere you could hide that I wouldn't find you. I will tear you to pieces, and the regret I feel will be minimal. Then she was gone. He stood out on the porch, staring off into nothing, hands clasped behind his back. Once he'd been a boy with pretty blue eyes like ice, the brother to a future king. Now he was a man, hardened by the rough edges of the world. His brother was gone, his alpha was leaving. There was blood in the air, death on the wind. Mark Bennett said, Is she all right? Because of course he knew I was there. Wolves always did, especially when it came to their... No. Are you? No. He didn't turn. The porch light gleamed dully off his shaved head. He took in a deep breath, broad shoulders rising and falling. The skin of my palms itched. It's strange, don't you think? Always the enigmatic asshole. What is? You left once, and here you are leaving again. I bristled at that. You left me first. And I came back, as often as I could. It wasn't enough. But that wasn't quite right, was it? Not even close. Even though my mother was long gone, her poison had still dripped into my ears. The wolves did this. The wolves took everything. They always will because it is in their nature to do so. They lied, she told me. They always lied. He let it slide. I know. This isn't... I'm not trying to start anything here. I could hear the smile in his voice. You never are. Mark. Gordo. Fuck you. He finally turned, still as handsome as he was the day I'd met him, though I'd been a child and hadn't known what it meant. He was big and strong, and his eyes were that icy blue they'd always been, clever and all-knowing. I had no doubt he could feel the anger and despair that swirled within me, no matter how hard I tried to block them. The bonds between us were broken, and had been for a long time. But there was still something there, no matter how much I tried to bury it. He scrubbed a hand over his face, his fingers disappearing into that full beard. I remembered when he'd first started growing it at 17, a patchy thing I'd given him endless shit over. I felt a pang in my chest, but I was used to it by now. It didn't mean anything. Not anymore. I was almost convinced. He dropped his hand and said, "Take care of yourself, okay?" He smiled a brittle smile, and then moved toward the door to the Bennett house. And I was going to let him go. I was going to let him pass right on by. That would be it. I wouldn't see him again until he would stay here, and I would leave. A reversal of the way it had once been. I was going to let him go because it would be easier that way, for all the days ahead. But I'd always been stupid when it came to Mark Bennett. I reached out and grabbed his arm before he could leave me. He stopped. We stood shoulder to shoulder. I faced the road ahead. He faced all that we would leave behind. He waited. We breathed. This isn't... I can't... No, he whispered. I don't suppose you can. Mark, I choked out, struggling for something, anything that I could say. I'm coming... We're coming back. Okay? Is that a promise? Yes. I don't believe your promises anymore, he said. I haven't for a very long time. Watch yourself, Gordo. Take care of my nephews. And then he was in the house, the door closing behind him. I stepped off the porch and didn't look back. I sat in the garage that bore my name, a piece of paper on the desk before me. They wouldn't understand. I loved them, but they could be idiots. I had to say something. I picked up an old Bic pen and began to write. I have to be gone for a while. Tanner, you're in charge of the shop. Make sure you send the earnings to the accountant. He'll handle the taxes. Ox has access to all the bank stuff, personal and shop-related. Anything you need, you go through him. If you need to hire someone to pick up the slack, do it, but don't hire some fuck-up. We've worked too hard to get where we are. Chris and Rico, handle the day-to-day ops. I don't know how long this is going to take, but just in case, you need to watch each other's back. Ox is going to need you. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. I hoped they could forgive me, one day. My fingers were stained with ink, leaving smudges on the paper. I turned off the lights in the garage. I stood in the dark for a long time. I breathed in the smell of sweat and metal and oil. It wasn't quite dawn when we met on the dirt road that led to the houses at the end of the lane. Carter and Kelly sat in the SUV, watching me through the windshield as I walked up, a pack slung over my shoulder. Joe stood in the middle of the road. His head was tilted back, eyes closed as his nostrils flared. Thomas had told me once that being an alpha meant he was in tune with everything in his territory. The people, the trees, the deer in the forest, the plants that swayed in the wind. It was everything to an alpha, a deep-seated sense of home that one could find nowhere else. I wasn't an alpha. I wasn't even a wolf. I never wanted to be. But I understood what he'd meant. My magic was as ingrained in this place as he was. It was different, but not so much that it mattered. He felt everything. I felt the heartbeat, the pulse of the territory that stretched around us. Green Creek had been tied to his senses, and it was etched into my skin. It hurt to leave, and not just because of those we were leaving behind. There was a physical pull an alpha and a witch felt. It called to us, saying, "Here, here, here, you are here, here, here you stay because this is home, this is home, this is—" "Was it always like this?" Joe asked. "For my dad?" I glanced at the SUV. Carter and Kelly were watching us intently. I knew they were listening. I looked back at Joe, at his upturned face. "I think so." "We were gone, though, for so long." "He was the alpha, not just for you, not just for your pack, but for all. And then Richard took me." "Yes." Joe opened his eyes. They were not alight. "I am not my father." "I know, but you're not supposed to be." "Are you with me?" I hesitated. I knew what he was asking. It wasn't formal, not by a long shot, but he was an alpha, and I was a witch without a pack. "Take care of my nephews." I said the only thing I could. "Yes." His shift came over him quickly, his face elongating, skin covered in white hair, claws stretching out from the tips of his fingers. And as his eyes burst into flames, he tilted his head back and sang the song of the wolf. 3 years, 1 month, 26 days. Chapter 2. Torn apart, dirt and leaves and rain. I was 6 when I first looked upon an older boy shifting into a wolf, and my father whispered, "That's Abel's son. His name is Thomas, and one day he will be the alpha of the Bennett pack. You will belong to him." Thomas, Thomas, Thomas. I was in awe of him. I was 8, and my father took a needle and burned ink and magic into my skin. "It's going to hurt," he told me, a grim look on his face. "I won't lie to you about that. It's going to hurt like nothing you've ever felt before. You'll think I'm tearing you apart. And in a sense, you're right. You have magic in you, child, but it hasn't yet manifested. These marks will center you and give you the tools to begin to control it. I will hurt you, but it's necessary for who you're supposed to become. Pain is a lesson. It teaches you the ways of the world. We must hurt the ones we love in order to make them stronger, to make them better. One day you'll understand. One day you'll be like me." "Please, Father," I begged, struggling against the restraints that held me down. "Please don't do this. Please don't hurt me." My mother looked to speak, but my father shook his head. She choked on a sob as she was led from the room. She didn't look back. Abel Bennett sat beside me. He was a large man, a kind man. He was strong and powerful, with dark hair and dark eyes. He had hands that looked as if they could split me in two. I'd seen them grow claws to tear into the flesh of those who dared to try to take from him. But they could be soft, too, and warm. He took my face in them, thumbs brushing the tears away from my cheeks. I looked up at him, and he smiled quietly. He said, "You are going to be something special, Gordo. I just know it." And as his eyes started bleeding red, I breathed and breathed and breathed. Then the needle pressed against my skin, and I was torn apart. I screamed. He came to me as a wolf. He was large and white, with splashes of black on his chest and legs and back. He was larger than I would ever be, and I had to tilt my head back to see the entirety of him. The stars were out above, the moon fat and bright, and I felt something thrumming through my blood. It was a song that I couldn't quite make out. My arms itched something fierce. Sometimes I thought the marks on my skin were starting to glow, but it could have been a trick of the moonlight. I said, "I'm nervous," because this was the first time I was allowed to be out on the full moon with the pack. It had been too dangerous before. Not because of what the wolves could do to me, but because of what I could have done to them. He cocked his head at me, eyes burning orange with flecks of red. He was so much more than I ever thought someone could be. I told myself I wasn't frightened of him, that I could be brave, just like my father was. I thought I was a liar. Other wolves ran behind him in a clearing in the middle of the woods. They yipped and howled, and my father was laughing, tugging on my mother's hand as he pulled her along. She glanced back at me, smiling quietly, but then she was distracted. But that was okay because so was I. Thomas Bennett stood before me, the man-wolf who would be king. He woofed at me, tail wagging slightly, asking a question I didn't have an answer to. "I'm nervous," I told him again, "but I'm not scared." It was important to me that he understood that. He lowered himself to the ground, lying on his stomach, paws out in front of him as he regarded me, like he was trying to make himself smaller, less intimidating. Someone of his position lowering himself to the ground was something I wouldn't understand until it was too late. He made a low whining sound from deep in his throat. He waited, then did it again. I said, "My father told me that you're going to be the alpha." He pulled himself forward, belly dragging along the grass. I said, "And that I'm going to be your witch." He came a little closer. I said, "I promise that I'll try my best. I'll learn all that I can, and I'll do a good job for you. You'll see. I'm going to be the best there ever was." My eyes widened. "But don't tell my father I said that." The white wolf sneezed. I laughed. Eventually, I reached out and pressed my hand against Thomas's snout, and for a moment, I thought I heard a whisper in my head. Pack, pack, pack. "Is this what you want?" my mother asked me when it was just the two of us. She'd taken me away from the wolves, from my father, telling them she wanted to spend time with her son. We were sitting in a diner in town, and it smelled of grease and smoke and coffee. I was confused, and I tried to speak through a mouthful of hamburger. My mother frowned. I grimaced and swallowed thickly. "Manners," she scolded. "I know. What do you mean?" She looked out the window onto the street. The wind was sharp, rattling the trees so they sounded like ancient bones, The air was cold, people pulling their coats tightly around them as they walked by on the sidewalk. I thought I saw Marty, fingers stained with oil, walking back to his auto garage, the only one in Green Creek. I wondered what it felt like to have marks on my skin that could wash away. "This," she said again, looking back at me. Her voice was soft. "Everything." I glanced around us to make sure no one was listening in, because my father said our world was a secret. I didn't think Mom understood that, because she hadn't known such things existed until she met him. "The witch stuff?" She didn't sound happy when she replied. "The witch stuff. But it's what I'm supposed to do. It's who I'm supposed to be. One day I'll be very important and do great things. Father said. I know what he said." And it was sharp. She winced before looking down at the table, her hands folded in front of her. "Gordo, you need to listen to me, okay? Life it's about the choices we make, not the choices made for us. You have the right to set your own path, to be who you want yourself to be. No one should decide that for you." I didn't understand. "But I'm supposed to be the witch to the alpha." "You're not supposed to be anything. You are just a child. This can't be placed upon your shoulders. Not now. Not when you can't decide for yourself. You shouldn't be—" "I'm brave," I told her. And suddenly I needed her to believe me more than anything in the world. This felt important. She was important. "And I'm going to do good. I'm going to help many people. Father says so." Her eyes were wet when she said, "I know, baby. I know you are. And I'm very proud of you. But you don't have to. I need you to listen to me, okay? I need you to hear me. This isn't what I wanted for you. I didn't think it would ever be like this." "Be like what?" She shook her head. We can go wherever you want. You and me. We can leave Green Creek, okay? Go anywhere in the world. Away from this. Away from magic and wolves and packs. Away from all of this. It doesn't need to be this way. It could be us, Gordo. It could be just us. Okay?" I felt cold. "Why are you—" Her hand shot out and gripped my own across the table. But she was careful, as she always was, not to push back the sleeves of my coat. We were in public. My father said people wouldn't understand the tattoos on someone so young. They would have questions they didn't deserve the answers to. They were human, and humans were weak. Mom was human, but I didn't think she was weak. I had told him as much, and he hadn't responded. "All I ever wanted was to keep you safe." "You do," I told her, trying my best not to pull my hand away. She was almost hurting me. "You and Father and the pack." "The pack," she laughed, but it didn't sound like she found anything funny. "You are a child. They shouldn't be asking this of you. They shouldn't be doing any of this." "Catherine," a voice said, and she closed her eyes. My father stood next to the table. His hand came down upon her shoulder. We didn't talk about it after that. I heard them fighting a lot, late into the night. I pulled my blankets up around me and tried to block them out. She said, "Do you even care about him? Or is it just your legacy? Is it just your goddamn pack?" He said, "You knew it would come to this. Even from the beginning, you knew. You knew what he was supposed to be." She said, "He is your son. How dare you use him this way? How dare you try and—" He said, "He is important. To me, to the pack. He will do things that you can't even begin to imagine. You're human, Catherine. You could never understand the way we do. It's not your fault, it's just who you are. You can't be blamed for things beyond your control." She said, "I saw you. With her. The way you smiled. The way you laughed. The way you touched her hand when you thought no one was watching. I saw, Robert. I saw. She's human, too. What makes her so goddamn different?" My father never answered. We lived in town in a small house that felt like home. It was on a street with Douglas fir trees all around it. I didn't understand why the wolves thought the forest was a magical place. But sometimes, when it was summer and the window was open as I tried to sleep, I swore I heard voices coming from the trees, whispering things that weren't quite words. The house was made of brick. My mother laughed once, wondering if a wolf would come and blow it down. She laughed, but then it faded and she looked sad. I asked her why her eyes were wet. She told me that she needed to go make dinner and left me in the front yard, wondering what I'd done wrong. I had a room with all my things. There were books on a shelf, a leaf I'd found in the shape of a dragon, the edges curled with age, a drawing of myself and Thomas as a wolf given to me by a child in the pack. I asked him why he'd drawn it for me. He said it was because I was important. Then he'd smiled at me, his 2 front teeth missing. When the human hunters came, he was one of the first to die. I saw her, too. I shouldn't have. Rico was yelling at me to hurry up, Poppy. Why are you such a slowpoke? Tanner and Chris were looking back at me, slowly pedaling their bikes in circles around him, waiting for me. But I couldn't move. Because my father was in a car I didn't recognize, parked on the side of the street in a neighborhood that wasn't ours. There was a dark-haired woman in the driver's seat, and she was smiling at him like he was the only thing in the world. I'd never seen her before. I watched as my father leaned forward and... "Dude," Tanner said, startling me as he pedaled back to me. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing," I said. "It's nothing. Let's go." We left, the playing cards close-pinned to our bike spokes rattling loudly as we pretended we were on motorcycles. I loved them because of what they were not. They weren't pack. They weren't wolves. They weren't witches. They were normal and plain and boring and wonderful. They made fun of me for wearing long-sleeved shirts even in the middle of summer. I took it because I knew they weren't being mean. It's just how we were. Rico said, "You get beat or something?" Tanner said, "If you do, you can come live with me. You can sleep in my room. You'll just need to hide under my bed so my mom doesn't see you." Chris said, "We'll protect you, or we can all just run away and live in the woods." Rico said, "Like in the trees and shit?" We all laughed because we were kids, and cursing was the funniest thing. I couldn't tell them that the woods wouldn't be the safest place for them, that things with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth lived in the forest. So instead, I told a version of the truth. "I don't get beat. It's not like that." "You got weird white boy arms?" Rico asked. "My dad says that you must have weird white boy arms. That's why you wear sweatshirts all the time." Tanner frowned. "What are weird white boy arms?" "Dunno," Rico said. "But my dad said it, and he knows everything." "Do I have weird white boy arms?" Chris asked, holding his arms out in front of him. He squinted at them and shook them up and down. They were thin and pale and didn't look weird to me. I was envious of them, of their wispy, downy hairs and freckles, unmarked by ink. "Probably," Rico said. "But that's my fault for being friends with a bunch of gringos." Tanner and Chris shouted after him as he pedaled away, cackling like a loon. I loved them more than I could say. They tethered me in ways the wolves could not. Magic comes from the earth, my father told me. From the ground, from the trees, the flowers and the soil. This place, it's old, far older than you could possibly imagine. It's like a beacon. It calls to us. It thrums through our blood. The wolves hear it too, but not like us. It sings to them. They are animals. We aren't like them. We are more. They bond with the earth, the alpha more so than anyone else. But we use it. We bend it to our whim. They are enslaved by it, by the moon overhead when it rises full and white. We control it. Don't ever forget that. Thomas had a younger brother. His name was Mark. He was older than me by 3 years. He was 9, and I was 6 when he spoke to me for the first time. He said, "You smell weird." I scowled at him. "I do not." He grimaced and looked down at the ground. "A little. It's like the earth. Like dirt and leaves and rain." I hated him more than anything in the world. "He's following us again," Rico said, sounding amused. We were walking to the video store. Rico said he knew the guy working behind the counter and that he'd rent us an R-rated movie and not tell anyone. If we found the right movie, Rico told us that we could see some tits. I didn't know how I felt about that. I sighed as I glanced over my shoulder. I was 11, and I was supposed to be a witch, but I didn't have time for wolves right then. I needed to see if tits were something I liked. Mark was there on the other side of the street, standing near Marty's auto shop. He was pretending he wasn't looking at us, but he wasn't doing a very good job. "Why does he do that?" Chris asked. "Doesn't he know it's weird?" "Gordo's weird," Tanner reminded him. "His whole family is weird." "Screw you," I muttered. Just wait here. I'll deal with this." I heard them laughing at me as I stalked away, Rico making kissing noises. I hated all of them, but they weren't wrong. My family was weird to everyone who didn't know about us. We weren't Bennett's, but we might as well have been. We were lumped in with them whenever people whispered about us. The Bennetts were rich, though no one knew how. They lived in a pair of houses in the middle of the woods that many outsiders came to from all around. Some people said they were a cult. Others said they were the mafia. No one knew about the wolves that crawled just underneath their skin. Mark's eyes widened as he saw me approaching. He looked around like he was plotting his escape. "You stay right there," I growled at him. And he did. He was bigger than me, and the impossible age of 14. He didn't look like his brother or father. They were muscled and larger than life, with short black hair and dark eyes. Mark had light brown hair and big eyebrows. He was tall and thin and seemed nervous whenever I was around. His eyes were ice, and I thought about them sometimes when I couldn't fall asleep. I didn't know why. "I can stand here if I want to," he said with a scowl. His eyes shifted to the left, then back to me. The corners of his mouth went down even farther. "I'm not doing anything wrong." "You're following me," I told him. "Again. My friends think you're weird." "I am weird. I'm a werewolf." I frowned. "Well, yeah, but that's not... Look, what do you want?" "Where are you going?" "Why?" "Because... to the video store. We're gonna see some tits." He blushed furiously. I felt a strange satisfaction at that. You can't tell anyone. I'm not going to. But why do you want to? Never mind. I'm not following you. I waited, because my father said wolves weren't as smart as us and sometimes needed a little time to work things out. He sighed. Okay, maybe I was, but only a little bit. How can you follow someone only a little? I'm making sure you're safe. I took a step back. From what? He shrugged, looking more awkward than I'd ever seen him. From, like, you know, bad guys and stuff. Bad guys, I repeated. And stuff. Oh my God, you are so weird. Yeah, I know, I just said that. There are no bad guys here. You don't know that. There could be murderers, or whatever. Burglars. I would never understand werewolves. You don't need to protect me. Yes, I do, he said quietly, looking down at his feet as he shuffled his sneakers. But before I could ask him what the hell that meant, I heard the most creative curse ever uttered burst from the auto shop's open garage door. Goddamn motherfucking son of a bitch whore. Bastard cunt, aren't you? That's all you are, you bastard cunt. My grandpap would let me hand him tools as he worked on his 1942 Pontiac Streamliner. He'd have oil under his fingernails and a handkerchief hanging out of the back pocket of his overalls. He muttered a lot while he worked, saying things I probably wasn't supposed to hear. The Pontiac was a dumb broad who sometimes wouldn't put out no matter how much he lubed her up. Or so he said. I didn't know what any of that meant. I thought he was wonderful. Torque wrench, he would say. Torque wrench, I would reply, handing it over. I was moving stiffly. The latest session under my father's needles only a few days past. Grandpap knew. He wasn't magic, but he knew. Father had gotten it from his mother, a woman I'd never met. She died before I was born. There'd be more cursing. And then, dead blow mallet. Dead blow mallet, I said, slapping the hammer into his hand. More often than not, the Pontiac would be purring again before the day was over. Grandpap would be standing next to me, a blackened hand on my shoulder. Listen to her, he would say. You hear that? That, my boy, is the sound of a happy woman. You gotta listen to 'em, okay? That's how you know what's wrong. You just listen, and they'll tell you. He snorted and shook his head. Probably something you should know, too, about the fairer sex. Listen, and they'll tell you. I adored him. He died before he could see me become the witch of what remained of the Bennett pack. She killed him in the end, his lady. He swerved to miss something on a darkened road, went into a tree. Father said it was an accident, probably a deer. He didn't know I'd heard Grandpap and Mother whispering about taking me away just days before. Abel Bennett said, The moon gave birth to wolves. Did you know that? We walked through the trees. Thomas was at my side, my father next to Abel. No, I said. People were scared of Abel. They would stand in front of him and sputter nervously. He'd flash his eyes and they'd calm almost immediately, like the red brought them peace. I'd never been scared of him, not even when he held me down for my father. Thomas's hand brushed against my shoulder. Father said wolves were territorial, that they needed their scent on their pack, which was why they always touched us. He hadn't been happy when he'd said it. I didn't know why. It's an old story, Abel said. The moon was lonely. The one she loved, the sun, was always at the other end of the sky, and they could never meet, no matter how hard she tried. She would sink, and he would rise. She was dark, and he was day. The world slept while she shone. She waxed and waned, and sometimes disappeared entirely. "The new moon," Thomas whispered in my ear. "It's dumb if you think about it hard enough." I laughed until Abel cleared his throat pointedly. Maybe I was a little scared of him. "She was lonely," the Alpha said again. "And because of it, she made the wolves, creatures who would sing to her every time she appeared. And when she was at her fullest, they would worship her with 4 paws upon the ground, heads tilted back toward the night sky. The wolves were equal and without hierarchy." Thomas winked at me, then rolled his eyes. I liked him very much. Abel said, "It wasn't the sun, but it was enough for her. She would shine down upon the wolves and they would call to her. But the sun could hear their songs while he tried to sleep and became jealous. He sought to burn the wolves from the world, but before he could, she rose in front of him, covering him completely, leaving only a ring of red fire. The wolves changed because of it. They became alphas and betas and omegas. And with this change came magic, scorched into the earth. The wolves became men with eyes red and orange and violet. As the moon weakened, she saw the horror they had become. Beasts with bloodlust that could not be sated. With the last of her strength, she shaped the magic and pushed it into a human. He became a witch, and the wolves were calmed." I was enchanted. "Witches have always been with wolves?" "Always," Abel said, fingers brushing against the bark of an old tree. "They are important to a pack, like a tether. A witch helps keep the beast at bay." My father hadn't spoken a word since we left the Bennett house. He looked distant, lost. I wondered if he even heard what Abel was saying, or if he'd heard it countless times before. "You hear that, Runt?" Thomas said, running a hand through my hair. "You keep me from eating everyone in town. No pressure." And then he flashed his orange eyes and snapped his teeth at me. I laughed and ran ahead, hearing him chasing after me. I was like the sun, and he was the moon, always chasing. Later, my father would say, "We don't need the wolves. They need us, yes, but we have never needed them. They use our magic as a tether. It binds a pack together. Yes, there are packs without witches. More than have them. But the ones that do have witches are the ones in power. There's a reason for that. You need to remember that, Gordo. They will always need you more than you could ever need them." I didn't question him. How could I? He was my father. I said, "I promise that I'll try my best. I'll learn all that I can and I'll do a good job for you. You'll see. I'm going to be the best there ever was." My eyes widened. "But don't tell my father I said that." The white wolf sneezed. I laughed. Eventually, I reached out and pressed my hand against Thomas's snout, and for a moment, I thought I heard a whisper in my head. Pack, pack, pack. And then he ran with the moon. My father came to me after. I didn't ask where my mother was. It didn't seem important, not then. "Who is that?" I asked him. I pointed at a brown wolf prowling near Thomas. His paws were large and his eyes narrowed, but Thomas didn't see him, instead focusing only on his mate, snuffling in her ear. The brown wolf pounced, teeth bared. But Thomas was an alpha in waiting. He had the other wolf by the throat even before he hit the ground. He twisted his head to the right and the brown wolf was knocked to the side, hitting the ground with a jarring crash. I wondered if Thomas would hurt him. He didn't, though. He went and pressed his snout against the brown wolf's head. He yipped, and the brown wolf pushed himself up. They chased each other. Thomas's mate sat and watched them with knowing eyes. My father said. He will be Thomas's second when Thomas becomes the alpha. He is Thomas's brother in all but blood. His name is Richard Collins, and I expect great things from him. Chapter 3. The First Year. Know the Words. The first year, we headed north. The trail was cold, but it wasn't frozen. There were days when I wanted to strangle the 3 Bennett wolves, listening to Carter and Kelly snap at each other in their grief. They were callous and mean, and on more than one occasion their claws popped out and blood was shed. Sometimes we slept in the SUV, parked in a field, rusted farm equipment buried in overgrown vines sitting off in the distance like hulking monoliths. The wolves would shift on those nights, and they'd run, burning off the almost manic energy from having been trapped in a car all day. I would sit in the field, legs crossed, eyes closed, and breathe in and out, and in and out. If we were far enough away from a town, they would howl. It wasn't like it had been in Green Creek. These were the songs of sorrow and heartache, of anger and rage. Sometimes they were blue, but most times they burned. Other times we'd be in a shoddy hotel off the beaten path, sharing 2 small beds. Carter snored. Kelly kicked in his sleep. Joe often sat with his back against the headboard, staring down at his phone. One night, a couple weeks after we'd left, I couldn't sleep. It was the middle of the night and I was exhausted, but my mind was racing, my head pounding. I sighed and turned over on my back. Kelly was next to me in bed, curled and facing away, hugging a pillow. I didn't think it would be like this. I turned my head. On the other bed, Carter huffed in his sleep. Joe's eyes glittered in the dark as he looked at me. I sighed as I looked back at the ceiling. What? This, Joe said. Here, like we are. I didn't think it'd be like this. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you think... Spit it out, Joe. Christ, he was so fucking young. I did this because it's the right thing to do. Sure, kid. I'm the alpha. Yeah. He needs to pay. Who are you trying to convince here? You or me? I did what I had to. They don't understand. Do you? He didn't like that very much. There was a low growl in his voice when he said, He killed my father. I pitied him. This shouldn't have happened. Thomas and I weren't exactly the best of friends. We couldn't be, not after everything. But that didn't mean I wished for any of this. These boys should never have had to witness their alpha fall under the weight of feral omegas. It wasn't fair. I know. Ox, he doesn't understand. You don't know that. He's angry with me. Jesus. Joe, his mother is dead. His alpha is dead. His mate... You dropped a bomb on him and then left. You're goddamn right he's angry. And if it's at you, it's because he doesn't know where else to direct it. Joe didn't say anything. He texted you back? How did you... You stare at that phone enough. Oh, yeah, he did. Everything all right? He laughed. It was a hollow sound. No, Gordo, everything is not all right. But nothing has come back to Green Creek. If I were a better man, I would have said something comforting. Instead, I said, "That's what the wards are for." "Gordo? What? Why are you here?" "You told me. I asked you." "For fuck's sake. Go to sleep, Joe. We have an early start." He sniffled quietly. I closed my eyes. I didn't know them. Not as well as I should have. For the longest time, I didn't care. I wanted nothing to do with packs and wolves and alphas or magic. When Ox had let spill that the Bennetts were back in Green Creek, my first thought was Mark and Mark and Mark. But I pushed it away because that was the past, and I wouldn't have any of it. The second thought was that I needed to keep Oxnard Matheson far away from the wolves. It didn't work. Before I could stop it, he was already too far gone. I kept them at arm's length, even when Thomas came to me because of Joe, even when he stood in front of me and begged, even when his eyes flashed red and he threatened. I didn't allow myself to know them, not as they were now. Thomas still had the same aura of power around him he always had, but it was more intense, more focused. It hadn't been this strong, even when he'd first become the Alpha. I wondered if he'd had another witch at some point. I was shocked at the burning jealousy at the thought, and hated myself for feeling that way. I agreed to help him, to help Joe, only because I wouldn't let Ox get hurt. If Joe hadn't been able to control his shift after everything he'd been through, if he'd been slowly turning feral, it'd mean Ox was in danger. That was the only reason. It had nothing to do with his sense of responsibility. I owed them nothing. It had nothing to do with Mark. He had made his choice. I'd made mine. He'd chosen his pack over me. I'd chosen to wash my hands of them all. But none of that mattered. Not anymore. I was forced to know them, whether I wanted to or not. I'd lost my mind when I'd agreed to follow Joe and his brothers. Kelly was the quiet one, always watching. He wasn't as big as Carter, and probably never would be. Not like Joe, who I thought was going to grow and grow and grow. It was rare, but when Kelly smiled, it was small and quiet, with a bare hint of teeth. He was smarter than the rest of us combined, always calculating, taking things in and processing them before the rest of us could. His wolf was gray, with splotches of black and white on his face and shoulders. Carter was all brute force, less talk, more action. He snapped and snarked, bitching about anything and everything. When he wasn't driving, he'd kick up his boots on the dash, sinking down low in his seat, the collar of his jacket flipped up around his neck and brushing against his ears. He weaponized his words, using them to inflict as much pain as possible. But he also used them as a distraction, deflecting as best he could. He wanted to be seen as cool and aloof, but he was too young and inexperienced to make it work. His wolf resembled his brother's, dark gray, both black and white on his hind legs. Joe was a 17-year-old alpha. It didn't make for the best combination. That much power after that much trauma, and being so young, wasn't something I wished on anyone. I understood him more than the others, only because I knew what he was going through. Maybe not the same. Magic and lycanthropy weren't even in the same ballpark. But there was a kinship that I tried desperately to ignore. His wolf was white as snow. They moved together, Carter and Kelly circling around Joe whether or not they realized it. They deferred to him, mostly, even as they gave him shit. He was their alpha, and they needed him. They were all so different, these lost boys. But they did have one thing in common. All three were assholes who didn't know when to shut the fuck up. And I was stuck with them. "And I don't know why you think we should keep doing this," Carter said one night a few weeks after we'd left. We were in Cut Bank, Montana, a little town in the middle of nowhere, not far from the Canadian border. There was a small pack near Glacier National Park that we were heading toward. A wolf we'd stumbled upon in Lewiston told us they'd recently dealt with omegas. The wolf had trembled under Joe's alpha eyes, fear and reverence battling all over his face. We'd stopped for the night, and Carter had immediately started in. "Give it a rest," Kelly said tiredly, frowning as he tried to find a TV channel that wasn't hardcore porn from the 80s. Carter snarled at him wordlessly. Joe stared at the wall. I flexed my hands and waited. Carter said, "What happens when we get to this pack? Have any of you thought this through? They'll tell us omegas were there, but what the fuck else?" He glared at Joe. "You think they'll know where that bastard Richard is? They won't. No one does. He's a ghost and he's haunting us. He's the alpha," Kelly said, eyes flashing. "If he thinks this is what we're supposed to do, then we're gonna do it." Carter laughed bitterly as he started pacing the length of the shitty hotel room. "Good little soldier, always falling in line. You did it with Dad, and now you're doing it with Joe. What the fuck do either of you know? Dad is dead, and Joe's a kid. Just because he was a goddamn little prince doesn't give him the right to take us away from—" "That's not fair," Kelly said. "Just because you're jealous that you weren't going to be the alpha doesn't mean you get to take it out on the rest of us." "Jealous? You think I'm jealous? Fuck you, Kelly. What the hell do you know? I was the firstborn. Joe was Daddy's little boy. And who the fuck were you? What do you have to offer?" Carter knew where to cut. He knew what would make Kelly bleed, what would get a reaction. Before I could move, Kelly launched himself at his brother, claws extended, eyes orange and bright. Carter met his brother with fangs and fire, teeth sharpened and hair sprouting along his face as he melted into his half-shift. Kelly was fast and scrappy, landing crouched on his feet after his brother backhanded him across the face. I stood, feeling the flutter of a raven's wings, needing to do something before the goddamn cops were called, and— Enough! A burst of red hit me in the chest. It said stop, and now, and Alpha, I am the Alpha, and I stumbled at the force of it. Carter and Kelly went stock still, eyes wide, little whimpers crawling from their throats, wounded and raw. Joe stood near the bed. His eyes were as furious red as Thomas's had ever been. He hadn't shifted, but it looked like it was a close thing. His mouth was twisted, hands and fists at his sides. I saw a trickle of blood dripping onto the dirty carpet. He must have popped claws and was digging them into his palm. And the sheer power emanating from him was devastating. It was wild and all-encompassing, threatening to overwhelm us all. Carter and Kelly began to tremble, eyes wide and wet. "Joe," I said quietly. He ignored me, chest heaving. "Joe." He turned to look at me, teeth bared. I said, "Stop. You have to pull it back." For a moment I thought he was going to ignore me, that he'd turn back to his brothers and strip away everything from them, leaving them as docile, empty husks. Being an alpha was an extraordinary responsibility, and if he'd wanted to, he could have forced his brothers to follow his every whim. They would be mindless drones, their free will hanging in tatters. I would stop him, if it came to that. It didn't. The red in his eyes leached away, and all that remained was a scared 17-year-old boy in front of me, face wet as he shook. He croaked out. Oh God, oh. Kelly moved first. He pushed past Carter and pressed himself against Joe, rubbing his nose near Joe's ear and into his hair. Joe's fists were still clenched at his sides as Kelly wrapped his arms around him. He was stiff and unyielding, eyes wide and on me. Carter came then, too. He took both his brothers in his arms, whispering quietly to them words I couldn't make out. Joe never looked away from me. They slept that night on the floor, the floral print comforter and pillows pulled from the bed and made into a little nest. Joe was in the middle, a brother on either side. Kelly's head rested on his chest. Carter's leg was thrown over the both of them. They slept first, exhausted from the assault on their minds. I sat on the bed above, watching over them. It was late into the night when Joe said, "Why is this happening to me?" I sighed. It had to be you. It was... I shook my head. You're the alpha. It was always going to be you. His eyes glittered in the dark. He came for me when I was little to get at my dad. I know. You weren't there. No. You're here now. I am. You could have said no, and I wouldn't have been able to force you. Not like them. I didn't know what to say. Dad wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have. You aren't your father, I said, voice rougher than I expected. I know. You are your own person. Am I? Yes. You could have said no, but you didn't. You need to keep them safe, I told him quietly. This is your pack. You are their alpha. Without them, there is no you. And what did you become when there was no us? I closed my eyes. He didn't speak for a long time after that. The night stretched on around us. I thought he was asleep when he said, "I want to go home." He turned his head, face against Carter's throat. I watched them until the sun rose. He dreamed sometimes, dreamed these furious nightmares that caused him to wake up screaming for his dad, his mom, for ox and ox and ox. Kelly would take his face in his hands. Carter would look helplessly at me. I didn't do much of anything. We all had monsters in our dreams. Some of us had just lived with them longer. The glacier wolves pointed us north. Their pack was small, living in a couple of cabins in the middle of the forest. The alpha was an asshole, posturing and threatening until Joe said, "My father was Thomas Bennett. He's gone now, and I won't stop until those who took him from me are nothing but blood and bone." Things were calmer after that. Omegas had come to their territory. The alpha pointed at a pile of dirt with a wooden cross surrounded by flowers. One of her betas, she said. The omegas swarmed like hornets, violet eyes and slobbering maws. They died, most of them. The ones who had escaped had done so barely. But not before they'd taken one of her own. Richard hadn't been among them. But there were whispers farther into Canada. "I knew Thomas," the alpha said to me before we left. Her mate fawned over the boys, plying them with bowls of soup and thick slices of bread. "He was a good man." "Yeah," I said. "I knew you, too. Not that we've ever met." I didn't look at her. "He knew," she said, "what you'd gone through. What price you paid. He thought you'd come back to him one day. That you needed time and space and—" "I'll wait outside," I said abruptly. Carter looked at me, cheeks bulging, broth dripping down his chin, but I waved him away. The air was cool, and the stars were bright. Fuck you, I thought as I stared up at the expanse. Fuck you. We didn't find Richard Collins in Calgary. We found feral wolves. They came at us, lost to their madness. I pitied them. At least until they outnumbered us and went for Joe. He cried out as they cut into his skin, his brothers screaming his name. The raven spread its wings. I was exhausted by the time it was over, covered in omega blood, bodies littering the ground around me. Joe was propped up between Carter and Kelly, head bowed as his skin slowly knit back together. His breath rattled heavily in his chest. He said, "You saved me. You saved us." I looked away. As he slept, I picked up the burner phone I carried. I highlighted Mark's name and thought how easy it would be. I could press a button and his voice would be in my ear. I would say I was sorry, that I never should have let it go as far as it did, that I understood the choice he'd made so long ago. I texted Ox instead. "Joe's fine. Ran into some trouble. He's sleeping it off. He didn't want you to worry." That night, I dreamed of a brown wolf with its nose pressed against my chin. A phone rang while we were in Alaska. We stared down at it, unsure of what to do. It had been 4 months since we left Green Creek behind, and we were no closer to Richard than we'd been before. Joe swallowed thickly as he picked up the burner phone off the desk of yet another nameless motel in the middle of nowhere. I thought he was going to ignore it. Instead, he connected the call. We all heard it. Every word. "You fucking asshole," Ox said, and I wanted nothing more than to see his face. "You don't get to do that to me. You hear me? You don't. Do you even fucking care about us? Do you? If you do, if even a part of you cares about me, about us, then you need to ask yourself if this is worth it. If what you're doing is worth it. Your family needs you. I fucking need you." None of us spoke. "You asshole. You bastard." Joe put the phone on the edge of the bed and sank to his knees. He put his chin on the bed, staring at the phone as Ox breathed. Kelly eventually sat next to him. Carter did too. All of them staring at the phone, listening to the sounds of home. We drove along a dusty back road, flat green field stretching out all around us. Kelly was behind the wheel. Carter was in the seat next to him, window rolled down, feet propped up on the dash. Joe was in the back with me, hand hanging out of the SUV, wind blowing between his fingers. Music played low on the radio. No one had spoken in hours. We didn't know where we were going. It didn't matter. I thought of running my fingers over a shaved head, thumbs tracing eyebrows and the shell of an ear, the low rumble of a predatory growl building in a strong chest, the way a tiny stone statue felt in my hand for the first time, the heft of it surprising. Carter made a low noise and reached to turn up the radio. He grinned at his brother. Kelly rolled his eyes, but he had a quiet smile on his face. The road stretched on. Carter started singing first. He was off-key and brash, loud when he didn't need to be, getting more words wrong than right. He was alone for the first stanza. Kelly joined in at the refrain. His voice was sweet and warm, stronger than I would have expected. The song was older than they were. It had to come from their mother. I remembered being young, watching her flip through her record collection. She'd smiled at me peeking around the corner in the pack house, She'd beckoned me over, and when I stood by her side, she touched my shoulder briefly and said, "I love music. Sometimes it can say the things you can't find the words for." I looked over at Joe. He was staring at his brothers in awe, looking more alive than I'd seen him in weeks. Carter glanced back at him. He grinned. "You know the words. Come on, you got this." I thought Joe would refuse. I thought he'd go back to staring out the window. Instead, he sang with his brothers. It was quiet at first, a little wobbly. But as the song went on, he got louder and louder. They all did, until they were shouting at each other, sounding happier than they'd been since the monster from their childhood had reared his head and taken their father from them. They sang, they laughed, they howled. They looked at me. I thought of a boy with eyes of ice, telling me that he loved me, that he didn't want to leave again, but he had to. He had to. His alpha was demanding it. And he would come back for me, Gordo. You have to believe I'll come back for you. You are my mate. I love you. I love you. I love you. I couldn't do this. And then Joe put his hand on mine. He squeezed. Just once. "Come on, Gordo," he said. "You know the words. You got this." I sighed. I sang. We were all hungry like the wolf. We drove on and on and on. And in the furthest recesses of my mind, I heard it again. For the first time. It whispered pack and pack and pack. I knew it was coming. Every text, every phone call got harder to ignore. It was a pull toward home, a weight on our shoulders, a reminder of all that we left behind. I saw how much it hurt Carter and Kelly when they heard their mother had finally shifted back. How much it pulled at Joe when Ox asked questions he couldn't answer. Mark never said anything. But then I never said anything to him either. It was better this way. Which was why I didn't argue too much when Joe first said, "We have to ditch the phones." His brothers put up a fight. It was admirable, going against their alpha. They begged me to tell him no. To tell Joe he was wrong, that there was a better way to go about it. But I couldn't, because I was dreaming of wolves now, of pack. They didn't know what I did, hadn't seen the way the hunters had come to Green Creek without warning, come to the house at the end of the lane to deal in death. We had been unaware, unprepared. I had seen Richard Collins fall to his knees, the blood of his loved one staining the ground around him. His head had tilted back, and he had screamed his horror. And when the new alpha had put his hand on his shoulder, Richard had lashed out. "You did nothing," he snarled. "You did nothing to stop this. This is your fault. This is on you." So when Joe turned to me, looking for validation, I told him he was being stupid, that Ox wouldn't understand, and did he really want to do that to him? But that was all. "It's the only way," he said. "Are you sure?" Joe sighed. "Yes." "Your alpha has spoken," I told Carter and Kelly. I took their phones. They slept badly that night. The moon was just a sliver when I opened the motel door and stepped out into the night. A dumpster sat at the edge of the parking lot. Joe's phone went in first, then Carter's, Kelly's. I held mine tightly. The screen was bright in the dark. I highlighted a name. Mark. I typed out a text. I'm sorry. My thumb hovered over the send button. Like the earth, like dirt and leaves and rain. I didn't send the message. I threw the phone in the dumpster and didn't look back. Chapter 4. Spark plug electrode. Little sandwiches. I was 11 when Marty caught us sneaking into the garage. I didn't know why I was so drawn to it. It wasn't anything special. The garage was an old building covered in a layer of grime that looked as if it'd never be washed away. 3 large doors led to bays with rusty mechanical lifts inside. The men who worked there were rough, dip tucked firmly in their cheeks, tattoos covering their arms and necks. Marty himself was the worst of them. His clothes were always stained with dirt and oil, and he had scowled constantly. His hair was thin and wispy, sticking up around his ears. Pock scars marred his face, and his rattling cough sounded wet and painful. I thought him fascinating, even from a distance. He wasn't a wolf. He wasn't imbued with magic. He was terribly, painfully human, gruff and volatile. And the shop itself was like a beacon in a world that didn't always make sense to me. Grandpap was a couple of years in the ground, and my fingers itched to touch a torque wrench and a dead blow mallet. I wanted to listen to the purr of an engine to see if I could hear what was wrong with it. I waited until a Saturday when no one else was around. Thomas was with Abel, doing whatever alphas and future alphas did in the woods. My mother was getting her nails done in the next town over. My father said he had a meeting, which meant he was with the dark-haired woman I wasn't supposed to know about. Rico was sick, Chris grounded, Tanner on a day trip to Eugene that he had bitched about for weeks. With no one to tell me no, I went to town. I stood for a long time across the street from the garage, just watching. My arms itched, my fingers twitched. There was magic in my skin that had no outlet. Grandpap's tools had mysteriously disappeared after his old lady killed him, my father saying they weren't important. And just when I'd gathered up enough courage to cross the street, I felt a little tug at the back of my mind, a simple awareness that was getting more and more familiar. I sighed. I know you're there. Silence. You might as well come out now. Mark stepped out from the alley next to the diner. He looked embarrassed but defiant. He wore jeans and a Ghostbusters shirt. The sequel had just come out. Rico and Tanner and Chris and I were going to go see it. I thought about inviting Mark, too, for reasons I couldn't quite understand. He still got on my nerves, but he wasn't so bad. I liked the way he smiled sometimes. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Why?" "You've been standing there for a long time." "Stalker," I muttered. "If you must know, I'm going to go to Marty's." He glanced across the street, a frown on his face. "Why?" "Because I want to see inside." "Why?" I shrugged. You wouldn't understand." He looked back at me. "Maybe I can, if you just tell me." "You bother me." He cocked his head like a dog. That was a lie. I scowled at him. "Stop it. You don't get to do that. Stop listening to my heartbeat." "I can't. It's so loud." I didn't know why I had a loud heart. I hope nothing was wrong with me. "Well, try anyway." He was smiling a little now. "I don't bother you." "You do. You really do." "Let's go then." "What? Go where? What are you... Hey, what are you doing?" He was already marching across the street. He didn't look back even when I hissed his name. I ran after him. His stride was longer than mine. For every step he took, I needed to take 2. I told myself that I would be bigger than him one day. It didn't matter that he was a wolf. I would be bigger and stronger, and I'd follow him around, see how he liked it. "We're gonna get in trouble," I whispered furiously. "Maybe," he said. "Your dad is gonna be so mad." "So is yours." I thought hard. "I won't tell them if you won't." "Like a secret?" "Yeah, sure, like a secret." He looked strangely pleased. "I've never had a secret with you before." Yeah, you have. You're a werewolf. I'm a witch. That's like, so secret." "That doesn't count. Other people know that. This is just a secret for you and me." "You're dumb." We made it across the street. The garage doors were open. An old boombox blasted Judas Priest. I could see 2 cars inside and an old pickup. One of the guys was under the truck. Marty was bent over a 1985 Chevy Camaro IROC Z with an older man in a suit. The car was sleek and red, and I wanted nothing more than to put my hands on it. The hood was up, and Marty was fiddling with something. The man in the suit looked irritated. He glanced at his watch and tapped his foot. I leaned against the side of the garage, Mark at my side. His fingers brushed against mine, and I felt something like a pulse of magic along my arm. I ignored it. "And when did the engine light come on?" Marty was saying. "I told you," the man in the suit said. "Last week. There's no stalling, no hesitation. It doesn't shake, it doesn't—" Yeah, Marty said. "I heard you. Maybe a faulty wire somewhere. These sports cars, they look nice, but they're built for shit. You get all the pussy you want for a chunk of change, but they fall apart and you're stuck with it. Can you fix it or not?" The man in the suit didn't sound very happy. I wondered if he didn't get enough pussy. I wondered what pussy was. "Grab the owner's manual," Marty said. "It better be in English or it ain't gonna be for shit if the repair book I got doesn't tell us anything. Let's go into my office and take a look." The man in the suit let out a huff, but did as Marty said. He leaned into the IROC Z and grabbed the manual from the glove compartment before he followed Marty toward the back office. Now was my chance. The pretty girl was just sitting there, wide open, waiting for me. I was going to lube her up and put my fingers inside, just like Grandpapa taught me. "I'm going in," I whispered to Mark. "Okay," he whispered back. "I'm right behind you." Judas Priest gave way to Black Sabbath as we stepped inside. It smelled of man and metal, and I breathed it all in. The guy under the truck shifted slightly, but otherwise didn't move. Marty and the man in the suit were back in the office, blocked by a car on a lift. The IROC Z was there, waiting for me. She was gorgeous, a candy apple red with a black trim and silver rims. The man in the suit didn't deserve her. I bent over her engine, searching for something. Anything. "Light," I muttered to Mark. "What?" "I need a light. When I ask for something, you hand it over. It's how you work on cars." "How am I supposed to find a light?" "With your eyes." He mumbled something, but I ignored him, taking her all in. "Light," he eventually said. I stuck out my hand. It was a small flashlight. It wasn't much, but it'd do. "Come on, you little bitch," I said. "What? You don't need to call me names. I got the—" "Not you," I said. "It's something you do when you work on cars. You curse at them while you figure out what's wrong. My grandpap taught me that." "Oh. It helps?" "Yeah. When you curse at it enough, you finally figure it out." "That doesn't make sense." "It works. Trust me." "I trust you," Mark said quietly, and I felt another little curl of magic crawl along my skin. He pressed along my side, bending over the engine with me. His shoulder brushed against mine. "So we just call it names?" "Yeah, I said, feeling slightly flushed. I mean, yeah. Okay. You asshole. I laughed. You're so bad at this. I've never done it before. So bad. Whatever. I'd like to see you do better. I tried to think what Grandpap had said. Come on, you insignificant bastard. What the hell? Whoa, Mark breathed. Your grandpa taught you that? My grandpa had hair sticking out of his ears and always forgot who I was. He taught me a lot, I said. Everything, really. Try it again. Okay, let me think. How about, what's wrong with you, you strange whore? I choked. Oh my God. Why won't you tell me your secrets, you fucking shithead? I don't know why I even let you come with me. Asshole motherfucking dick. He was good. I could give him that. But before I could even think of telling him so, I saw it. There, I said, pointing the flashlight. See? Right there. That's what's wrong. I don't see anything, Mark said. Just give me your hand. He didn't hesitate. Later, much, much later, I would think about this moment. The first time we'd held hands. The first time we touched of our own choice. His hand was bigger than mine, his fingers thick and blunt. His skin was darker and warm. The bones felt brittle, and I knew of the blood that thrummed just underneath. My father had made sure of it. I belonged to it, to the Bennetts, because of what was in my own blood. But I was only 11 years old. I didn't understand then what it meant. He did, though. Which was why he inhaled sharply when I took his hand in mine. Why, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the flash of orange in the dark underneath the hood of the car. He growled a little, deep in his chest. And I swore in that moment the raven took flight. What the hell do you think you're doing? I dropped his hand, startled at the angry voice coming from behind us. Before I could completely turn around, Mark was in front of me, pushing me behind him. I stood on my tiptoes, peering over his shoulder. Marty stood there, looking flushed and pissed off. The man in the suit was confused, his tie loose around his neck. Marty's eyes narrowed when he saw me. I know you. I've seen you before. You belong to Donald. Donald Livingstone, my grandpap. Yes, sir, I said, because I'd learned early on that if you were polite to adults, maybe you could get out of trouble. And you, Marty said to Mark, I've seen you following this one around. I keep him safe, Mark said. He's mine to protect. My hand tightened on his shoulder. I didn't understand what he meant. We were pack, yeah, and... Boy, I don't give two fucks what you do, just as long as you don't do it here. Get the hell out of here. This is no place for... Spark plug electrode, I blurted out. Marty blinked at me. What? I pushed Mark out of the way. He squawked angrily but crowded back into me, not letting any space between us. I didn't have time for his werewolf idiocy. I had a point to make. The check engine light. It's because of the spark plug electrode. There's motor oil built up around it. What is he talking about? The man in the suit asked. Who is this kid? Spark plug electrode, Marty said slowly. Is that right? I nodded furiously. Yes, sir, it is. Marty took a step toward me, and for a moment I was sure Mark was going to wolf out. But before he could, Marty brushed by me and bent over the IROC Z. Flashlight, he muttered, hand extended. Flashlight, I said promptly, handing it over. It took him a moment, but then... Would you look at that? Must have missed it. Eyes aren't what they used to be. Getting too old for this shit. Kid, come here. I went immediately. Mark did too. Excess oil, Marty said. Yes, sir. Could be an oil consumption problem. Or something with the emission system. Or the ignition system. Fuel injection? The hose, maybe? He shook his head. Fuel isn't leaking. No deterioration. What are they talking about? The man in the suit asked. I don't know, Mark said. But Gordo knows a lot. More than anyone I know. He's good and smart and smells like dirt and leaves and... I banged my head on the hood of the car. I yelped at the bright flash of pain. Mark was there in an instant, hands on my shoulders. Would you stop telling him what I smell like? I hissed at him through gritted teeth. You sound so weird. Mark ignored me, putting his hands on my face and tilting my head down as he inspected what I assumed was probably going to be a gushing wound that would require stitches and would leave a horrific scar that... A little bump, he murmured quietly. You need to be more careful. I pulled away. Well, you need to... Easy fix, Marty said. Should only take a couple of hours, barring the need to order any parts. Go have a cup of coffee at the diner, a slice of pie. The man in the suit looked like he was going to argue, but nodded instead. He glanced curiously at Mark and me before he turned and walked out of the garage and into the sunshine. Marty turned back to me. Gordo, right? I nodded slowly. He rubbed a hand through the gray stubble on his jaw. Donald was a good man. Stubborn son of a bitch. Cheated at cards. He shook his head. Denied it, but we all knew. He talked about you. I didn't know what to say to that, so I kept my mouth shut. He taught you? Yes, everything I know. How old are you? 15. Mark coughed. Marty snorted. Want to try that one again? I rolled my eyes. 11. Your pa do cars? No. He looked at Mark. Bennett, ain't you? Yes, Mark said. He nodded slowly. Strange bunch. We said nothing because there was nothing to say. Marty sighed. You've got an eye, kid. Tell you what. You can't tell my father, I told Mark as we walked away from the garage. He won't let me go back. You know he won't. Mark glanced at me. This is what you want? Yes, it was. It was what I needed. I didn't know much else outside of pack life. Nothing I had aside from Chris and Tanner and Rico was mine and mine alone. Father didn't like them, and went so far as to try to forbid me from seeing them outside of school. But my mother had stepped in, one of the few times she'd ever stood up to him. I needed normal, she said. I needed something more, she said. He hadn't been happy about it, but he'd relented. I hugged her for a long time after that. Yeah, I said. This is what I want. Then, it's another secret, just between you and me. His lips twitched at that, and I knew I'd won. I like having secrets with you. There was a strange twist in the pit of my stomach. Tethers, Abel said as he sat behind the large desk in his office. My father stood at the window, looking out to the trees. Thomas sat next to me, quiet and serene as he always was. I was nervous, because this was the first time I'd been allowed into Abel's office. My arms were sore from days under my father's needles. Can you tell me what you know about them? They help to remind a wolf they're human, I said slowly, wanting to get it right. I needed Abel to see he could believe in me. They keep a wolf from getting lost in the animal. That's true, Abel said. He spread his hands out on the desktop. But it's more than that. Much more. I glanced at my father, but he was lost to whatever he was seeing. A tether is the strength behind the wolf, Abel said. A feeling, or a person, or an idea that keeps us in touch with our human sides. It's a song that calls us home when we're shifted. It reminds us of where we come from. My tether is my pack, the people who count on me to keep them safe, to protect them from those who would do us harm. Do you understand? I nodded, though I didn't really. I looked at Thomas. What's yours? Pack. That surprised me. Not Elizabeth? Elizabeth, Thomas said with a sigh, sounding dreamy like he always did when he mentioned her, or saw her, or stood next to her, or thought about her existence. No, she's more to me. Who would have guessed? Abel said dryly. Then, tethers aren't just for wolves, Gordo. We're called by the moon, and there is magic in that. Like there is magic in you. From the earth. Yes, from the earth. It hit me then, what he was trying to say. I need a tether too? It was an immensely terrible thought. Not yet, Abel said, sitting forward. And not for a long time. You're young and just beginning. Your marks haven't been completed. Until they are, you won't require one. But one day, you will. I don't want it to be just one person, I said. My father turned. He had a strange look on his face. And why is that? Because people leave, I said honestly. They move, or they get sick, or they die. If a wolf had a tether and it was a person and they died, what would happen to the wolf? The only response was the ticking of the clock on the wall. Then Abel chuckled, eyes crinkling kindly. You are a fascinating creature. I'm so very happy to know you. I didn't know about tethers, I told my father as we left the Bennett house. For witches. I know. There's a time and a place for everything. Is there other stuff you haven't told me? He wouldn't look at me. Some kids ran by us, laughing as they growled at each other. He sidestepped them deftly. Yes, but you will learn one day. I didn't think that was fair, but I couldn't say so to my father. Instead, I said, Who's your tether? Is it Mom? He closed his eyes and turned his face toward the sun. How could you? I heard her say, voice tight and harsh. Why would you do this to me? To us? I didn't ask for this, my father said. I never asked for any of this. I didn't know she would get. I could tell her. I could tell everyone what you are, what they are. No one would believe you. And how would that look for you? They would think you're crazy, and it would be used against you. You would never see Gordo again. I'd make sure of it. I know you've done something to me, my mother said. I know you've messed with my mind. I know you've altered my memories. Maybe this isn't real. Maybe none of this is real. It's a dream, an awful dream from which I can't awake. Please, please, Robert, please let me wake up. Catherine, this is unnecessary. All of this is. She'll leave, I promise, until it's done. You can't go on like this. You just can't. It's killing you. It's killing me." "Like you care," she said harshly. "Like you give a damn about anything that isn't her." "Lower your voice." I won't. I won't be." "Catherine." The voices fell away as I pulled the comforter over my head. "Your mother isn't feeling well," Father said. "She's resting." I stared at their closed bedroom door for a long time. She smiled at me. "I'm fine. Honey, of course I'm fine. How could anything be wrong when the sun is shining and the sky is blue? Let's have a picnic. Doesn't that sound lovely? Just you and me, Gordo. I'll make little sandwiches with the crusts cut off. There's potato salad and oatmeal cookies. We'll take a blanket and watch the clouds. Gordo, it'll be just you and me, and I'll be the happiest I've ever been." I thought she was lying. "Get your ass in gear," Marty hollered at me from across the garage. "I don't pay you nothing to have you just standing there with your dick hanging out. Move, Gordo, move." "How did you know?" I asked Thomas when I was 12. It was a Sunday, and as was tradition, the pack had gathered for dinner. Tables had been set up behind the Bennett house. Lacy white cloths had been spread out over them. There were vases filled with wildflowers, green and blue and purple and orange. Abel was at the grill, smiling at the noise and bustle that rose around him. Children laughed, the adults smiled. Music played from a record player. And Elizabeth was dancing. She looked beautiful. She wore a pretty summer dress, her fingertips streaked with paint. Most of the day she'd been in her studio, a place where only Thomas was allowed, and only when she invited him in. I didn't understand her art, the slashes of color on canvas, but it was wild and vital, and reminded me of running with wolves underneath a full moon. But here she was now, swaying with the music, her dress flaring around her knees as she spun in a slow circle. Her arms were outstretched, her head tilted back and eyes closed. She looked peaceful and happy, and it caused a bittersweet pang in my chest. "I knew from the moment I saw her," Thomas said, eyes never leaving Elizabeth. "I knew because no one I'd ever met before had made me feel the way I did then. She's the loveliest person I've ever seen, and even back then, I knew I was going to love her. I knew I was going to give her anything she could ever ask for." "Wow," I breathed. Thomas laughed. "Do you know what the first thing she said to me was?" I shook my head. "She told me to stop sniffing her." I gaped at him. He shrugged easily. "I wasn't very subtle." "You were smelling her?" I asked, aghast. "I couldn't help it. It was... Do you know that moment right before a thunderstorm hits? The sky is black and gray, and everything feels electric. Your skin is humming and your hairs are standing on end?" I nodded. That's what she smelled like to me. Like an approaching storm. "Yeah," I said, still unsure. "But, like, you were sniffing her?" "You'll learn," Thomas told me. "One day. Maybe sooner than you might think. Oh, would you look at that? My brother approaches. What auspicious timing that is, given our discussion." I turned my head. Mark Bennett was walking toward us, a determined expression on his face. Ever since the day he'd followed me into Marty's, things had been less weird. He was still a little creepy, and I told him over and over again that I didn't need him to protect me. But he wasn't as bad as I thought he'd been. He was nice. And he seemed to like me a whole hell of a lot for reasons I didn't quite understand. "Thomas," Mark said, sounding slightly strangled. "Mark," Thomas replied, sounding amused. Nice tie. Isn't it a little warm for that? He blushed, the red crawling up his neck to his cheeks. It's not. I'm trying. God, would you just... I think I'll go dance with Elizabeth, Thomas said, patting me on the shoulder. It'd be a shame to let this moment go to waste. Don't you think, brother? Why are you dressed like that? I asked him. He was wearing a red tie over a white dress shirt and slacks. He was barefoot, and I couldn't remember if I'd ever seen his toes before. They curled into the grass, the green bright against his skin. I'm not. It's just... He shook his head. I wanted to, okay? I frowned. Okay, but aren't you hot? No. You're sweating. It's not because I'm hot. Oh. Are you nervous? What? No. No. I'm not nervous. Why would I be nervous? I squinted at him. Are you sick? He growled at me. I grinned at him. Look, he said gruffly. I wanted to, okay? Can you... He looked like he was about to explode. Do you know how to dance? He blurted out. I stared at him. Because if you did, and if you wanted to, we could... I mean, it's fine, right? It's fine. We can just stand here, or whatever. That's fine, too. He fidgeted, tugging at the end of his tie. He looked at me, then away, then back at me. I don't have any idea what you're talking about, I admitted. He sighed. I know. I'm just... sweating. Would you stop saying that? But you are. God, you're such a dick. I laughed at him. Hey, I'm just pointing out. Gordo. I turned. My mother. She beckoned me toward her. Father had said she'd been sick again, that she wouldn't be coming. He dropped me off, saying he'd return later, that he had business to attend to before he would return. I didn't ask what that business was. And now she was here, and she had a frail smile on her face. Her hair looked unkempt, and she was wringing her hands. Is she okay? Mark asked. I don't know, I said. She wasn't feeling well earlier, and I'll go see what she wants. Hold on, okay? I'll be right back. And maybe you can tell me why you're in a tie. Before I could walk away, he grabbed my hand. I looked back at him. Be careful, okay? It's just my mom. He let me go. Hi, she said when I reached her. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, baby. Come here. Can I talk to you? Come here. I went because she was my mother, and I would do anything for her. She took me by the hand and pulled me around the house. Where are we? Quiet, she said. Hold on. They'll hear. The wolves. But, Gordo, please, trust me. She'd never said that to me before. I did as she asked. We went around the house to the driveway. I saw her car parked behind all the others. She led me to it and opened the passenger door, motioning for me to get in. I hesitated, glancing back over my shoulder. Mark was there, standing next to the house, watching us. He took a step toward me, but my mother pushed me into the car. She was around the front and inside before I could turn myself over in the seat. There were 2 suitcases in the back seat. I said, What's happening? She said, It's time. Dirt flew up as she reversed in the driveway, nearly hitting another car. I said, Why are you... She put the car in drive and we flew down the lane. I looked in the side mirror at the houses behind us. Mark was gone. On my 12th birthday, there was a party. Many people came. Most were wolves. Some were not. Tanner and Chris and Rico got dropped off by their parents. It was the first time they'd been to the houses at the end of the lane, and their eyes were wide. Dios mío, Rico breathed. You didn't say you were rich, Papi? This isn't my house, I reminded him. You've been to my house. It's pretty much the same thing, Rico said. Oh, man, Chris said, looking down at the badly wrapped gift in his hand. I got you a gift at the dollar store. I didn't even get you a gift, Tanner said, staring at the streamers and balloons and the tables filled with food. You can go in on mine, Chris told him. It was only $1. How many bathrooms does that house have? Rico demanded. 3? 4? 6, I muttered. Whoa, Chris and Tanner and Rico whispered. It's not my house. We only have one, Rico said, and everyone has to share. I loved them, but they were a pain in my ass. I only have one at my house. You don't even have to wait to shit, Tanner said. I hate when I have to wait to shit, Chris said. They looked at me expectantly. I sighed. I don't even know why I invited you. Are there 3 cakes? Rico said, voice high-pitched. It's a pop gun, Chris said, shoving the present into my hands. It's from the both of us, Tanner said. You owe me 50 cents, Chris told him. You have burgers and hot dogs and lasagna? Rico asked. Mierda, what kind of white nonsense is this? The Bennetts had gone overboard. They always did. They were powerful and rich, and people respected them. Green Creek survived because of them. They donated money and time, and even though townies still sometimes whispered cult, they were an oddity beloved. And I was part of their pack. I heard their songs in my head, the voices connecting me to the wolves. I had ink driven into my skin, binding me to them. I was them, and they were me. So of course they did this for me. Yes, there were 3 cakes, and burgers and hot dogs and lasagna. There was also a pile of presents almost as tall as I was, and the wolves would touch my shoulder and hair and cheeks, covering me in their scent. I was ingrained in them, in the earth around us. The sky above was blue, but I could feel the hidden moon calling for the sun. There was a clearing far off in the woods where I'd run with beasts as large as horses. Happy birthday, they sang to me, a chorus washing over me. My mother didn't sing. My father didn't either. They watched. Thomas said, You're almost a man now. Elizabeth said, He loves you, you know, Thomas. He can't wait for you to be his witch. Abel said, This is your family. These are your people. You are one of us. Mark said, Can I talk to you for a moment? I looked up, mouth full of white cake with raspberry filling. Mark stood next to the table, shuffling his feet. He was 15 and gangly. His wolf was a deep chestnut brown that I liked to run my fingers over. Sometimes he would nip at my hand. Other times he would growl deep in his throat, his head near my feet. And one day, weeks from this moment, he'd stand before me, sweating in a tie. He still insisted I smelled like dirt and leaves and rain. It didn't bother me much anymore. He had nice shoulders. He had a nice face. His eyebrows were bushy, and when he laughed, it was rusty and sounded like he was gargling gravel. I liked the way it crawled deep from his belly. You should probably keep chewing, Rico whispered to me, because you have cake in your mouth. Chris squinted at me. It's also on his chin. Tanner laughed. You have frosting on your nose. I choked the cake down, glaring at them. They smiled at me. I used a napkin to wipe my face. Yeah, I said. You can talk to me. He nodded. He was sweating. It made me nervous. He took me into the trees. Birds called. The leaves twisted on the branches. Pine cones littered the ground around us. He didn't speak for a long time. Then, I have a present for you. Okay. He turned to look at me. His eyes went from ice to orange, then back again. It's not the one I want to give you. I waited. Do you understand? I shook my head slowly. He looked frustrated. Dad says I have to wait before... I just want you to be my... One day I'm going to give you another present, okay? It's going to be the best thing I could ever give you. And I hope you'll like it. More than anything. Why can't you give it to me now? He scowled. Because apparently it's not the right time. Thomas could do it, and he... Mark shook his head. It doesn't matter. One day. I promise. I wondered at them sometimes, Thomas and Mark, if Mark was jealous, if he ever wanted what Thomas would become, if he had wanted to be Thomas's second instead of Richard Collins. Mark's mother had died giving birth to him. One moment everything was fine, and the next she was just gone. Only he remained. Sometimes I thought it was a fair trade. I wanted him here. I had never known her. I never told anyone that. It felt wrong to say the words out loud. Mark said, I brought this for you instead. In his hand was a little piece of wood. It had been carved by a clumsy hand. It took a moment for me to see what it had been shaped into. The left wing was smaller than the one on the right. The beak was squarer than anything else. The bird had talons, but they were blocky. A raven. He'd carved me a raven. It looked nothing like the one on my arm. My father had been meticulous, his magic being forced into my skin, burning its way underneath and into my blood. It had been the last thing, and it hurt the worst. I had screamed until my voice broke, Abel holding my shoulders down, his eyes on fire. Somehow, I thought this meant more. I reached out and traced a finger along a wing. You made this. Do you like it? He asked quietly. I said, yes, and how, and why would you do this for me? He said, because I couldn't give you what I wanted. Not yet. So I want you to have this in its place. I picked it up, and how Mark smiled. Where are we going? I asked Mom again, as we passed a sign that said, You're leaving Green Creek. Please come back soon. I have to... Away, my mother said. Away, we're going away, while there's still time. But it's Sunday. It's tradition. They're going to wonder where... Gordo. She never yelled. Not really. Not at me. I flinched. She gripped the steering wheel. Her knuckles were white. The sun was in our faces. It was bright, and I blinked against it. I could feel the territory pulling at me, the earth around us pulsing along the tattoos. The raven was agitated. Sometimes I thought it would one day just fly from my skin into the sky and never return. I never wanted it to leave. I pushed my hips up so I could reach into my pocket. I pulled out a little wooden statue and clutched it in my hands. Up ahead, a covered bridge led out of Green Creek and into the world beyond. I didn't like to go out into the world very much. It was too big. Abel told me that one day I would have to, because of what I was to Thomas, but that was far away. We didn't make it to the bridge. "No," my mother said. "No, no, no, not like this, not like this." The car fishtailed slightly to the right as she slammed on the brakes. Dirt kicked up around us, the seatbelt pulling at my chest. My neck snapped forward and I clutched at the wooden raven in my hand. I stared at her with wide eyes. "What happened?" I looked out the windshield. Wolves stood on the road. Abel, Thomas, Richard Collins. My father was there too. He looked furious. "Listen to me," my mother said, voice low and quick. "They are going to tell you things you shouldn't believe, things that are lies. You can't trust them, Gordo. You can never trust a wolf. They don't love you. They need you. They use you. The magic in you is a lie, and you can't—" My door jerked open. Thomas reached in and unbuckled my seatbelt, then pulled me out of the car as neat as you please. I was shaken as he held me, my legs wrapped around his waist. His big hand was on my back, and he was murmuring in my ear that I was safe. "You're safe, Gordo. I've got you. I've got you, and no one can take you away again, I promise." "All right?" Richard asked me. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. It never did. I nodded against Thomas's shoulder. "Good," he said. "Mark, he was worried about you, but I suppose that's what happens when someone takes your mate." "Richard!" Thomas growled. Richard raised his hands. Yeah. My mother was shouting. My father was talking to her quietly, jabbing a finger pointedly, but never touching her. Abel didn't say a word, just watching and waiting. "She's sick," my father told me later. "She has been for a long time. She thinks. She gets these thoughts in her head. It's not her fault. Okay? Gordo, I need you to understand that. It's not her fault. And it's not yours. She would never hurt you. She's sick. And it makes her do things she doesn't want to do. Makes her say things she doesn't want to say. I've tried to help her, but..." My voice was small when I said, "She told me not to trust them. The wolves." "It's the sickness, Gordo. It's not her." "Why?" "Why what?" "Why is she sick?" Father sighed. "It happens sometimes." "Will she get better?" My father never answered me. "Mi abuelo went crazy," Rico said. "All Looney Tunes. He gave me candy and money and farted a lot." Tanner elbowed him in the side. "She's not crazy," Chris said. "Just sick. Like the flu or something." "Yeah," Rico muttered. "The crazy flu." The sounds of the cafeteria echoed around us. I hadn't touched my lunch. I wasn't very hungry. "It'll be okay," Tanner said. "You'll see." "Yeah," Chris said. "What's the worst thing that could happen?" There came a scratching at my window in the middle of the night. I should have been scared, but I wasn't. I got up from my bed and walked to the window. Mark stared at me from the other side. I pushed the window up. "What are you—" He jumped inside. He took me by the hand. He led me to the bed. I slept that night, Mark curled around my back. Her name was Wendy. She worked at the library in the next town over. She had a dog named Milo. She lived in a house near the park. She smiled a lot and laughed very loud. She didn't know about wolves and witches. One time, she went away for months. No one told me why. But she came back, eventually. She was young and pretty. And when my mother killed her for being my father's tether, everything changed. What happens when you lose your tether? I asked Abel one day when it was just him and me. Sometimes he would put his hand on my shoulder when we walked in the woods, and I felt at peace. If it's a single person. He didn't speak for a long time. I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, if it's illness or disease, a wolf or a witch can prepare themselves. They can rein in their wolf or shore up their magic. They can look to another person, or a concept, or an emotion. But what if it's not like that? What if you can't prepare? He smiled down at me. That's life, Gordo. You can't always prepare for everything. Sometimes you'll never see it coming. You have to hold on with all of your might and believe that one day everything will be okay again. Gordo. I was still caught in a dream. Gordo, come on, you need to wake up. Please, 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 wake up. I opened my eyes. There was a flare of orange above me in the dark. Thomas? You need to listen to me, Gordo. Can you do that? I nodded, unsure if I was awake. I need you to be strong and brave. Can you be brave for me? I could, because he would one day be my alpha. I would do anything he asked me. Yes? He held out his hand. I reached out and took what was offered. He helped me dress before he led me down the hall of the Bennett house. The wood floors creaked underneath our feet. My father had left me here earlier. He told me he'd come back for me. I didn't know when I'd fallen asleep. There were men in the Bennett house, men I'd never seen before. They wore black suits. They were wolves, betas. Richard Collins was speaking to them quietly. Elizabeth stood near Mark. He saw me and started toward me, but she put a hand on his shoulder, holding him back. Abel Bennett stood near the fireplace. His head was bowed. The strange men grew quiet as Thomas took me to Abel. I could feel their eyes on me, and I did my best not to squirm. This felt important, bigger than anything that had come before. The fire popped and crackled. I have asked much of you, Abel finally said. For one so young, I had hoped we would have more time, that the need would never arise, not until Thomas was. He shook his head before looking down at me. Thomas never left my side. Do you know who I am, Gordo? My alpha? Yes, your alpha. But I am also the alpha of all the wolves. I have responsibilities to every pack there is. One day, Thomas will have the same responsibilities. Do you understand? Yes. It's his calling, much like it's been mine. Thomas squeezed my shoulder. And you too have a calling, Gordo, Abel said. And I am afraid I must ask you to take your place at my side until the day Thomas assumes his rightful place as the alpha of all. My skin grew cold. But my father is... Abel looked far older than I'd ever seen. I have a story to tell you, Gordo. One that you never should have heard in your young life. Will you listen? And because I couldn't refuse him anything, I said, Yes, Alpha. He told me then about a sickness in the mind, how it could make people do things they didn't want to. It made them lose control. It made them angry. It made them want to hurt other people. Mom had been kept away. until she could get better, until her mind could be cleared. But she'd escaped. She'd gone to the next town over. She had gone to the house of a woman named Wendy, a librarian who lived near the park. A woman who was my father's tether. Because sometimes the heart wanted something it should not have. There was a fight. Wendy died. I was drowning. The eyes of the strange men burned orange. My father had felt his tether break. His magic burst. It had made him do a terrible thing. Later, I would see the footage on the news, even though Abel told me to leave the TV off, of a neighborhood in a little town in the Cascades, leveled to its foundations. People died. Families. Children. My mother. My father did not. "Where is he?" I asked numbly. Abel nodded to one of the strange wolves. He stepped forward. He was tall and moved with grace. His eyes were hard. The very sight of him caused my head to spin. "He will be taken," the strange man said. "Far away from here. His magic will be stripped so he can't hurt anyone again." "Where?" The man hesitated. "I'm afraid I can't tell you that. It's for your own safety. But—" "Thank you, Osmond," Abel said. The man, Osmond, nodded and stepped back with the others. Richard leaned over and whispered in his ear. "You can't trust them, Gordo," she whispered in my ear. "I will give you time," Abel told me, not unkindly. "To process, to grieve. And I will answer all your questions I can. But we are vulnerable now, Gordo. Your father has taken your mother from you, but he has also taken himself from us. We need you now more than ever. I promise that you'll never be alone, that you will always be cared for. But I need you now to accept your place." Thomas said, "Dad, maybe we should—" Abel flashed his eyes. Thomas fell silent. He looked back at me. "Do you understand?" I felt sick. Nothing made sense. The raven was screaming somewhere in my head. I said, "No." "Gordo," Abel said, "you must rise. For your pack. For us. I must ask you to become the witch to the wolves." Mark held me as my grief exploded. He whispered promises in my ear that I desperately wanted to believe. But all I could hear was my mother's voice. "You can't trust a wolf. They don't love you. They need you. They use you. The magic in you is a lie." Chapter 5. The second year. It was midnight. Joe started speaking less and less as the second year dragged on. It didn't matter, though. We all heard his voice in our heads. We told ourselves the trail wasn't gone, that Richard Collins was still out there, moving, planning. We kept our ears to the ground in case anything came up. One night, outside Ottawa, Carter disappeared for hours. He came back smelling of thick perfume, lipstick on the hinge of his jaw. Kelly was angry at him, asking him how he could be so selfish, how he could even think of fucking some woman when they were all so far from home. Joe didn't say anything, at least out loud. I lit a cigarette near the ice machine. The smoke curled up around my head in a blue fog. "You gonna say something too?" Carter asked me after he'd slammed the motel door behind him. I snorted. Not my business. Are you sure about that? I shrugged. He leaned against the siding of the motel, eyes closed. It was something I needed to do. I didn't ask. You're an asshole, you know that? I blew smoke out my nose. What do you want me to say? That you're right and Kelly's wrong? You're your own man and can do what you want? Or that Kelly has a point and that you should be thinking with your head and not your dick? Tell me, please. Tell me what you want me to say. He opened his eyes. They reminded me so much of his mother's that I had to look away. I want you to say something. Jesus Christ. Joe's barely talking. Kelly is in one of his goddamn moods. And you're just standing there like you don't give two shits about any of us. All I wanted to do was have a fucking cigarette in silence. That's all I asked for. I'm not your father. That didn't sit well with him. A low rumble rolled from his chest. No, you're not. He actually cared about us. Well, he's not here. I am. By choice? Or because you feel guilty? I narrowed my eyes at him. And what the fuck would I have to feel guilty about? He pushed himself off the wall. I don't remember, you know, what happened when the hunters came. I was too little. But my father told me, because it was my history. He told me what you did, how you tried to save. Don't, I said coldly. Don't you say another word. He shook his head. It's my history, Gordo. But it's yours, too. You ran from it. From your mate. Mark didn't. I was up in his face even before I knew I was moving. My chest bumped against his, but he stood his ground. His eyes were orange, but his teeth were blunt. You don't know the first goddamn thing about me. If you did, you would know that I was the one who stayed behind. I was the one who was left in Green Creek while your father took off with the pack. I kept the fire burning, but did any of you ever stop to think of what it did to me? You're nothing but a subservient child who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He snarled in my face. I didn't flinch. That's enough. Joe stood in the open doorway to the motel room. It was the first time we'd heard his voice in days. We're just... Carter. He rolled his eyes and pushed past me, stalking back out into the dark. We listened as his footsteps faded. You shouldn't have interrupted us, I told Joe coolly. It's better to have it out now than to let it fester. It'll hurt more if you don't. He's wrong, you know. About? Joe looked exhausted. You do care about us. He closed the door behind him. I smoked another cigarette. It burned on the way down. Another full moon. We were in the Salmon Chalice Forest in the middle of Idaho, miles and miles from any signs of civilization. The wolves were hunting. I sat next to a tree, feeling the moon against my skin. My tattoos were brighter than they'd been in a long time. If I stood then and went to the SUV, it'd take less than 2 days to get back home. Green Creek had never felt so far away. A wolf appeared. Kelly. He held a rabbit in his mouth, neck broken, hair matted with blood. He dropped it at my feet. I don't know what the hell you want me to do with this, I told him irritably, pushing it away with my foot. He yipped at me and turned back toward the forest. Joe came next. Another rabbit. For all you know, this kind of rabbit is endangered, I told him, and you're contributing to its demise. I felt a burst of color in my head. Sunshine, bright and warm. Joe was amused. He was laughing. He didn't do that when he was human. He dropped it at my feet. "For fuck's sake," I muttered. He sat next to his brother, facing the trees. I waited. Carter came eventually. He was dragging his feet. He carried a fat gopher in his jaws. He wouldn't look me in the eye as he dropped it next to the rabbits. I sighed. "You're an idiot." He nosed the gopher toward me. "But so am I." He looked up slowly. "Stupid fucking mutts," I said, and there was sunshine and Pack, and a tentative question of, "Friend, friend, friend?" I reached out my hand. He pressed his nose against my palm. Then his tongue came out and he drooled all over me. I glared at him as I pulled my hand back. He cocked his head. I cooked the rabbits. The wolves were pleased. I told them I wasn't going to touch the gopher. They were less pleased. Their songs that night were still full of grief and rage, but they had a thread of yellow running through them, like the sun. "What are you doing?" Kelly asked me. Another night, another random hotel room somewhere in rural Washington. Carter and Joe were out getting food. We'd spent the past few nights sleeping in the SUV, and I was looking forward to a bed. But first, I needed to get rid of all the excess. I stood shirtless in the bathroom, staring at the mirror, not recognizing the man who stared back at me. The dark beard on my face was quickly growing out of control. Black hair fell past my ears and curled at my neck. I was bigger, too, somehow harder than I'd been before. The full tattooed sleeves on my arms looked stretched far wider than they'd ever been. Roses surrounded the raven, thorns wrapping around its talons. Runes and archaic symbols stretched along my forearms. Romanian, Sumerian, Gaelic, an amalgamation of all those who had come before me. Marks of alchemy, of fire and water, of silver and wind. They had been carved into me by my father over a period of years, the raven being the last. All except for the one on my chest above my heart. That had been mine. My choice. It wasn't magic, but it had been for me. Kelly saw it. His eyes widened, but he knew better. A wolf's head, tilted back and baying at the moon. Buried in the design of his neck was a raven, wings spread and taking flight. My choice. Mine alone. Mine. I'd kept it covered for so long that I hadn't even thought about it when I'd come in here and stripped off my shirt, wanting to do something to keep my skin from crawling. "You just gonna stare?" I said to Kelly, challenging him. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. I'll leave you alone." "God damn it." "I'm thinking." He looked startled. "About?" "I could use a haircut." He said, "Yeah, and me too." He pushed a hand through the thick mop on the top of his head, blonde fading darker. He had the beginnings of his own beard, like he hadn't shaved in a week, but it was scraggly and thin. He was just a fucking kid. I looked down at the cheap set of clippers I'd picked up at our last stop. "Tell you what," I said slowly, thinking of a rabbit left at my feet. "You help me, and I'll help you." He shouldn't have looked so excited over something so meaningless. "Yeah?" I shrugged. "Might as well." He frowned. "But I've never cut anyone's hair before." I snorted. "Not cutting, buzzing. Buzz it all off." He looked horrified. I almost laughed at him. Almost. I said, "I'll go first, and then you can tell me if you want me to do it for you." His hands shook a little as I sat on the toilet. His knees bumped against mine. He looked down at me like he couldn't figure out where to start. Front to back, top, and then the sides. We'll save the back for last. He was still unsure. I remembered his father standing next to me, hand on my shoulder. And I said, "Hey, you don't have to. I can do this." "Then do it." His touch was soft at first, tentative. It felt good and safe, almost like it had been before Kelly was even alive, when pack had meaning, when witches and wolves and hunters hadn't done all they could to take everything from me. I hated how it felt. I leaned into his touch. It wasn't sexual, not that I wanted it to be, and I sure as shit wasn't Thomas Bennett. But it was something. He turned the clippers on. They buzzed near my ear. Hair fell onto my shoulders, my lap, to the towel on the floor. He tilted my head forward and backward, to the side. On and on it went. He saved the back for last, just as I said. Eventually, he turned the clippers off. I felt lighter. I brushed a hand over my head, fingers scraping against the barest of stubble. He took a step back. I stood. The man who stared back in the mirror was harder still. The breadth of his chest, the strength in his arms, a thin layer of dark growth across his skull. He was a stranger. I wondered if even he knew who he was anymore. He looked like a wolf. "Is it okay?" Kelly asked. "I didn't—" "It's fine," I said, voice rough. "It's fine." "My turn. I want the same." I blinked. My reflection blinked back. The tattoos seemed a little brighter then. "Are you sure? I could probably take some scissors and—" "I want the same," he repeated. Carter and Joe came back when I was halfway done. Kelly's nostrils flared, and the raven shifted lightly on my arm even before they opened the door. We ignored them as they called out for us. "Keep going," Kelly said. "All of it." "What the fuck?" I heard Carter say faintly from the bathroom doorway. Joe didn't speak. When I finished, I set the clippers on the counter and reached down to brush off Kelly's shoulders. He stood in front of me until we were eye level. I took him by the chin and turned his head slowly from side to side. I nodded and took a step back. He watched himself in the mirror for a long time. He looked older. I wondered what Thomas would think of the man he'd become. I thought he'd be devastated. "Do me," Carter demanded. "I want to look like a badass motherfucker too." God damn it. Joe was last. We stood in that tiny bathroom, his brothers crowding around me, watching him. He reached up slowly and tugged on his hair before looking at his hands. I wondered if he saw the wolf underneath. "Okay," he said. "Okay." From then on, every few weeks we'd do it all over again. And again, and again. There was a secret pocket in my duffel bag. I hadn't opened it since we left, no matter how intense the urge. "When did you know?" Joe asked me in a whisper, his brothers asleep in the back seat, the hum of the tires on pavement the only other sound. We had crossed from Indiana into Michigan an hour before. "Know what?" "That ox was your tether?" My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Does it matter?" "I don't know. I think so." "He was a kid. His father wasn't a good man. I gave him a job because he knew cars, but he wasn't a good man. He took more than he gave, and he didn't. Ox and his mom deserved more. Better than him. He hurt her, with words and with his hands. A car passed us, going in the opposite direction. It was the first one we'd seen in over an hour. Its headlights were bright. I blinked away the afterimage. Ox came to me, needed help, but he didn't know how to ask for it. But I knew. He wasn't mine, but I knew. Even back then. I shook my head. No, it took longer. Because I didn't know how to be who I was anymore. I hated wolves, and I hated magic. I had a pack, but it wasn't like it was before. The guys from the garage. I nodded. They didn't know. They don't know, and I hope they never find out. They don't belong here in this world. Not like we do. Not like Ox does. I hated that. Does he? Don't you ever think what his life would be like if you hadn't found him? Joe laughed bitterly. All the time. Every day. With everything I have. But it was candy canes and pine cones. It was epic and awesome. Dirt and leaves and rain. Is that how you justify it? It's what forces me out of bed when I want nothing more than to fade away. The yellow lines on the road blurred. I gave him a shirt with his name on it. For work. For his birthday. It was wrapped in paper with snowmen on it because it was all I could find. I sighed. He was 15 years old, and it shouldn't have happened. Not like that. Not without him knowing. But I couldn't stop it. No matter how hard I tried, it just snapped into place. In a way that it couldn't with Rico, Chris, Tanner. They're my pack. My family. Ox is too, but he's more. I was helpless in the face of it. Yeah, more. I guess he is. More than people expect. More than I expected. He became my tether after that. Because of a shirt. Because of snowman wrapping paper. What was it? Before? Your tether? I don't know. Nothing. Aside from wards, I didn't do magic. I didn't want it. I didn't want any of it. Was it Mark once? Joe, I said, the warning clear in my voice. Joe stared out at the dark road ahead. When you don't speak, when you lose your voice, it causes you to focus on everything else. You spend less time worrying about what to say. You hear things you might not have heard before. You see things that would have stayed hidden. It's not. They found me. My dad, Mom. After he took me. They found me, and I wanted nothing more than to tell them thank you. Thank you for coming for me just like you said. Thank you for letting me still be your son even though I was cracked right down the middle. But I just couldn't. I couldn't find any words to say, so I said nothing at all. I saw things that I might not have seen. I don't understand. Joe said, Carter, he puts up a front. He's big and strong and brave, but when I came home, he cried longer than anyone else. For a long time, he wouldn't let anyone else touch me. He'd carry me everywhere. And if Mom or Dad tried to take me from him, he'd snarl at them until they backed away. And Kelly, I had bad dreams. I still do, but not like they used to be. I would close my eyes, and Richard Collins would be standing above me again in that dirty cabin in the woods, and he'd be telling me that he was only doing this because of what my father had done, how he'd killed their entire pack, that my father had taken everything away from him. And then he'd break my fingers one by one, or he'd hit my knee with a hammer. You can't go through what I did and not dream. He was there every time, and when I would wake up, Kelly would be there in the bed next to me, kissing my hair and whispering that I was home, home, home. A splatter of rain against the windshield. Just a few drops, really. Mom and Dad would, well, they would treat me as if I was fragile, like something precious and broken. And maybe I was, to them. But it didn't last, because Dad knew what I was capable of, what I could become. I was home for 2 months before he carried me on his back out into the trees and told me what it meant to be an alpha. He was smiling. I could hear it. God, how it fucking ached. I knew where he was going, who was left. Joe said, "Mark, don't." I couldn't figure out what it was, why he seemed to be with us, but not. There's a signal. It's chemical. It's the scent of what you're feeling. It's like you're sweating your emotions. And he was happy, and he laughed. He could be angry. He was quiet and gruff. But there was always something blue about him. Just blue. It was like when my mother went through her phases. Sometimes she was vibrant. Sometimes she raged. She was fierce and proud and overcome. But then everything would be blue, and I didn't understand. It was azure and indigo and sapphire. It was Prussian and royal and sky. And then it was midnight, and I understood. Mark was midnight. Mark was sad. Mark was blue. And it was part of him for as long as I could remember. Maybe it was always there and I just hadn't seen it. But since I couldn't speak for fear of screaming, I watched. And I saw it. It's with us now, on our skin. I can see it in you, but it's buried under all the anger, all the rage. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, I said through gritted teeth. I know, he said. After all, I'm just a kid who has had everything taken from him. What could I possibly understand about loss? We didn't speak for a long time after that. In the border town of Portal, we came across a wolf. He whimpered at the side of us, leather jackets, the dust of the road on our boots. We were tired and lost, and Joe's nostrils had flared when he pressed the wolf against the side of a building in a back alley. The rain hadn't let up for days. But the wolf's eyes were violet in the dark. He said, "Please let me go. Please don't hurt me. I'm not like them. I'm not like him. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I should never have gone to Green Creek." Carter and Kelly growled, teeth lengthening. "Why were you in Green Creek?" Joe said, voice soft and dangerous. The wolf was shaken. "They thought you were gone. There was no alpha. It was unprotected territory. He thought we could get in, that if we took it for our own, Richard Collins would reward us. He would give us anything we wanted, anything we—" Blood spilled over Joe's hand around his neck. "Did you hurt them?" he asked. The Omega shook his head furiously, choking as Joe's grip tightened. "There was only a few of them, but oh God, they were a pack. They were stronger than we were. And that goddamn human, he said his name was Ox." "Don't you fucking say his name," Joe snarled in his face. "You don't get to say his name." The Omega whimpered. There were a few of us that didn't want to be there. All I wanted was to find a pack again, to not. He showed us mercy. He let us crawl out of town, and I ran as fast as I could, and I promise you I won't go back. Please don't hurt me. Just let me go and you'll never see me again, I swear. I can feel it pulling me down. In my head, I'm losing my mind, but I swear you'll never see me again. You'll never. For a moment, I thought Joe wouldn't listen. For a moment, I thought Joe would tear out the Omega's throat. I said, "Joe." He snapped his head toward me. His eyes were red. "Don't. It's not worth it." White hair sprouted along his face as he began to shift. "Is he telling the truth?" Joe nodded slowly. "Then Ox let him live. Don't take that away. Not here. Not now. He wouldn't want you to." The red faded from the Alpha's eyes. The Omega slumped against the wall, sliding down as he sobbed. Carter and Kelly led their brother from the alley. I crouched in front of the Omega. His neck was healing slowly. The blood dripped down onto the collar of his jacket. The rain poured down. I said, "There were wolves with the human?" The Omega nodded slowly. "A brown wolf. Big." "Yes," he said. "Yes, yes." "Was he hurt?" No, I don't think so. Everything happened so fast, it was." "Richard Collins. Where is he?" "I can't." "You can," I said, rolling up the right sleeve of my jacket. The rain was cold against my skin. "And you will." "Tioga," he gasped. "He's been in Tioga. Omegas came to him and he told them to wait, that the time would come." I said, "Okay. Hey, calm down. I need you to listen to me, okay?" His eyes were bulging. "Do you still hear him? Does he still call for you? In your head, like an alpha?" "Yeah, yes. I can't. It's so loud. It's like there's something more, and he's calling me to him. He's calling for all of us to." "Good. Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. Do you know there are mines underneath this town?" His chest heaved. Please, I won't go to him no matter how hard he calls. No matter what he does, I won't." "You're an Omega. It won't matter. Live long enough and you'll lose your mind. You said it yourself." No. I snapped my fingers in his face. "Focus. I asked you a question. Did you know there are mines under this town?" His head snapped side to side. It looked painful. "Just gravel and sand mostly. But if you dig deep enough, if you go into the earth, you will find things that were missed." "What the hell are you?" I pressed my hand flat against the ground. The raven's wings twitched. 2 wavy lines on my arm lit up. I breathed in. I breathed out. It was there. I just had to find it. It wasn't the same as it was back home. It was harder here. Green Creek was different. I hadn't realized how much. "Witch," the Omega hissed. "Yes," I agreed quietly. "And you just had an alpha's claws around your throat and lived to tell the tale. You went to my home and were shown mercy. But I am not a wolf, and I'm not exactly human. Veins underneath the earth, sometimes so deep they will never be found, until someone like me comes along, and I'm the one you should be scared of, because I'm the worst of them all." His eyes turned violet. He began to shift, face elongated, claws scraping along the brick of the alleyway. But I'd found the silver in the earth, buried far beneath the surface. I pulled it up and up and up, until a little ball of silver struck my palm, molten and hot. The raven's talons dug into the roses, and I slammed my hand against the side of the Omega's head as he reached for me. The silver entered one side of his head and exited the other. His shift pulled back. The violet faded. He slumped against the brick. His eyes were wet and unseeing. A drop trickled down his cheek. I told myself it was the rain. I stood, knees popping. I was getting too old for this shit. I turned and left the Omega behind, rolling down the sleeve of my jacket. I felt the beginnings of a headache coming on. The others were waiting for me at the SUV. "What did he say?" Carter demanded. "Did he know?" "Tioga. I saw it on the map earlier. It's an hour away. Richard was there. Might still be." "What did you do with the Omega?" Kelly asked, sounding nervous. "He's okay, right? He's fine," I told him. I'd learned a long time ago how to lie to wolves, and the rain would have muffled the sound of his heartbeat. He won't be bothering us again, probably across the border already. Joe stared at me. I didn't blink. He said, "Kelly, it's your turn to drive." And that was it. It was in Tioga that Joe lost control, because Richard had been there. His scent was all over a motel outside of town, and while it was faded, it was there, buried under all the Omega stink. We had been so close, so goddamn close. Joe howled until his voice broke. His claws tore into walls. His teeth shredded the bed. Kelly huddled at my side. Carter's face was in his hands as his shoulders shook. Joe only pushed back the wolf when sirens sounded in the distance. We left Tioga behind. After that day, Joe spoke less and less. Toward the end of that second year, on a day when I thought I couldn't take another step, I opened the secret pocket in my duffel bag. Inside was a wooden raven. I stared at it. I stroked one of its wings, just once. The wolves slept, dreaming their dreams of moons and blood. And when I finally closed my eyes, all I saw was blue. Chapter 6. Abominations. 6 months after I turned 13, I kissed Mark Bennett for the first time. 7 months after I turned 13, hunters came and killed everyone. But before then, "She's pregnant," Thomas whispered to me. I stared at him in shock. His smile was blinding. "What?" He nodded. "I wanted you to know before anyone else." "Why?" "Because you're my witch, Gordo. And my friend." "But Richard and—" "Oh, I'll tell him. But it's you, okay? It'll be you and me forever. We are going to be our own pack. I will be your alpha, and you will be my witch. You're my family, and I hope my child will be yours too." Somehow, my heart was mending. I worried briefly when I breached the surface of my grief. What would happen to me? I was only 12, and my mother was dead. My father was imprisoned in a place where he could never escape. And I was alone. It had been all over the news for weeks. This poor little town where a major gas leak had taken place, leveling an entire neighborhood. 16 people had lost their lives, 47 more injured. A freak accident, investigators said. It was a 1 in a million thing. It never should have happened. We will rebuild, the governor said. We will not abandon you. We will mourn those lost, but we will come back from this. My mother and father were counted among those deceased. My mother had been identified by her teeth. No trace of my father had ever been found, but the fire had burned so hotly that was expected. We're sorry, I was told. We wish we could tell you more. I nodded, but didn't speak. Abel's hand was a heavy weight on my shoulder. And under the next full moon, I became the witch of the most powerful pack in North America. There was pushback, of course. I was so young. I'd just been through a significant trauma. I needed time to heal. Elizabeth was the loudest of all of them. Abel listened. He was the alpha. It was his job to listen. But he sided against those who would shield me. He has his pack, Abel said. We will help him heal. All of us. Isn't that right, Gordo? I didn't say a word. It didn't hurt. I thought it would. I didn't know why. Maybe it was because the tattoos had hurt. Or maybe because all I knew was pain when I opened my eyes every morning. But I still expected more. But underneath the moon, with a dozen wolves standing before me, eyes glowing, I became their witch. And it was more. I could hear them, louder than I ever had before. They said, child, brother, pack. They said, love, ours, witch, ours. They said, we will keep you safe. We will keep you with us. You are ours. You are pack. You are son, love, brother, home. They said, mine. Dude, Rico said, standing in an ill-fitting suit and hand-me-down tie. This sucks. I stared down at my hands. Like, really sucks. I lifted my head to glare at him. Que chingados. Whatever that meant. Tanner and Chris came back over to us, arms laden with food. We were at the Bennett house. We'd buried my mother. Had an empty casket for my father. Elizabeth told me a wake was another tradition. People brought food and ate until they could eat no more. I wanted to go to bed. Tanner's mouth was full. Dude, they have these little sandwiches that have eggs in them. So I can smell, Rico said. Chris handed me some kind of bread. I don't know what this is, but it has nuts in it. And my mom says nuts don't let you be sad. That's not a thing, Rico said. That sounds nuts, Tanner said. Get it? Because of the... Yeah, you get it. We all gaped at him. He shrugged and ate more egg sandwich. Where's mine? Rico asked. I brought you a taquito, Chris said. That's racist. But you like taquitos. Maybe I wanted the crazy nut bread. I'm sad too. You're all so stupid. They grinned down at me. Oh, look, Rico said. It speaks. I cried then, for the first time that day, with a handful of nut bread and surrounded by my best friends. I cried. Abel and Thomas handled everything. No social worker came to try to take me away. School wasn't disrupted. Our house was sold and all the money was put away in a savings account I never touched. There was life insurance, too, for the both of them. I didn't care about the money. Not then. I barely understood what was going on. I moved into the Bennett house. I had my own room. I had all my own things. It wasn't the same. But I had no other choice. The wolves sheltered me from the rest of the world, even as they hid things from me. But I found out, eventually. Mark refused to leave my side. On the nights when I couldn't stand the sight of another person, he would stay outside my door. Sometimes I would let him in. He would motion for me to turn around, facing away from him. I did. On those nights, the hard ones, I would hear the rustle of clothes being discarded, the snap and groan of muscle and bone. He would nuzzle my hand when I could turn back around. I would climb into bed, and he would jump up beside me, the bed frame groaning under the combined weight. He would curl around me, my head under his chin, his tail covering my legs. Those were the nights I slept best. Marty was smoking a cigarette in the back of the shop when I came back for the first time. He arched an eyebrow at me as he ashed the cig onto the ground. I shuffled my feet. "Couldn't go to the funeral," he said. "Wanted to, but a couple of the guys called in sick. Flu or some shit." He coughed wetly before spitting something green on the asphalt. "Yeah," I said. "It's okay." "Thought about you." It was nice of him to say. "Thanks." He blew out a thick plume of rank smoke. He always rolled his own cigarettes, and the pungent tobacco made my eyes water. "My dad died when I was a baby. Mom hung herself when I was 14. Took to the road after that. Didn't take any handouts." "I don't want anything." He scratched his scruffy jaw. "No, I don't expect you do. Can't pay you much." "I don't need much." "Yeah, you got those Bennetts in your pocket, don't you?" I shrugged, because no matter what I said, he wouldn't understand. He stubbed out the cigarette on the bottom of his boot before dropping it into a metal coffee can already filled to the brim with discarded butts. He coughed again before leaning forward in his lawn chair, the white and green and blue nylon fraying. "I'll work your ass off, especially if I'm paying you." I nodded. "And if that Abel Bennett tries to give me hell, I'll drop you fast. We clear?" "Yeah. Yes." "All right. Let's get your hands dirty." I knew then what the wolves meant when they said that a tether didn't have to be a person. "Look at her," Rico said, sounding awed. We looked. Misty Osborne. Her hair was crimped, and she had big front teeth. She laughed loudly and was one of the popular girls in the 8th grade. "I like older women," Rico decided. "She's 13, Chris said. "You're 12, Tanner said. I said nothing. It was warm, and my sleeves were long. "I'm going to ask her to the dance," Rico said, looking as if he was steeling himself. "Are you insane?" Chris hissed at him. "She would never go with you. She likes jocks." "And you're really not a jock," Tanner pointed out. "Just gotta change her mind," Rico said. "Not that hard. Make her see behind my skinny non-jock body. Just you watch." We watched as he stood from the lunch table. He marched over to her. The girls around her giggled. We couldn't hear what he was saying, but from the look on Misty's face, it wasn't anything good. He nodded a lot, waved his arms around like a lunatic. Misty frowned. He pointed at her, then back at himself. Misty frowned even more. She said something. Rico came back to the table and sat down. "She said my English was very good for someone born in another country. I've decided she's a jerk and not deserving of my love and devotion." Tanner and Chris glared at her from across the lunchroom. When she stood to leave, tossing her hair, my fingers twitched. Her metal lunch table jerked to the left, knocking her in the leg. She tripped and fell, her face in Tuesday's lumpy mashed potatoes. Rico laughed. That was important to me. They talked about girls sometimes, Rico more than the others. He loved the way they smelled and their tits, and sometimes he said they gave him a boner. "I'm gonna get so many girlfriends," he said. "Me too," Chris said. "Like 4 of them." "That sounds like so much work," Tanner said. "Can't you just have one and be happy with it?" I didn't talk about girls. Not even then. We were out behind the house, Mark and me. He was saying, and when I shifted for the first time, I scared myself so badly I shit myself. Surrounded by everyone, I just shit. I squatted down like a dog and everything. That's when I think Thomas decided he wanted Richard to be his second instead of me. I laughed. It felt strange, but I did it anyway. Mark was watching me. "What?" I asked, still chuckling. He shook his head slowly. Nothing. It's nice, hearing you. Like this. I like it, when you laugh." Then he blushed furiously and looked away. I carried the wooden raven wherever I went. Whenever I couldn't breathe, I would squeeze it until it pressed into my flesh. There would be an imprint in my palm for hours. One time the wing cut me, and I bled on it. I hoped it would leave a scar. It didn't. Osmond came back to Green Creek. Men in suits followed him. He wanted to speak to Abel and Thomas. He didn't want me there. Abel ignored him. "Gordo, if you please." I followed them into Abel's office. The door shut behind us. "He's a child," Osmond said as if I wasn't in the room. "He's the witch to the Bennett pack," Abel said evenly. "And he belongs here as much as anyone. And even if I didn't insist upon it, my son would." Thomas nodded without speaking. "Now that that's out of the way," Abel said, settling in behind his desk, "what brings you to my home that a phone call wouldn't have sufficed?" "Elijah." "I don't know any Elijah." "No, you wouldn't. But you would know her by her true name." "And I wait with bated breath." "Meredith King." And for the very first time, I saw something akin to fear on Abel Bennett's face. "Now that is something I did not expect. She'd be Thomas's age, wouldn't she?" Osmond looked unfazed. "She has picked up the mantle of her father." "Dad?" Thomas asked. "What is he talking about? Who is—" Abel smiled thinly. "You would have been too young to remember. The Kings were, well, they were a rather aggressive clan of hunters. They believed all wolves were an affront to God, and it was their duty to rid them from the earth. They came for my pack, and we made sure very few walked away." His eyes flashed red. "The patriarch, Damian King, was gravely injured. He lived, but barely. As did his son, Daniel. The rest of his clan did not. Meredith was his other child, but she would have only been around 12 at the time. But it seems as if she's decided to resume her father's work." He looked back at Osmond. "Elijah. How curious." "A prophet of Yahweh," Osmond said. "A god from the Iron Age in the kingdom of Israel. Yahweh performed miracles through Elijah, raising the dead, raining fire down from the sky. At Jesus' side during his transfiguration on the mountaintop." "A little on the nose," Abel said. Even for the kings? Wasn't there another brother as well? David, Osmond said, though he was shunned because he no longer had the will to hunt. Abel nodded slowly. How surprising. And this Elijah, she is killing wolves. Abel sighed. How many so far? 2 packs. 1 in Kentucky, another in North Carolina. 15 in total. 3 of them children. And why has she not been contained? Osmond wasn't pleased. She remains underground. We've dispatched teams after her, but her clan is elusive. They are small in number, but they move quickly. And what do you ask of me? You're our leader, Osmond said. I'm asking you to lead. Osmond left unfulfilled, but before he did, I stopped him on the porch. He looked down at me with barely disguised disdain. I dropped my hand. Can I? Your father. I nodded. Osmond stepped away from me. I thought his teeth were longer than they'd been just a moment before. He won't bother anyone ever again. His magic has been stripped. Robert Livingstone was strong, but we tore it from his skin. He is nothing but a shell. Osmond left me standing on the porch. Standing next to his car was Richard Collins. He was smiling. I turned 13, and Mark put his arms around my shoulders. It caused my stomach to twist. I wondered if that was why I didn't stare at girls like Rico. His nose was in my hair, and he was smiling. I never wanted it to stop. My mother was buried near a red alder tree. Her stone was small and white. It said, Catherine Livingstone. She was loved. I sat with my back against the tree and felt the earth beneath my fingertips. I'm sorry, I told her once. I'm sorry that I couldn't do more. Sometimes I pretended she answered me. She said, I love you, Gordo. I love you. She said, I am so proud of you. She said, why didn't you believe me? She said, why didn't you save me? She said, you can't trust them, Gordo. You can never trust a wolf. They don't love you. They need you. The magic in you is a lie. My fingers dug into the earth. Carter was wrinkled and pink and screamed a tiny scream. I touched his forehead and he opened his eyes, quieting down almost immediately. Elizabeth said, would you look at that? He likes you, Gordo. She smiled at me, skin pale, tired as I'd ever seen her. But still she smiled. I leaned down and whispered in his little ear, you will be safe. I promise. I'll help keep you safe. A tiny fist pulled on my hair. When I kissed Mark Bennett for the first time, it wasn't planned. It wasn't something I set out to do. I was awkward. My voice broke more often than not. I was moody and had a small hair on my chest that didn't seem to know if it was coming or going. I had zits and unnecessary erections. I accidentally blew up a lamp in the living room when I was angry for no apparent reason. And Mark Bennett was everything I was not. He was 16 and ethereal. He moved with grace and purpose. He was smart and funny and still had a tendency to follow me wherever I went. He brought me food while I was at the shop, and the guys gave me shit. Marty would holler that my boy was here, and I had 15 minutes or he was going to fire me. Mark's nostrils would flare as I approached, and he would watch me as I rubbed grease from my fingertips with an old cloth I kept in my back pocket. He would say hey, and I'd say hey back, and we'd sit outside the garage, our backs against brick, our legs crossed. He'd hand me a sandwich he'd made. He always watched me eat it. It wasn't planned. How could it be when I didn't know what it would mean? It was a Wednesday in the summer. Carter was crawling and babbling. No other wolves had been hurt by the woman known as Elijah. The pack was happy and healthy and whole. Abel was a proud alpha, doting on his grandson. Thomas preened. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. The wolves ran under the light of the moon and smiled in the sun. The world was a bright and brilliant place. My heart still hurt, but the sharp ache was fading. My mother was gone. My father was gone. My mother had said the wolves would lie, but I trusted them. I had to. Aside from Chris and Tanner and Rico and Marty, they were all I had left. But then there was Mark. Always Mark. My shadow. I found him in the woods behind the pack house. He said, "Hey, Gordo." And I said, "I want to try something." He blinked. Okay. He shrugged. Okay. There were bees in the flowers and birds in the trees. He was sitting with his back to a big leaf maple. His bare feet were in the grass. He wore a loose tank top, his tan skin almost the color of his wolf. His fingernails were bitten, a habit he had yet to break. He brushed a lock of hair from his forehead. He looked happy and carefree, an apex predator who feared little. He watched me, curious what I was on about, but not pushing it. "Close your eyes," I said, unsure of what I was doing, what I was capable of. He did, because I was his friend. I got to my knees and shuffled toward him. My heart thundered in my chest. My skin was sweaty. The raven fluttered. I leaned forward and pressed my lips to his. It was warm and dry and catastrophic. His lips were slightly chapped. I would never forget that. I didn't move. Neither did he. Just the slightest of kisses on a warm summer day. I pulled away. His chest heaved. He opened his eyes. They were orange. He said, "Gordo, His breath was harsh against my face. I said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean..." He put his hand over my mouth. My eyes felt like they were bulging. "You have to mean it," he said quietly. "You have to be sure." I didn't understand. Mark was my friend, and "Gordo," he said, eyes still alight. I can't." He stood before I could blink. I fell back on my ass. Then he was gone. Thomas found me later. The sky above was streaked orange and pink and red. He sat beside me. He said, "I was 17 when I met a girl who took my breath away." He was smiling, staring off into the trees. I waited. He said, There wasn't anything like her. He chuckled as he shook his head. "I knew then. Elizabeth disliked me on sight, and Dad said I needed to respect that. Because women need to be respected, always. Regardless of what I thought, I could never force her into anything she didn't want. And I knew that, of course, because to even think otherwise was terrible. So I became her friend, until one day she smiled at me and it was everything. I'd never seen anyone smile at me like that before. She was my mate," I said. Thomas shrugged. I never really liked that word. It doesn't encompass all that she is. She is the best part of me, Gordo. She loves me for who I am. She's fierce and sharp and doesn't let me get away with anything. She holds me up. She points out my faults. And honestly, if the world was fair, she would be the next alpha and not me. She'd be better at it. Better than my father. Better than anyone. I'm very lucky to have her. The day I gave her my stone wolf was the most nerve-wracking day of my life. Because you thought she'd say no? Because I thought she'd say yes, he corrected gently. And if she did, it would mean that I was going to have someone at my side for the rest of my days. I didn't know if I deserved that. And Mark feels the same way. He's been waiting for this moment a long time. He's scared. I blinked. Of what? What does that have to do with you and Elizabeth? It hit hard. I said, wait. I said, hold up. I said, are you saying what I think you're? I said, what? I ignored Mark for 3 days. Dead animals appeared on the front porch. Elizabeth laughed at me, swaying with Carter in her arms. Why didn't you tell me? I shouted at him. You're 13, he growled at me. I'm 3 years older than you. It's illegal. Okay, that's actually a pretty good argument. He looked smug. I narrowed my eyes at him. He looked less smug. I'm not a child. That's probably not the best rebuttal since, yes, you are. Fine, I said. Then maybe I'll just go kiss someone else. He growled. I need to find someone to kiss, I demanded. Rico and Tanner and Chris stared at me with wide eyes. Not it, Tanner said. Not it, Chris said. God damn it, Rico sighed. I never say it fast enough. Fine, you know what? I don't even care. Pucker up, lover boy. I stared at Rico in horror as he started walking toward me, arms outstretched. Not you. Wow, racist much? Puto. I'm not racist, you're my... God, I hate this so fucking much. Mark? Tanner asked sympathetically. Mark, Chris agreed. If I was white, I bet you would have kissed me, Rico said. I grabbed him by the face and pressed my lips against his. Tanner and Chris made matching sounds of extraordinary disgust. I pulled away from Rico with a wet smack. He looked dazed. I felt better. I told Mark. He shifted, clothes tearing as he fled into the woods. You're kind of a dick, Gordo, Abel said mildly. When you're old enough, know that I approve wholeheartedly. I was on front desk duty when a young woman came into the shop. She smiled at me. She was pretty. Her hair was black as night, and her eyes as green as the forest. She wore jeans and a low-cut blouse. She looked barely older than Mark. The guys in the garage whistled. Marty told them to shut the hell up, though his eyes lingered appreciatively too. Hello, she said. Can I help you? I asked, nervous for reasons I didn't understand. I hope so, she said. My car's making a funny noise. Just drove it across the country, trying to get to Portland for school, but I don't know if I'm going to make it. I nodded. We can probably get you in quick enough. I clicked on the old computer in front of me and opened the scheduling program. She looked amused. Aren't you a little young to be working here? I shrugged. I know what I'm doing. Do you? How sweet. Her smile widened. She leaned forward, elbows on the counter. Her nails were painted blue. They were chipped. She tapped them against the counter. A small silver cross hung on a thin chain around her neck. Gordo, is it? I looked up at her sharply. How did you know that? She laughed. It sounded sweet. Your name's stitched on your shirt. I flushed. Oh, right. You're cute. Thank you. It looks like I have an opening in an hour. I could squeeze you in if you don't mind waiting. I don't mind. Her eyes were bright. She reminded me of a wolf. Mark came and brought me lunch. She was sitting in the waiting room, flipping through an ancient magazine. The bell rang overhead as he walked in. Hi, he said, sounding shy. It was the first time he'd come in since the whole "you kissed me and then I ran because of wolfish feelings as you're my mate and I neglected to tell you" fiasco. Look who decided to show up, I said. I barely remembered the woman was there. Shut up, Mark mumbled, setting a brown paper bag on the counter. It's not a dead rabbit, is it? I asked him suspiciously. Because I swear to God, Mark, if it's another dead... It's ham and Swiss. Oh, well, that's better. Dead rabbit, the woman said. Mark flinched. I jerked my head toward her. She arched an eyebrow at us. I said, inside joke. She said, huh. Mark's nostrils flared. I pinched his arm to remind him he was in public, for fuck's sake. He couldn't go around sniffing everyone. He looked at her for a moment longer before turning back to me. Thank you, I told him. He preened just a little. He was so predictable. Take me a couple days to get the parts in, Marty told her. Won't take long to get it fixed once in, but your car is German-made. Don't see those around here much. You could drive it, but I can't guarantee you won't make the problem worse and break down in the middle of nowhere. You're in the country, girlie. So I noticed, she said slowly. That's unfortunate. I did see a motel on my way into town. He nodded. It's clean. You tell Beth I sent you. She'll give you a discount. Green Creek is small, but we're good people. We'll treat you right. She laughed, eyes twinkling. She glanced at me again before looking back at Marty. I suppose we'll see. That night, Abel sat on the porch, waving as members of his pack arrived for the full moon the next night. He looked content. Gordo, he said, as I came out to tell him dinner was almost ready. Come here for a moment. I went. He put his hand on my shoulder. And for a while, we just were. The Last Supper. We didn't know it. We gathered and laughed and shouted and stuffed ourselves full. Mark pressed his foot against mine. I thought of many things. My father, my mother, the wolves, the pack. Mark and Mark and Mark. It was a choice, I knew. I might have been born into this life, this world, but I had a choice, and no one would take that from me. I wondered when Mark would offer me his wolf. I wondered what I would say. I felt weighted and real and tethered. Thomas winked at me. Elizabeth cooed over the child in her arms. Abel smiled. Mark leaned over and whispered, This is us. This is our pack. This is our happiness. I want this with you. One day, when we've both grown up. She was in the diner when I went in the next morning. My turn to get coffee for the guys. She was sitting in a booth alone, her head bowed in prayer, hands folded in front of her. She looked up the moment I stepped into the diner. "Gordo," she said. "Bright and early." "Hello," I said. "How are you?" I blanked on her name. "Ellie," she said. "Ellie, how are you?" She shrugged. "I'm okay. It's quiet here. It takes some getting used to." "Yeah," I said, unsure of what else to say. "It's always like that." "Always. I don't know how you can stand it. I've been here all my life." "Have you? Curious." A waitress waved at me from behind the lunch counter, moving to get the coffees ready. I started to walk toward her when a hand closed around my wrist. I looked down. The nails had been repainted. They were red. "Gordo," Ellie said, "can you do me a favor?" I breathed in and out. "Sure." She smiled. It didn't quite reach her eyes. "Can you pray with me? I have been trying all morning, and for the life of me, I can't quite get it right. I think I need help. I'm not the best person to... Please?" Her grip on my arm loosened. Sure." "Thank you," she said. "Sit down, if you don't mind." "I don't have long. I gotta get to work." "Oh," she said. "It won't take long. I promise." I slid into the booth across from her. The diner was empty aside from the two of us. The breakfast rush had already passed, and lunch wouldn't start for a few hours. Jimmy was behind the grill, and the waitress, Donna, was standing in front of the coffee machine. Ellie smiled. She brought her hands in front of her, folding them together. She looked down at mine as if encouraging me to do the same. I slowly lifted my hands in front of me. The cuffs of my work shirt slid down my wrists a little. "Dearest Father," she said, eyes on me, "I am but your humble servant, and I seek your guidance. I have found myself in a moment of crisis. You see, Father, there are things in this world, things that take away from your natural order, abominations that go against everything you stand for. I have been tasked under your will to strike these abominations down where they stand. By the power of your Holy Spirit, reveal to me, Father, any people I need to forgive and any areas of unconfessed sin. Reveal aspects of my life that are not pleasing to you, Father, ways that have given or could give Satan a foothold in my life. Father, I give to you any unforgiveness. I give to you my sins, and I give to you all ways that Satan has a hold of my life. Thank you for your forgiveness and your love. My Father, in your holy name, I bind all evil spirits of the air, water, ground, underground, and netherworld. I further bind, in Jesus' name, any and all emissaries of the satanic headquarters and claim the precious blood of Jesus on the air, atmosphere, water, ground, and their fruits around us, the underground and the netherworld below. I moved to stand. Her hand snatched out and grabbed my wrist again. "Don't," she said. "You would do well, Gordo Livingstone, to stay where you are." "Okay, Gordo?" Donna asked as she brought a tray of coffees over to me. I nodded slowly. "Just a prayer." The woman across from me smiled. Donna looked unsure, but she set the tray down. "It's already on the tab. You tell Marty he needs to square up by the end of the month, okay?" "Yeah," I said. "I'll tell him." Donna turned and walked away. "Elijah," I said quietly. "Good," she said. "That's real good, Gordo. You're so young." She took my hand and pressed her lips against it. I felt the quick flick of her tongue against my skin. "You know only the ways of the beast. They have indoctrinated you early. It's a shame, really. I don't know if you can yet be saved. I suppose only time will tell if there can be a cleansing, a baptism in the waters of salvation. He'll know, I said quietly, that you're here, in his territory. You see, that's where you're wrong, she said. I am not an alpha, or a beta, or an omega. She cocked her head at me. I am not you. You know what I am? Yes. Then you should know what I'm capable of. She chuckled. You are nothing but a child. What could you possibly... I reached up with my free hand and pulled back my sleeve. She stared down at the raven surrounded by roses with something akin to awe. I had heard, but... She shook her head. I am sorry for what has happened to you, that you didn't have a choice in the matter. I could scream, I told her. I could scream right now. A woman grabbing a boy like you are? You wouldn't get far. Aren't you a feisty one? Tell me, Gordo, do you really think you can outsmart me? I know what you are. She leaned forward. And what am I? A hunter. Of? Say it, Gordo. Wolves. She stroked my arm. Good. That's good, Gordo. Scream if you want. Scream as loud as you can. In the end, it won't matter. Not this close to the full moon. Because even now, a pack of wolves has gathered in the woods to revel in their bloodlust. Monsters, Gordo. They are nothing but monsters who have sunk their teeth and claws deep into you. I will free you from them. My head felt stuffed, my skin hot. You won't get close. She grinned. She looked like a shark. She let go of my arm and reached down into her lap. She pulled up a small walkie-talkie and set it on the table between us. She pressed the button. It beeped once. Carol, she said. She let the button go. There was a crackle of static. Then, Caro here? Over. She said, Are you in position? Over. Yes, ma'am. Ready. Over. And the wolves? Over. Here. Gathered in the clearing. Over. And you have them surrounded? Over. Yes. There's children. Over. She nodded slowly. All of age, she said. They have been lost to their wolves. Don't do this, I said. Please don't do this. Meredith King said, It is my duty. By the grace of God, I shall wipe them from this earth. Tell me, Gordo, do you love him? Who? There were tears in my eyes. That boy, the one who came to see you yesterday. The wolf. I thought he would smell it on me, the blood of the others, but you distracted him quite nicely. Do you love him? Fuck you. She shook her head. The other packs, they didn't have a witch. They were easy. But I have been building toward this moment, this day, here, now. Because if you cut off the head, the body dies. The king, the prince. You will thank me in the end. I placed my hands on the table, palms up. She shifted in her seat and... a sharp pain in my wrist, like a bee sting in the middle of summer. I looked down. She withdrew her hand, the syringe already hidden away. I said, No, You can't do this. You cannot do this. Please. It's not. The colors of the world around me began to bleed. Everything slowed down. I heard words of concern coming from somewhere far, far away. "Oh, no," the hunter Elijah said in response. "He was just feeling a little sick. I'll help him. I'll get him." It was dark after. I dreamed I was with the wolves. We ran, and the trees were tall, and the moon was bright, and I belonged to them and with them, and I tilted my head back and sang. But the wolves didn't sing with me. No. They screamed. I woke slowly. My tongue felt thick in my mouth. I opened my eyes. I was lying in the forest. The canopy above me gave way to the stars in the sky. The moon was fat and full. I pushed myself up. My head ached. I could barely think through it. A whimper off to my left. I turned. A large brown wolf was crawling toward me. Its back legs had been broken. Its coat was matted with blood. It was in obvious pain, but still it dragged itself toward me in the dirt and the grass. I said, "Mark." The wolf whined. I reached for him. He licked the tips of my fingers before he collapsed, eyes closed. The fog cleared. I felt it then, the broken shards within me, as if I'd been shattered into pieces. It wasn't like when my mother had died, when my father had killed her. It was more. It was so much more. "No," I whispered. Later, when Mark had healed enough to stand on his own, we moved through the woods. He led the way, limping awkwardly. Everything hurt. Everything. The forest wept around us. I could feel it in the trees, in the ground beneath my feet, in the wind. The birds were crying, and the forest shook. My tattoos were dull and faded. A human man lay next to a tree. He wore body armor. There was a rifle at his feet. His throat had been ripped out. He stared sightlessly into nothing. Mark growled. We moved on. I reached through the bonds of pack, but they were broken. I said, "Oh God, Mark. Oh God." He rumbled deep in his chest. We found the clearing, somehow. The air smelled of silver and blood. Humans lay on the ground, mangled and gored. And wolves. So many wolves. All shifted. All dead. The bigger ones. The smaller ones. I cried out at the anguish of it all, trying to find someone, anyone who... Movement off to the right. A woman stood there, pale in the moonlight. She held a baby. Elizabeth Bennett said, "Gordo?" 2 wolves were at her side. Richard Collins and Thomas Bennett moved toward me. His wolf was bigger than I'd ever seen it before. His eyes never left me. Every step he took was slow and deliberate. When he stood in front of me, I understood all that we had lost, and what he had gained. His eyes flared red in the deep, dark night. Through my horror, I said the only thing I could. Alpha. Chapter 7. The third year. Not yet. Some nights I dreamed of the moon and blood and Mark dragging his broken body toward me. Other nights I dreamed of kissing him on a warm summer afternoon. You say his name sometimes, Carter told me once. Who? Mark. I have no idea what you're talking about. He rolled his eyes. Yeah, okay, Gordo. Sure you don't. I will fucking turn your tongue to silver if you don't shut up, Carter. I swear to God. He grinned at me, waggling his eyebrows. Is it those kind of dreams? You know, the ones where you and Mark are all rubbing on each... You know what? I just realized that's my uncle, and I'm gonna stop talking now. Kelly gagged. Joe stared out the window. God damn Thomas for leaving me with these assholes. There were stretches of days and weeks when we'd be spinning our wheels. We ate shitty diner food in Bonners Ferry, Idaho. We slept in a ramshackle motel on the outskirts of Bow Island, Alberta. The wolves left massive paw prints in the dunes of the Great Sandhills. We drove along lonely stretches of road in Nowhere, Montana. Some days, we didn't speak for hours and hours. Then, there were the other days. What do you think they're doing right now? Kelly asked, feet up on the dash. His head was against the headrest, face turned toward his brother. Carter was silent for a long time. Then, it's Sunday. I know. There's tradition. Yeah, Carter. He said, Mom's probably in the kitchen. There's music playing in the background. A record on her old record player. She's dancing, slow, and she's singing along. What song? I don't... Maybe Peggy Lee. That sounds right. Yeah, it does. Peggy Lee singing Johnny Guitar. I didn't move as Kelly's voice broke. His brother did. He reached across the console and took Kelly by the hand. The tires rolled against the cracked pavement. I didn't look away. I was enraptured by the sight in front of me. Somewhere to my right, Joe breathed but didn't speak. Johnny Guitar, Carter agreed. I always liked that song. And Peggy Lee. Me too, Kelly said, sniffling quietly. She's real pretty. Song is sad, though. You know how Mom is. She likes that kind of music. What else? She's in the kitchen with Peggy Lee, asking Johnny to play it again. And she's getting dinner ready because it's tradition. There's roast and mashed potatoes, the kind with sour cream and potato skins. And probably some pie too, huh? Kelly asked. Because she knows how much you like pie. Yeah, Carter said. Apple pie. There's probably some ice cream in the freezer. Vanilla bean. You get warm pie topped with melted ice cream, and I swear, Kelly, there's nothing better. And she's not alone, right? Because the others are there with her. Carter opened his mouth once, twice, but no sound came out. He coughed and cleared his throat. Then, yeah, his voice was hoarse. Ox is there, and he's smiling, okay? He's smiling in that way he does. A little goofy with the side of his mouth, and he's watching her dance and sing and cook. She's handing him a basket filled with rolls fresh from the oven, covered in that green dish towel. He'll take it outside and put it on the table, and when he comes back inside, she'll ask him if he remembered to put the cloth napkins out, because we aren't uncivilized here, Ox. We may be wolves, but we have some decorum. Kelly was crying quietly, head bowed. His brother squeezed his hand tight. These men, these large, intimidating men, were clinging to each other, and almost desperately so. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, when Carter said, "And Mark's there too," and I nearly bit my tongue clean through. Carter looked straight at me in the rearview mirror. "Mark's there too. He's watching over them both. He's humming along with Mom and Peggy Lee, and he's thinking about us, wondering where we are, what we're doing, if we're okay. He's hoping that we're coming home, because he knows we belong with him, with them, because it's Sunday, it's tradition, and he's—" Joe growled angrily. It sent a chill down my spine. Carter fell silent. Kelly wiped his face with the back of his hand. I looked over in time to see a single tear fall from the alpha's cheek. No one spoke for a long time after that. Birch Bay, Washington. There lived an old witch, someone I didn't want to even think about, much less see. But none of the wolves argued with me when I told them to point the SUV west. They were out of ideas. We hadn't had a lead in months. Richard Collins was playing with us, and we all knew it. The witch didn't seem surprised when we rolled up to his tiny house on a cove. "I see things," he said from his chair on the porch, even though I hadn't said a word. "You know this, Gordo Livingstone." His eyes were milky white. He'd been blind since he was a child, early in the last century. He stood, back hunched. He shuffled slowly through the door. "You know," Carter said, "this is the point in horror movies where I usually shout at the screen for the people to not go inside the house." "You're a werewolf," I muttered. "You're the one that's usually waiting for the people inside the house." He looked offended. I ignored him. Gravel crunched under my feet as I followed the witch inside. The porch steps creaked before I walked through the darkened doorway. Seagulls called just outside an open window. Farther on, there was the low rush of the tide washing against a rocky beach. The air was cool, and the house smelled of salt and fish and mint. Overhead, hung on strings from the ceiling, were the skulls of cats and small rodents. He was old-school magic, the type that always had a cauldron bubbling as he rolled bones from a cup made from an ancient tree. He was also completely out of his mind, which is why he was the last resort. "What in the fuck?" Carter muttered, after walking into the rather large skull of an animal I didn't think I'd ever seen before. "It's certainly not the interior design choice I would have gone for," Kelly whispered to him. "You think? Nothing says, 'Welcome to my murder shack,' like skeletons hanging from the ceiling." "Is that a jar of eyeballs on the shelf?" "What? No, don't be stupid. That's a jar of eyeballs on the shelf. Well, now I'm officially that person that shouldn't have gone inside the house." Joe came in last. He crossed the threshold and his eyes briefly flared red. The old witch stood near a cast-iron stove. He was stoking the fire inside. Embers sparked out, landing on his skin. He didn't flinch. He closed the stove and put the charred poker next to it before settling down in an old recliner. He stared in my direction, head cocked. "Don't touch the jar of eyeballs," Kelly hissed at his brother. "I just want to see it." "What are they prattling on about?" the witch asked. "Eyeballs," I said mildly. "Ah," he said. "Yes, those. Eyes of my enemies those are. Scooped them out myself with a dull and rusty spoon. The wolves I took them from kicked and screamed, but to no avail. They were of the curious sort, much like yourselves, touching things that didn't belong to them." "Eep," Carter said. Kelly covered his eyes with a hand. I snorted, shaking my head. Joe said nothing. The old witch cackled. "Ah, youth, Such a waste. We don't mean to intrude, I started, but stopped when he waved me off with a gnarled hand. Yes, he said, you did. You meant that specifically. It's the reason you're here. I may be old, Gordo Livingstone, but I can still smell the bullshit you always seem to sling. And don't give me that look. You are nearly 40 years old. Keep making that face and it'll freeze like that. You'll end up looking like me. I stopped scowling at him. That's better, he said. You would think, with your mate being back in Green Creek, you'd have learned happiness again. Though I suppose the events of the past few years took much of that away. The fire snapped and popped. The seagulls called. I began to wish we'd never set foot inside Birch Bay, as I felt the eyes of my pack slide over to me. He put a hand next to his ear. What's that? Nothing else to add? Then maybe we shall just sit here and wait until someone has the balls to say what they're thinking. Lord knows I don't. Lost those a few years back. Cancer, if you can believe it. Carter made a choking sound. The old witch grinned. He still had a few teeth left. Wolves. Bennetts, I believe. I've always liked the Bennetts. Foolish bunch, but their hearts were usually in the right place. Who do we have here? Kelly opened his mouth to speak, but closed it when I gave a sharp shake of my head. I nodded toward Joe. He watched me for a moment, mouth in a thin line. Then he nodded and stepped forward. The floorboards creaked, and the old witch turned toward him. My name is Joseph Bennett, he said quietly, voice rusty with disuse. It had been months since he'd spoken in more than a grunt. Alpha, the witch said, with a deferential tilt to his head. Joe's eyes widened slightly. And these are my brothers. My second, Carter. My other brother, Kelly. Carter waved. Kelly elbowed him in the stomach. I sighed. The witch nodded. I knew your great-grandfather, William Bennett. He begat Abel. Abel begat Thomas. Thomas begat you. Tell me, Alpha Bennett, who are you? Joe balked. Because, the witch continued, I'm not sure if you know. Are you an alpha? A brother? A son? One half of a mated pair? Are you a leader, or do you seek nothing but vengeance? You can't have both. You cannot have it all. There isn't enough room in your heart, though it beats as a wolf. There is strength within you, child, but even one such as you cannot live on rage alone. My father, I know of your father, the witch snapped. I know he fell, much like his father did. One would think the Bennett name is cursed with how much you suffer. Cursed almost as much as the Livingstones. You have so much in common, it's a wonder you can even find where one of you ends and the other begins. Your families have always been intertwined, even if the bonds were broken. Carter and Kelly turned slowly to stare at me. I'm doing what I have to, Joe said, a quiet growl in his voice. Are you? The witch asked. Or are you doing what your anger has demanded of you? When you give in to it, when you let your wolf become mired in fury, you no longer have control. Richard Collins is a monster who has lost himself to his wolf. He has forsaken a tether, and his eyes have become clouded and violet because of it. He is an Omega, a monster hell-bent on taking something that never belonged to him. But you, Joseph, you are not him. You will never be him. No matter how much you have to be in order to justify your actions. Didn't I tell Joe that exact same thing? Carter whispered to Kelly. No, Kelly whispered back. You told him he was a fucking idiot and you wanted to go home because you hated how motels smelled like spunk and regret. So? Almost the same thing then. They understand, Joe said, sounding angrier. They? The witch asked, though we all know full well who Joe meant. They, Joe said. Them. My pack. Ah, those you left behind. Tell me, Joseph. You face the monster from your youth. You lose your father. You become an alpha. And your first response is to tear your pack apart? He shook his head. Oxnard Matheson will play his part, the old witch said, causing all of us to freeze. He will become who he is supposed to be. The question that remains is whether you will do the same. Joe bared his teeth. What do you know about Ox? The witch remained undaunted. Enough to know the path you have set yourself on has diverged from his. Is this what you want? Is this what you set out to do? Because if so, then you have succeeded. Joe's eyes started to bleed red. Before I could move, he launched himself at the old man. He barely made it a few feet. The witch raised a hand and the air rippled around his fingers. Joe was knocked across the room into his brothers. They all fell to the floor with arms and legs flailing. I shook my head. The old witch smiled at me. Children these days. You're baiting them. He shrugged. Have to get my kicks somewhere. Not every day I'm visited by royalty. I snorted. Royalty. The Bennett line is as royal as it gets. I suppose. Do you? He tapped his fingers on the table. I was also speaking about you. I sighed as the wolves squawked, trying to pick themselves up by shoving each other. It's not like that. Not anymore. Isn't it? The witch asked me, not fooled. He nodded toward the wolves. Theirs is a story of fathers and sons. Oxnard's is the same, or so the bones tell me. And then there's you. I touched the roses underneath the raven on my arm. It's not the same. It is, Gordo. And the sooner you realize it, the sooner you'll realize your full potential. You have already set yourself upon the right path. You have found yourself a pack again. Get off me, Carter, Kelly snarled. Jesus Christ, you're heavy. Are you saying I'm fat? Carter yelped. I'll have you know that women like it when I lay on top of them. We're not your floozies, Joe growled. I should hope not. We're related. That's disgusting. Besides, you only wish you could get someone as hot as me. And who the fuck says floozies? What are you, 94 and reliving the glory of your youth? Did you just fart? Kelly screeched, sounding horrified. Yeah, Carter said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. Gas station microwave burritos are not so good on my intestines, apparently. Get off! Get off! I groaned, my face in my hands. Yes, the old man said as he chuckled. You have definitely found yourself a pack. I dropped my hands and looked at him. He was smiling quietly, eyes staring off into nothing. I know what you need, he said, and I will help you as best I can. But you cannot go on like this forever, Gordo. None of you can. If, in the end, this endeavor proves futile, you must return to Green Creek. For too long it was without its alpha and wolves, and only a witch to guide it. And now the witch is gone, along with the alpha. I fear what will become of it if this persists. There are only a few places of such power left in this world. The balance must be kept. You know this better than anyone."
"You hear that?" Carter said. "He's going to tell us how to kill the bad guy."
"That's not what he said," Kelly muttered. Joe didn't speak. I turned to look at them. They were still on the floor, bodies tangled together. But they looked content, more so than I'd seen them in a long time. Even Joe. I wondered if they'd forgotten how much a pack needed to touch, needed to feel each other's warmth. It was time they started remembering that. Maybe it was time I did too. In the end, I knew the wolves, at least Carter and Kelly, were disappointed with how it all played out. The old witch muttered under his breath and then turned the wooden cup over. The bones spilled across the tabletop, landing scattered almost pointlessly. I never learned to read bones because it was an archaic magic, more tied to sight than the earth like I was. There were times I didn't even believe in it, but the old witch was one of the few left who practiced, and I had run out of ideas. Maybe it would turn out to be nothing but mindless hocus-pocus, but... Carter and Kelly leaned eagerly over the table, staring down at the bones as if they would reveal all the mysteries of the world. They looked like idiots. Joe stood quietly next to me. The old witch squinted at the table.
"This is so exciting,"
Carter whispered to Kelly. "I'm not sure what we're supposed to be looking at."
"I know. That's what makes this so exciting."
"Huh. Okay, now I'm excited too." The old witch sat up in his chair and said, "Fairbanks." We stared at him. He stared sightlessly back at us. "Fairbanks," I said slowly. "The answers you seek are in Fairbanks." "Like," Kelly said, "as in Alaska?" He squinted at the table, trying to see what the witch had seen.
"I really fucking hate Alaska,"
Carter muttered, eyeing the bones as if they'd betrayed him. "Richard Collins is in Fairbanks?" Joe asked. The old witch looked up at him sharply. "I didn't say that. I said the answers you seek are there. This will set you on the proper path. It will begin to lead you home." "Home," Kelly breathed. "Home," the witch repeated. Carter stepped back from the table.
"Great. Wonderful. Awesome. What the hell are you all doing still standing around? We gotta get moving. Alaska, here we come."
He was already halfway out the door before he turned and stuck his head back in.
"Thank you. Your help is appreciated. But also maybe consider not hanging the skeletons of someone's pet from your ceiling. It's very... I shouldn't be trusted to babysit your children. Just a suggestion."
And then he was out the door. Kelly stood to follow. He paused, looking at Joe and me before he turned to the old witch. "Thank you," he said quietly, and then went after his brother. "How are we supposed to know you're telling the truth?" Joe asked. "Joe," I snapped at him, "don't insult." "It's fine," the old witch said. "He doesn't know me. It's a fair question to ask. But, Gordo..." I crossed my arms over my chest and glared at both of them. The witch said, "You don't have to trust me, Alpha. I am not your pack. I live here, in this place, and I know how it looks, how I appear. But I have a certain fondness for wolves. I always have." He stood slowly and moved toward a bookshelf on the far wall. He took a large volume from the middle shelf. He turned and came back to the table, sliding the book toward Joe. Joe glanced at me. I jerked my head toward the witch. He took the book. The cover was made of leather, red and cracked. There was a faded gold leaf carved into it. Joe opened it slowly. It had been hollowed out. Inside, resting atop a deep blue cloth, was a small, ornate stone wolf. "His name was Arthur," the old witch said quietly. "He gave that to me when we were young, and we lived and loved until one day he and our entire pack were taken from me by the rage of men. I begged and pleaded with them, but my words fell on deaf ears. They saved Arthur for last. I managed to escape, and after, I knew nothing but revenge. It consumed me. When finally the last man had fallen, I no longer recognized myself." He reached up and dragged a finger across his face. "I was old, and I still hadn't allowed myself to grieve. I felt hollow, Alpha, and there was nothing left to fill my empty heart. I had taken the lives of those who had harmed me and mine, but I was alone." He took the book back from Joe, placing his hand atop the wolf. "I sit here, day after day, waiting for release, waiting for death, because I know when my heart no longer beats, my beloved will be waiting for me, and we will howl together in the stars." He chuckled wetly, shaking his head. "You cannot become me. You cannot let yourself become consumed. If you do, you run the risk of never finding your way home. Trust an old witch when he says he understands more than most. I have loved a wolf with my whole heart. I know, Alpha. I know." Joe nodded slowly. He turned to leave, but stopped himself. Instead, he went to the old witch and knelt by his chair. He brought both hands up and cupped the ancient face before him. He allowed his half-shift to come over him, his eyes burning in the dark room. His claws scraped against the man's face, little pinpricks denting in the skin. A low rumble emanated from his throat. "Oh," the old witch said, sighing happily as his eyes closed. Oh, how wonderful it is to hear a wolf again. These old bones are singing. Thank you, Alpha. Thank you." He turned his head and kissed a sharp claw. Joe stood abruptly and left the little house in the cove. The fire was almost out. "Thank you," I said quietly. The old witch wiped his eyes. "Bah, I have done my part. Now you must do yours. I fear your journey is far from over. There is Richard Collins, yes, and he can never be brought back. But there is far worse than the likes of him. Do not let yourself be distracted." "My father." "Yes," he whispered. "Richard Collins is nothing but a weapon, blunt and focused. But even one such as him can be manipulated. Monsters always can. Your story will not end with Richard Collins. I fear there is more ahead for you, Gordo." I nodded slowly. I was almost to the door when I heard my name said again. I didn't look back. "What I said to Joe, it was meant for you, too." My hands trembled. "A wolf needs his tether, yes, but so does a witch. You have had 3 in your lifetime, Oxnard, your pack here. But before them, there was another. I turned angrily. It can't be like that again. Not after. Only because you won't let it. You carry so much anger in your heart, Gordo. Just like your father. It's all you've known for too long. Those boys, they look to you. Would you have them become the man you are now, or the man you were supposed to be? It's better this way. For who? He laughed bitterly. He scooped the bones back in the cup. For you, or for Mark Bennett? Because I have never seen a wolf love another as much as he loved you. Not even Thomas and his mate. He loved you. He loved you, and you forsook him. Do you know what I would give for just one more day with—" He cut off with a choking sound. His hands shook as he spilled the bones once more. They clattered on the table. They looked like nothing to me. "It's happening," he whispered. "What do you see?" He looked away. "It's hidden, most of it. The bones aren't everything. You know that as well as I do. They can't be everything. Tell me." The old witch sighed. "You will be tested, Gordo Livingstone, in ways that you haven't yet imagined. One day, and one day soon, you will have to make a choice. And I fear the future of all you hold dear will depend on it." A chill ran down my spine. "What choice?" He shook his head. "I cannot see that far." "That's not fair." He looked up at me with sightless eyes. "For those called upon, it never is." I turned and walked out of the house. The wolves watched me through the windshield. I flexed my hands, and then walked down the porch and into the gravel. We were halfway down the driveway when the wolves sighed as one. "What is it?" I asked. Joe Bennett said, "His heart, it just stopped. He's—" We headed north. Joe wouldn't speak again until we were face to face with the hunter, David King. We crossed the border into Canada again. It felt different this time, like we were finally headed in the right direction. I wondered how often hope felt like a lie. I stared down at the wooden raven. I zipped the pocket closed before I could pick it up. I needed to focus. Outside of Fairbanks, Alaska, it was the middle of an oddly mild winter. Patches of green grass peeked through snow, and the stench of blood surrounded a cabin in the middle of the woods. "He was here," Carter said, eyes blazing. "He was here." "Is he gone?" I asked. Kelly nodded. "There's a heartbeat inside, but it's human. It's beating really fast, like it's scared." "It could be a trap," I said, eyeing the cabin. "We need to move." God damn it. Carter had already taken off toward the cabin. His brothers followed. "Fucking idiots," I muttered, but ran after them. Carter had already burst through the cabin door, causing it to splinter and break off its hinges. He was half-shifted, hair sprouting along his face as his fangs grew. Kelly was right behind him, more in control, but eyes bright orange. A large bird screeched overhead as Joe hit the porch, shoes having split as his feet sprouted claws. I was inside the house only seconds later. There was blood, a lot of it. It splattered the floor and walls. The cabin was one large room, a kitchen off to the right, and a living room bedroom to the left. The small table in the kitchen had been overturned. The chairs had been tipped over. An old futon lay in pieces, the mattress torn to shreds and streaked with red. And there, slumped against the wall, was a naked man. His chest and torso and legs had been slashed. He had ragged, gaping wounds that I knew had been made by claws. His breath was stuttering in his chest, and the skin that wasn't covered in blood was slick with sweat. His eyes were closed. Richard Collins was gone. Carter and Joe prowled around the cabin, nostrils flaring. Kelly knelt before the injured man, hand shaking as he reached out to... The man's eyes snapped open, his hand up before we could move and wrapping around Kelly's wrist. Kelly fell back on his ass, startled at the sudden movement. His brothers were snarling, and I...
"Wolves,"
the man whispered.
"It's always the wolves."
And then he passed out. I cleaned and bandaged his wounds as best I could with what I could find in the debris of the cabin. Kelly helped me right the futon, while Joe and Carter disappeared into the forest surrounding the cabin, seeing if they could pick up the scent. Kelly was crouched next to me, grimacing as I wrung out a cloth over a basin of water, now more red than clear.
"He was here."
"Yeah," I muttered, dropping the cloth to the floor.
"Why?"
"Why what?"
"Why was he here? Who is this guy? Why would Richard want him?"
I pointed to a mark on the man's chest, near his right shoulder. It had been split right down the middle, but I could still see the shape of it, the design, the ink in his skin. Kelly squinted at it.
"Is that a crown?"
"It's a sigil, the mark of a clan." Kelly took in a sharp breath.
"Of hunters?"
"Yes."
"Why are we helping him? He wants to kill us."
"I doubt he can do much of anything right now. Turn off the eyes, kid." Kelly ground his teeth together, but the orange faded to its natural blue. They weren't as frozen as his uncle's, but it was close. I looked away.
"Do you know it?"
I sighed. "I do.
And?"
"It's not important. They're all gone now. He's nothing but an outlier. Probably got out when he was your age. Because I didn't recognize him. He hadn't been one of the bodies lying on the ground while I'd walked through the forest, Mark weak and broken at my side. If he had been, if I'd come across him still breathing, I would have put my hands over his mouth and nose and..."
"Gordo?"
Kelly was staring at me, a strange look on his face. I realized just how tense I was. I couldn't let him see me like this. Not now. Not when... "Go check on your brothers. See if they need your help."
"But..."
"Kelly." He growled at me, but stood and did as he was told. He pushed against the useless door, the hinges creaking, wood splintering further. I heard him howl as he left the house, and there was a burst of, "Brother, Pack, where?" before Carter sang back, "Here, here, here," from somewhere in the woods. I scrubbed a hand over my face and looked back at the man. His eyes were open. "Wolves," he whispered. "Wolves, wolves, wolves." "Hey," I said sharply before he could get more agitated. "Hey, look at me. King, look at me." That got him. His eyes widened briefly as he turned his head toward me.
"Who are..."
he coughed weakly.
"Who are you? How do you know my name?"
"The tattoo on your chest, the mark of your clan." "An old life." "I figured as much." He blinked slowly.
"You're not a wolf."
"No."
"Your arms are glowing."
"They tend to do that."
"You're a witch."
"Astute for a hunter." His teeth were bloody when he grinned. "I told you, that was an old life." "Was he here?" King closed his eyes. The beast. Yes, he was here. Fuck. We must have missed him by an hour, maybe less. For all I knew, he could still be somewhere nearby. I needed more. I remembered the words of my father and muttered under my breath, a hand outstretched over King's body. A mark on my left wrist flared to life, and I pulled some of the pain, the agony, the hurt from the hunter and into me. I grimaced against the sharpness of it, the way it rolled up my arm and into my chest and gut, moving like molten lava. If he lived, it'd be slow going for a while. "Ah," he said, relaxing into the shredded mattress. That's nice." "It isn't much," I warned him. "And it's not permanent." "That's okay. Pain means I'm alive. Probably won't win any beauty contests, but if I hurt, it means I'm still here." Richard Collins. His eyes opened again. They were clearer than they'd been before. "He came for me. I grew lazy. I didn't look over my shoulder as much. It had been years since—" He shook his head. "I didn't even hear him coming." "You know why he came?" "Yes." "Because of what your clan did?" "Yes." "The wolves outside. Do you know who they are?" "Does it matter?" "Bennett's. All of them. And I am Gordo Livingstone." He was up and moving even before I said my name. He moved quickly for a man so injured. I didn't know where the knife came from, but it flashed toward me. But I'd been running with wolves for going on 3 years, and I wasn't the man I used to be. He brought the knife down toward me as I brought my forearm up under his wrist. It knocked the trajectory of the knife up and over my shoulder. I backhanded him across the face, and then reached back, grabbing his wrist and twisting it just before the point of breaking. He grunted as the knife clattered to the floor behind me. I shoved him back onto the bed. His chest was heaving as he stared at me with wide eyes. "That was rude," I told him mildly. "I had no part in what happened to you," he said, sounding panicked. "I had already been shunned by my clan beforehand." "Why were you shunned?" "Because I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill." He squeezed his eyes shut. "A hunter who can't kill is useless. My father couldn't stand the sight of me. He turned to my brother Daniel instead. And then there was always my sister. She—" "Who's your sister?" "Then—" "Oh, Jesus." "Meredith King. Elijah." I wrapped my hand under his chin, fingers and thumb digging into his cheeks. Blood and sweat made my grip slick, but I held on tight. My teeth were bared as I bent so close to his face that our noses brushed. "I could kill you right now and no one would stop me. Your family killed mine. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't break your neck right here." "I don't have a family," he said, voice breaking. "And it doesn't matter. Not anymore. If he found me once, he could find me again. If it's not you, then it will be him, or those kids out there. I haven't had a thing to do with my family in decades, but I am still a king. I can never escape that." I squeezed tighter. It would be so easy. All I would have to do was twist my hand to the right, and his neck would pop and— "Gordo?" I closed my eyes. "Gordo, let him go. You don't know who he is, what his family has done." There was a hand on my shoulder. "I don't. But this isn't who you are." I laughed bitterly. "You don't know the first thing about me." The grip on my shoulder tightened. I am your alpha. I know you better than you think. God damn you, I breathed, letting King's face slip from my grasp. He gasped, shoulders shaking as I fell back on my ass. Joe Bennett stood above me. His brothers were at the door behind him, watching, waiting. The alpha bent over the hunter. King's eyes were wide. Joe's were red. Do you know who I am? Joe asked quietly. King didn't speak. He only nodded. Good. My witch has helped you. I will do you the favor of letting you live. But only because I ask for a favor in return. What? Oxnard Matheson, Green Creek. You go there, and you tell him I said, not yet. The wolves sighed at the door. Do you understand, Hunter? Yes. Yes. Repeat it back to me. Oxnard Matheson, Green Creek. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Good. Joe stood upright, eyes fading. Stay here until you can move again. Richard won't return. How do you know? Joe grinned wildly. Because he knows I'm right behind him. And then he turned and walked away, pushing through his brothers and leaving the cabin behind. Carter and Kelly followed him a moment later. I pushed myself up, dusting off my jeans. King said, I heard Thomas Bennett was gone. I contemplated picking up his knife from the floor and driving it into his chest. And? I've never met an alpha before. He's strong. Stronger than I've ever seen a wolf be. He's just a kid, I muttered. Maybe. But that's what this is all about, isn't it? Power. It always has been. I was done here. I turned and headed for the door. Then, Livingstone? I sighed. What? They didn't all die. A chill ran down my spine. I turned slowly to look back at him. His skin was pale, and I wondered if he'd ever make it to Green Creek to give Ox the Alpha's message. Who didn't all die? He coughed. It sounded wet. When they came for Abel Bennett, the pack, Green Creek, they didn't all die. Some crawled away, some ran, but others, they watched from the trees. Elijah. He smiled weakly. She'll come, when you least expect it. And if you think the beast is the worst thing in this world, you haven't seen anything yet. Gordo, Carter shouted from the road. We gotta move. Don't die, I told King. You have work to do. And then I turned and followed my pack. He did die. Months later, after we realized the deaths were circling back toward home, toward Green Creek, and those we'd left behind. He did die. What was left of him was in pieces. In the end, Richard Collins found him in a motel in Idaho. His severed head was found on the bed. A contact had sent me the photos. Words were written in blood on the wall. Yet another fallen king. Joe howled for hours that night. When the sun rose the next morning, we all heard his voice whispering in our heads. It said home, and home, and home. Chapter 8. 4 Things. Always for you. I was 13 when I kissed Mark Bennett for the first time. A month later, hunters came and killed most of our pack. Things weren't the same after that. It baffled many people how a group of men could be killed by a pack of wild animals. The men couldn't be identified. Bears, they said. Maybe it was bears. But no animals, bears or otherwise, were ever found. It became legend more than anything. Within a year, people spoke about it less and less. I kissed Mark Bennett for the second time when I was 15 years old. Elizabeth was pregnant with another child. Carter was walking and talking. Thomas Bennett still had a haunted look about his red eyes, but he accepted his responsibilities as the alpha of all. Many men came to Green Creek, wolves from back east. They followed Osmond, who bowed reverently every time Thomas stood before him. "He's an odd man," Thomas told me once. "He's a kiss-ass," I sneered. Thomas's lips twitched. "That too." "I don't like him." "You don't say." And that was that. Richard was gone. He left shortly after the hunters came. That hurt Thomas almost as much as the loss of his pack, though he didn't say it out loud. I knew, though. He was my alpha, and I knew. Mark was 18. I kissed him because I wanted to, and because I needed it. He kissed me back briefly. I tried to deepen it, but he wouldn't let me. "You're young," he said, eyes flickering orange as if he was trying to retain control. "I can't do this. Not yet." I shoved him away and stalked into the woods. He didn't follow me. "Oye," Rico said, as the clamor of the lunchroom rose around us. "Look, Gordo, we've been talking." I looked up to see them all staring at me, Rico and Tanner and Chris. I almost got up and left. Instead, I said, "I don't even want to know." "Yeah," Chris said. "We figured you were going to say that." "So this is an intervention," Tanner said. "But with friends." He frowned. "A friend-tervention." "Stop," I told him. "Please." He looked relieved. "We've been talking," Rico repeated. "And now we need to talk to you." "About?" Chris leaned toward me from across the table. He didn't seem to notice his elbow was in his macaroni and cheese. "Love." I hated them so much. "Love." Rico nodded. "Love, Papi." "Love," Tanner added, completely necessarily. "What about love?" I asked, even then realizing how ridiculous that sounded. "Your love. For boners." I wondered then if I could get away with causing the ground to open up beneath them and swallow them all whole. I would need to act distraught, of course, and maybe even cry a little at the loss of my friends. But it would be worth it. "Rico, what the fuck are you talking about?" "You like penis," Rico said sagely. "Like I love the titties." Chris nodded. Tanner said, "I've got macaroni on my elbow." "I hate all of you," I told them. "You have no idea." "Chris," Rico said. Chris pulled out a notepad. He flipped it open and waved it in my face. "I've written down 17 instances in which you were staring at Mark with a gross look on your face. I have dates and times and everything." "I was supposed to be the one writing it," Tanner said. "But my handwriting is terrible." "The worst," Rico said. "It looks like ancient Greek." "What the hell are you talking about?" I growled at them. "You love Mark," Chris said, squinting down at his notepad. "Last week, Saturday, 3:37 in the afternoon, Main Street. Mark walked by the diner window with a friend, and Gordo sighed dreamily before asking who the girl was and why she was standing so close to Mark. I didn't do any of that."
You said you thought she was probably a bitch who wanted to get her claws in him, Tanner said, wiping off his elbow. Claws, Gordo. We could go on, Rico said, arching an eyebrow at me. For fuck's sake, I muttered. Chris? 2 weeks ago, Tuesday, 5:46 in the evening, at Marty's. Mark brought Gordo dinner, and Gordo made SMF at him. SMF? Suck my face, Rico said. It's a look you get when Mark stands near you, like you want to tell him to suck your face. We got detention for 3 days after I started a food fight when I threw my milk carton at Rico's head. If it exploded before it hit him and drenched all 3 of them with far more liquid than should have been in that tiny carton, well, no one needed to know that but me. I don't want to suck your face, I told Mark later. He blinked. What? I scowled at him. Nothing. Fine. Whatever. How's Bethany? He smiled, slow and sure. Good. She's good. Sweet girl. Great, I said, throwing my hands up in the air as I stalked away. Fine. That's just swell. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Things were happening. Things that I wasn't privy to. I wasn't always invited into meetings with Thomas and Osmond and the Wolves from back east. Hell, I wasn't even sure where back east was exactly. But even though I still heard my mother's voice in my head sometimes, I trusted Thomas. I trusted him to know the right thing to do, what it meant to be an alpha, to have a pack. I shouldn't have. Marty said, "Oh man, that doesn't feel right." And then he collapsed in the middle of the garage. I reached him first. His skin was slick with sweat. His breathing was erratic. He ended up in the hospital for a couple of weeks after they put a stent in his artery. A balloon, he told me, looking grumpy as a nurse flitted around him. He scowled at her and tried to get her to leave him alone, but she told him she'd dealt with far worse than the likes of him. They stuck a goddamn balloon in me, blew it up, then put in a stent. Helps the ticker keep chugging along. He grimaced. Apparently have to make some dietary changes. He didn't look very happy about that. No more diner food, I told him seriously. No more diner food, he said morosely. 4 things happened during my 15th year. 4 things that would forever change the way I saw the world. The first thing. Thomas called me into his office. Elizabeth was sleeping upstairs. Mark was... I didn't know where Mark was. Probably with Bethany. Osmond and the Wolves from back east had been gone for days. The house was quiet, just the way I liked it. So when Thomas called me into his office, I wasn't expecting anything serious. He motioned for me to close the door behind me. I did, and took a seat across from where he sat at his father's desk. "Gordo," he said warmly. "How are you?" "Fine," I said. "But maybe cut the bullshit." He arched an eyebrow at me. I shrugged. "Remember when you were scared of me?" He flashed his eyes and snapped his teeth. I laughed. I was just a kid. "You're still a kid." "I'm 15, I said, puffing out my chest just a little. "You are. And a pain in my ass." "You love me." "I do," he said. And even though I wouldn't say it, his words filled me with such a sense of pride that it almost took my breath away. He smiled, though, because he knew. He always knew. "Which is why I've brought you here. We need to talk. Man to man." That sounded good to me. I nodded. "I agree. Time to talk man to man." "I'm glad to hear that. What are your intentions with my brother?" The sound I made would haunt me for years to come. Added to the fact that I started sputtering and that spittle shot out onto his desk, I was surprised he didn't kick me out of his pack right then and there. He didn't, though. He just sat there, letting me drown, looking amused. "What are you talking about?" I managed to say.
"My brother," he said slowly, as if I was an idiot. Which, to be fair, I was offering no evidence to the contrary. "What are your intentions?"
"My intentions? What are you... Oh my God, you can't just... Thomas!"
"How curious your reactions are at the mere mention of Mark."
"Not mentioning. Asking my intentions."
"Right," he said easily. "My apologies."
"Damn right I get your apologies. What were you thinking?"
"That you're his mate, and that you've kissed him. Twice."
"That asshole!" I bellowed. "Where does he get off telling you?"
"He brought you gifts."
"Dead animals."
"Rather dated, but he's got an old soul. Always has. And you know the traditions of wolves, Gordo. You've been in the pack since you were a child."
"I'm gonna murder him," I promised Thomas. "I'm sorry if you love your brother, but I'm gonna drop-kick him with silver-toed boots."
"Should he not have told me?"
I sputtered more. It went on for a good long minute.
"I am here as your alpha," Thomas said, finally putting me out of my misery. "And I have received a formal request from one of my betas."
I groaned and slumped farther in my chair. Thomas put his hand on my hair. It felt good, like home.
"Don't ever change, Gordo," he said quietly. "No matter what happens, stay as you are. You are a wonderful creature, and I am very happy to know you."
I sighed. When I spoke, my voice was slightly muffled. "I like him."
"I should hope so."
"But he says we have to wait."
"There is that, yes. You are 15 years old. He is 3 years older than you. Nothing untoward should occur until you're of legal age."
I lifted my head and glared at him. "You were 17 when you met Elizabeth. She was 15.
"And I only made my intentions known," he said. "Nothing more. Because to claim one as mate is a request. There is always a choice. I was very lucky that she chose me in the end."
"Didn't she tell you this morning that if you were to come near her again with your penis, she was going to claw your face off?" He grinned. It was a dazzling thing to see.
"She's 9 months pregnant. She's allowed to say whatever she wishes. And if she wanted to claw my face off, I would let her."
I sighed. "I like your face where it is."
"Thank you, Gordo."
"Mark, huh?"
Thomas shrugged. "If it makes you feel any better, he was very nervous when he came to see me."
"Nervous? Why?" Thomas spread his fingers out over the desk, tracing scars in the wood.
"Mark he cares. Deeply. For his pack. For his alpha. For you. And now that he is to be my second..."
"What about..."
"Richard made his choice," Thomas said, an edge to his voice. He didn't understand. Doesn't understand. And I can't find fault with that. He needs to find his own way. And I hope that one day our paths shall cross again. I will welcome him home with open arms and embrace him as my brother. If that doesn't happen, I cannot find fault in him for it. He lost much that day, as did all of us. Grief. It tends to change people, Gordo, as you are well aware."
I nodded, not trusting myself to speak.
"But Mark will make a fine second.
He is brave and strong, a very good wolf, if I do say so myself. Why, I doubt there is a better wolf in any other pack out there."
So I said, "Are you trying to pimp your brother out to me?" The alpha of all sighed.
"I wish you wouldn't say it like that."
"Because it sounds like you're trying to pimp your brother out to me."
"Is it working?"
I slumped down in my seat. "No. Maybe."
"You do not have to accept," Thomas said. "Mark would never force you. I wouldn't allow it. You are young yet. There is a whole wide world out there for you to explore. I only ask that you not string Mark along, whatever your decision. If you need time, tell him. If you don't feel the same way, say so. You are your own person, Gordo. You will never be defined solely as the mate of a wolf."
"But what happens to Mark if I say no?"
Thomas smiled. "He will be upset, but he'll learn to live with it. And one day there may be another that catches his eye and speaks to his wolf as you do."
"It's probably going to be Bethany," I muttered.
"Possibly."
I glared at him. "She's awful."
"Oh, she seemed rather nice to me."
"What? You met her? When? Why? Did Mark bring her to... And now you're laughing at me. You never met her, did you?"
"Nope."
"I hate you." His smile widened.
"Oh, how your heart just showed that was a lie. That makes me happy, Gordo. My little witch."
I loved Thomas Bennett. I said, "Here's the thing. If I say yes, you don't own me. You don't control me. You don't get to tell me what to do. I'm a witch to the Alpha Thomas Bennett. I'm my own man. I can fry the hair off every part of your body with a single thought. You don't get to treat me like I'm weak or fragile. If we have to fight one day, then we'll do it side by side. And I reserve the right to change my mind, especially if you're going to be friends with Bethany, because she is the absolute worst." I took a breath and let it out slow. "Okay, how was that?" Elizabeth stared at me with wide eyes, her hand on her distended stomach. Carter sat at her feet, gnawing on wooden blocks. He waved at me with a chubby hand. Elizabeth said, I think that was much better than what I said to Thomas, and, oh, she grimaced, bottom lip sucked up between her teeth. "Are you okay?" I asked, panicked. Thomas and Mark were in town, and I'd been asked to watch over Elizabeth. "Yeah," Carter said, voice high and sweet. "Okay?" "Okay," she said. "More than. This one is active. Here, Gordo, feel." I moved slowly and carefully, making sure to avoid little fingers and toes below me. Carter latched onto my leg, gnawing on my pants and growling in a low voice. Elizabeth took my hand and placed it against her belly. At first, there was nothing. Then, a push back against my palm and fingers, a pulse of something low and happy. My tattoos flared along my arms. "Is that?" I asked in awe. "He knows you," she said, a quiet smile on her face. "He knows his pack is waiting for him." In the end, it wasn't as I planned. I didn't say everything I'd practiced with Elizabeth. Mark came through the door, followed by his brother, and I said, "The baby touched me and made my magic glow. And it was weird because I know it's supposed to be a wonderful thing, but I think it was my fault because all I was doing was practicing telling you that if you gave me your wolf, I'd take it. But I'm a witch, so I could neuter you where you stood. You understand me? And..." Mark Bennett gathered me in his arms, and there I stayed for the longest time. The second thing. She wants to see you now, Thomas said. He looked tired, and his hair stuck out every which way, but his eyes were bright. He held open the door for me. Light filtered in from the large wall of windows that opened out to the forest behind the Bennett house. The sky above was gray. Little drops of rain splattered against the glass, trickling down. The scent of blood was thick in the air. Below us, wolves moved throughout the house. Osmond and others from back east, here to help Elizabeth through the birth of her second child. She sat propped up against pillows in the bed. She was pale, and her hair was pulled back loosely. She wore no makeup, and there were dark circles under her eyes, but I didn't think she'd ever looked more beautiful. "Hello," she said. "Would you like to meet the newest member of our pack?" He lay cradled in her arms, tucked tightly in a deep blue blanket. He wore a cap over his head. His skin was pink and wrinkled. His eyes were shut, and he squirmed slightly. His mouth opened, then closed, opened, then closed. Elizabeth said, "His name is Kelly." "Kelly," I whispered in awe. I leaned down and kissed him on the cheek. I told him quietly that I was very happy to meet him, that he was very lucky to have the parents he did, that I would always keep him safe, no matter what. Thomas watched us from the doorway, ever the proud alpha. The third thing was, I should have seen it. I should have seen it coming. I should have known. Because nothing lasts forever. My mother, my father, my pack taken from me by the hands of hunters. I should have known that everything else would be taken from me too. But I didn't expect it to be because of Thomas Bennett. Kelly was 4 months old when Osmond came to the house again on a blustery afternoon. He disappeared with Thomas into the office, Mark closing the door behind them. The dark-suited betas stood outside the house next to nondescript SUVs. Elizabeth had a frown on her face as she nursed Kelly. Carter was sleeping in his bedroom, the door propped open. Elizabeth said, "Gordo, please, a word?" The air felt charged. Something was happening. I stood before her, a cloth over Kelly and her breast. She said, "I need you to listen to me. Can you do that?" "Yes." "Whatever happens, whatever is decided, you must remember, you will always be our pack. You will always belong to us, just as much as we belong to you. No matter what, that will never change." My skin itched. The hairs on my neck stood on end. "I don't understand." "I know you don't. But I love you. Thomas loves you. Mark loves you. You are the witch to the Bennetts, and you always will be. What are you?" "Gordo." I turned my head. Mark stood in the open doorway of Thomas's office. He looked furious. His eyes flickered between fire and ice. The ends of his fingers were pointed and sharp. He said, "Thomas needs to speak with you." In the end, it was simple. Thomas Bennett was the alpha of all, just as his father had been before him. Green Creek had been a safe haven tucked away from the rest of the world. He had been given time to heal, to pick up the pieces of his shattered pack, to make himself whole once again so that he could do what he must. He was a leader, and it was time for him to lead. Which meant leaving Green Creek and heading east. "But what about school?" I demanded, feeling slightly hysterical. "And my friends, and the garage. I can't just leave everything." Thomas said, "You won't be." Silence fell. Thomas watched me from across his desk. Mark paced angrily behind us. Osmond stared blandly at me from near the window. But I only had eyes for my alpha. I won't be what? Thomas said.
Green Creek needs to be protected, and I will be entrusting that protection to you. Which is why, Gordo, you will be staying. Here, in Green Creek.
I blinked. What do you mean? I thought you said the pack was leaving. He sat forward in his chair.
We are. Elizabeth, my sons.
His eyes flickered over my shoulder.
Mark, all of us. But you will remain.
You're leaving me. He reached for me across the desk. I pushed my chair back quickly so I was just out of reach. That hurt him. I could see it clear on his face. Good. I hoped it hurt badly.
Gordo,
he said, and he'd never sounded like that when speaking my name, like he was pleading with me.
This was not a decision made lightly. In fact, it is one of the hardest choices I've had to make in my life. And you have every right to be angry with me, but I need you to listen. Can you do that for me?
Why? I asked, my lip curling into a sneer. Why the fuck should I listen to anything you have to say? You told me the pack was leaving, but that I'm not. Obviously that means I'm not your... Wait a goddamn minute. I closed my eyes, my hands curling into fists at my sides. How long have you known?
I don't...
Elizabeth, just now, she told me. She knew what was happening. She didn't just overhear. I opened my eyes. Thomas's head was bowed. I glanced over my shoulder at Mark. He wouldn't look at me. You all knew. Every single one of you. I nodded toward Osmond. It's why he's been coming here. You've been... what? Planning this? How long? A while now, Osmond said. We were waiting for Kelly to be born before...
Osmond,
Thomas warned. He has a right to know, Osmond said, furiously calm. You're damn fucking right I do, I snarled at them. How could you even think about leaving me behind? What have I ever done to make you...
You're human, Osmond said.
Mark growled at him angrily. You don't get to...
Mark,
Thomas said sharply.
That's enough.
Mark fell silent.
And Osmond, if you speak again without prompting, I will ask you to leave my territory. Are we clear?
Osmond didn't look pleased at that.
Yes, Alpha.
Thomas looked at me again. I didn't know what he saw. I was 15 years old and being betrayed by the one person I never thought capable of such a thing. He said,
I need you to hear me. Can you do that, Gordo?
I thought about hurting him, making him feel like I felt, flayed open and bleeding. But I wasn't my father. I nodded tightly. He said,
You are human, and wonderfully so. I hope that will never change. But there is distrust amongst the wolves, because of the hunters, because of what they have done. We aren't the only ones who have lost those we loved.
I was horrified. I would never hurt...
I know, Thomas said. You have my trust. You always have. I have faith in you, maybe more than anyone else in this world. But others are not so easily persuaded. There is fear. Hunters and...
Tell him, Mark spat from behind me. He deserves to know. Since you've made this decision, you tell him. Thomas's eyes filled with fire, but it was brief. It faded away, and he was left looking far older than I'd ever seen him. He looked down at his hands. Livingstone, he eventually said. What? I don't... It hit me then. My father. They think I'm going to be like my father. I'm human, as were the hunters. I'm a witch, just like my father. And you're letting them use that against me. They don't trust me, and since they don't trust me, you're leaving me here. You chose them over me. No, Gordo, never that. I would never. Then stay here. He can't, Osmond interrupted. He has a responsibility to... I don't give a fuck about responsibility, I snapped. I don't care about who he is to you, to everyone else. He's my alpha, and I'm asking him to choose me. My mother's heart had been broken long before I knew what to look for. My father's heart had been broken by the death of his tether, but I never saw it before he exploded in a furious burst of rage and magic. This was the first time I'd ever witnessed a heart breaking up close. And the fact that it was my alpha's heart made it that much worse. I could see it, the moment it happened. His hands shook, and his mouth tightened into a thin line. His breath stuttered in his throat, and he blinked rapidly. In my head, I heard whispers of pack, and brother, and love, but there was also a song of mourning, and it ached so bitterly that I thought I would fall apart at the midnight blue weight of it. I knew then that nothing I could say would change anything. Mark must have too, because there was the telltale sound of clothes tearing as muscles and bones popped and shifted. I turned in time to see a flash of brown as he fled, lost to his wolf. The raven fluttered on my arm, its talons digging into the thorns of the roses. It hurt, but I welcomed the pain. Leave us, Thomas said, never looking away from me. But, Osmond, leave us before you'll have no choice but to crawl from this house. For a moment I thought Osmond was going to defy him, but in the end he nodded and left, closing the door behind him. Somewhere in the house I could hear Kelly crying. Thomas said, I love you, always. You must remember that. I said, I don't believe you. You will be taken care of. I've asked Marty to... Marty? I said, with a hollow laugh. Of course. I'm trying, Thomas said, voice breaking. Gordo, I will do everything in my power to return to you, or to have you with us. But I cannot ignore what my position asks of me. I must do what I have to. There are people depending on me to... And what about me? I asked, wiping my eyes. Don't I matter at all? He stood swiftly. He moved around his desk, but I took a step back. He said, Gordo, you... And I said, don't touch me, please, don't touch me. I want to hurt you, and I don't know if I can control it, so please don't touch me. He didn't. You'll see, he begged. I promise it won't be long. Soon we'll come home to you, or you'll come with us. You will always be our witch, Gordo. You will always be my pack. He reached for me again. I let him. He hugged me close, his nose buried in my hair. My arms stayed at my sides. It took 2 weeks. 2 weeks to pack up the house at the end of the lane. 2 weeks for me to move into Marty's little house with sunflowers that grew wild and unkempt in the back. 2 weeks for a for rent sign to go up at the empty blue house that we hadn't used since our pack had been taken from us. Elizabeth kissed me on the morning they left, telling me she'd call me every day. Carter cried, unsure of what was happening. I pressed my cheek against Kelly's, and he blinked at me, hand in my hair. Thomas stood before me, hands on my shoulders, asking me if I could just say something, anything to him. But I hadn't spoken to him since that day in his office, so I said nothing. Mark was the last, because of course he was. He hugged me. He made promises I didn't believe he could keep. He had made his choice. He said, "Gordo," he said, "please," he said, "I love you. I need you. I can't do this without you." He said, "I left something for you, okay? And I know we said we were going to wait, but I need you to see it. I need you to know I will keep my promises. For you. Always for you. Because nothing will stop me from coming back for you. I promise, okay? I promise you, Gordo." He kissed my forehead. And then he was gone. I watched as they drove away. Marty came, eventually. He put his hand on my shoulder, fingers digging in. "I don't expect to understand what's going on, but you always have a home with me, kid." So I said, "I'm a witch. The Bennetts are werewolves, and they chose others over me." Later, after Marty had drunk himself into a hysterical stupor and finally passed out, I went to my new room in his house. Mark and Thomas had unpacked the boxes, trying to set it up just the way I'd had it in the Bennett house. It wasn't the same. A small box had been left on the pillow, wrapped with a red ribbon. Inside was a stone wolf. I wanted to shatter it into pieces. Instead, I touched it with the tip of my finger and began to wait for my heart to finish breaking. The fourth thing that happened during my 15th year barely registered because it seemed so inconsequential. "The house," Marty said, sitting back in a ratty lawn chair in the back of the garage, cigarette smoke curling up around his head, bad heart be damned. "The one for rent, next to where you used to live." "What about it?" I asked, head tilted back toward the sun. "Someone rented it out, so I hear." It didn't matter. I was still buried under waves of anger. "Yeah," I said, because that was what normal people did. "A family. Mom, Dad. They got a little kid, too. Saw them out and about. Seems like the nice enough sort. Kid's quiet. Got these big eyes. Always staring. The guy asked about work. Said I didn't have any openings right now, but we'd see. Bill's getting on. Might be time for him to retire." Marty snorted. "Yeah, you tell him that and let me know what happens." I opened my eyes, blinking against the sunlight. "Just thought you should know," Marty said, blowing out smoke. "In case you need to, I don't know." He glanced over his shoulder back into the garage. Loud music was playing. The guys were laughing. Marty leaned forward, dropping his voice. "In case you need to check them out. In case they're werewolves or whatever." "They're not." "How do you know?" "I'd know." He stared at me for a beat before shaking his head. "I'm never gonna understand how that shit works. I don't know. They didn't give me any weird vibes, so I don't think they're anything but down on their luck. Cute kid, though. Little slow, I think. But cute. Name's Ox, if you can believe that. Poor bastard won't stand a chance." Whatever. It didn't matter. "Yeah, Marty. Sure." He sighed as he stubbed his cigarette out on the bottom of his boot before dropping it into the half-filled coffee can. He stood, knees popping. He ran a hand over my head. "Couple more minutes, then get back to work." He went back inside the garage. He left his pack of smokes out. I snagged one, struck a match, and held the fire to the tip. I inhaled. It burned. But it was enough. I barely even coughed.
Chapter 9. Green Creek. Please just wait. Joe spoke for the first time in weeks. He said, "It's time to go home." Mark came back for the first time 6 months after they left. He said, "Hey, Gordo. Hi. Hello." I slammed the door in his face. He waited outside my window until I finally let him in. We pointed the SUV toward Green Creek. Kelly said, "What if they don't want us to come back?" Carter hugged him close. Rico said, "We're going out and getting drunk. I'm tired of being 16 years old and never having gotten intoxicated. It's like I'm doing nothing with my life. There's a party and we're going." Tanner said, "My dad will kill me if we get caught." Chris said, "I gotta watch Jesse. Mom's gotta work late." I said, "Yeah, sure, okay." We got drunk. I had the third kiss of my life with a boy from a school 2 towns over. He tasted of cherries and beer, and I didn't regret a single thing until I opened my eyes the next morning and promptly threw up over the side of the bed. We took our time. What should have taken 2 days of straight driving, we stretched out and out and out. On the 5th day, when we slept out under the stars because we couldn't find a motel, Kelly asked me if I was nervous. "About?" I asked, taking a deep drag off my cigarette. The tip flared brightly in the dark. It reminded me of wolf eyes. He wasn't fooled. He nudged his boot against mine. "No," I said. "How did you do that?" "What?" "You just lied, but your heart didn't give you away." "Then how do you know I lied?" "Because I know you, Gordo." "It doesn't matter," I said. And that was that. I waited for Thomas to call me and tell me he needed me, that the pack needed me with them, and that he was sorry he'd ever left me behind. The call never came. I dreamed sometimes of him, his broken body crawling toward me, his brown paws digging into the dirt, a low whine coming from his throat. I'd wake up gasping, and I'd reach for the wooden raven as if it meant something, as if it would help in any way. It didn't. And then there were the nights I dreamed of Thomas Bennett. His son Joe crouched above him, begging him to get up, to just get up. My magic, the only thing holding the beast back from taking what he so desperately wanted. I dreamed of that impulse I'd had. That tiny, minuscule impulse where I'd thought about dropping the barrier and letting Richard descend upon Thomas because he deserved it. He'd taken everything from me. And in that moment, when Joe lowered his claws to his father's chest and the beast howled in anger, I'd understood Richard Collins. I never told anyone about that. I turned 17 and lost my virginity. His name was Rick, and he was rough and unkind, his lips latching onto the back of my neck as he thrust into me. And I relished the pain, because it meant I was alive, that I wasn't numb to the way the world really worked. He came and slipped from me, the condom sliding from his dick and landing wetly on the pavement in the alleyway. He said, "Thanks, I needed that." And I said, "Yeah, sure," my pants around my ankles. He walked away, and I laid my head against the cool brick, trying to breathe. I said, "He's circling." Joe looked at me, head cocked. He wasn't the boy who'd left Green Creek 3 years before. He was harder now, and bigger. His head was shaved, his beard in need of a trim. He had filled out and was as big as his brothers. He wore the mantle of alpha well, and I thought if the boy that he'd once been wasn't lost for good, he would do great things. Richard, he's circling. Whatever he's after, his endgame, you, Green Creek, I don't know. But it's coming, Joe, and you need to be ready.
There was a song in my head, and it sang, "Pack, brother witch, what makes you think I'm not?" And, "Let him come, let him come, let him come." I thought then the boy I'd known was gone. I was 17 when I graduated early. I wanted it done and over with. Mark was there. I looked for the others. He was alone. "They wanted to be here," Mark said. I nodded stiffly. But Thomas didn't think it was safe. I laughed bitterly. "Doesn't seem to have a problem with me being here." He said, "It's not that, it's... Elizabeth's pregnant." I closed my eyes. We crossed into Oregon on a back road in the middle of nowhere. There were no signs, but I knew. So did the wolves. Carter's and Kelly's eyes were orange. Joe's were red. They were singing. I tilted my head back and sang along with them. Marty died. One moment he was there and laughing and yelling at me to get my ass in gear, and the next he was on his knees, his hands clutched to his chest. I said, "No, please, no." He looked at me with wide eyes. He was gone before I even heard the sirens of the ambulance. That night I called my pack, needing to hear their voices. I got an answering machine. I didn't leave a message. "Oh, man," Carter said. "Do you think Mom will make her roast for us? Like roast and carrots and mashed potatoes?" "Yeah," Kelly said. "And there'll be so much gravy. I'm going to put gravy on everything." That sounded good to me, too. He left me the garage. I blinked in disbelief at the lawyer standing in Marty's old office. "Excuse me?" "It's yours," he said. He wore a frumpy suit and seemed to be perpetually sweating. He reached up with a handkerchief and wiped his brow. The collar of his shirt was soaked. The garage, the house, the bank accounts, all of it. He amended his will 2 years ago. I advised against it, but you know how he is. Was. He wiped his forehead again. "No offense." "Son of a bitch," I breathed. Green Creek was 2 hours away when Joe pulled over to the side of the road. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. We didn't speak. We just breathed. Finally, I put my hand on his shoulder and said, "Okay, Joe. Okay." He nodded, and after a beat, we drove on. Eventually, we passed a sign on the side of the road. It was in need of a paint job, the wood splintered and worn. It said, "Welcome to Green Creek." "His name is Joe," Mark whispered to me over the phone. "And he's perfect." I blinked away the burn. Later, I would hear from Curtis Matheson that they'd bought the blue house they'd been renting. Got it for real cheap, too, or so he said. We ditched the SUV northwest of town. The summer air was sticky and warm. Joe walked into the woods, hands outstretched, fingers brushing along tree trunks. His brothers followed as they always did. I brought up the rear. The earth pulsed beneath my feet with every step I took. My tattoos ached. The raven's wings fluttered wildly. Eventually, we found ourselves in a clearing. Joe fell to his knees and bent forward, putting his forehead into the grass, hands on either side of his head. We stood above him, watching, waiting. There was a knock at the door. I groaned, the early morning light filtering in through the window. It was my day off, and I could tell the hangover was going to be a bitch. My mouth felt rank, my tongue thick. I blinked up at the ceiling. It was about that time I realized I didn't know the name of the man snoring in the bed next to me. I remembered bits and pieces. He'd been at the roadhouse the night before. I wasn't legal to drink, but no one cared. I'd been 4 beers in, and I'd seen him eyeing me from the other end of the bar. He looked like a trucker, worn ball cap pulled low on his head, eyes hidden in shadow. He was the type that had a wife and 2.5 kids back home in Enid, Oklahoma, or Kearney, Nebraska. He'd smile at them and love them, and when he was on the road, he'd look for any willing thing with a warm hole. He needed to work his way up to it, though, and I waited for him to down his whiskey, making sure he was watching as I tilted my head back, exposing my neck as I took a long drink from the wet bottle. His eyes tracked the slow movement of my throat as I swallowed down the beer. I left a few bills on the bar, rapping my knuckles against the wood before pushing my way up from the stool. Things were hot and hazy. A trickle of sweat dripped down my hairline to my ear. I was out the door, cigarette lit. I took maybe 3 steps before the door opened again. He wanted to take me in the alley. I told him I had a bed a few blocks away. He gripped my hips as he mouthed at my neck, scraping his lips up until his tongue was in my ear. He told me his name, and I told him mine, but it was lost. He fucked like a man used to furtive gasps in back rooms or rest stops. I choked on his cock, his grip tightened my hair. He told me my mouth was pretty, that I looked so good on my knees. He wouldn't kiss me, but I didn't mind. He pressed me face down against the mattress, grunting as he fucked me. When he finished, he slumped onto the bed next to me, mumbling how he just wanted to close his eyes for a while. I got up and picked up the condom he'd let fall to the floor. I flushed it and then stared at myself in the mirror for a long time. There were teeth marks on my neck, a bruise sucked into my chest. I turned off the light and collapsed next to him. And now, a knock, knock, knock at my door. The nameless man snored. He looked rougher in the morning light, tired and older. He hadn't even taken off his wedding ring. "Yeah," I said, voice like gravel. Yeah. I pushed myself off the bed, finding yesterday's jeans on the floor. I pulled them up, not bothering to button them. They hung low on my hips. I shuffled to the door, wondering how much coffee I had left. I hadn't been shopping in days. I opened the door. Mark's nostrils flared. His gaze skittered over the marks on my neck and chest. I leaned against the doorway. "Who?" he asked in a barely contained growl. "You don't call, you don't write," I said, rubbing a hand over my face. "What's it been? 5 months? 6? 6 months, 15 days, depending on what time it was, 8 or 9 hours." "Who is he?" I grinned lazily at him as I scratched my bare hip. "Don't know. Got his name, but you know how it goes." His eyes flashed orange. "Who the fuck is he?" He took a step toward me. "You can't trust them, Gordo. You can never trust a wolf. They don't love you. They need you. They use you." I stood up straight. The raven shifted. Roses bloomed. The thorns tightened. "Whoever the fuck he is no goddamn concern of yours. You think you can show up here, after months of radio silence? Fuck off, Mark." His jaw tightened. "I didn't have a choice. Thomas." I laughed. It wasn't a very nice sound. "Yeah, Thomas. Tell me, Mark, just how is our dear Alpha? Because I haven't heard from him in years. Tell me, how's the family? Good? Got the kiddos, right? Building a pack all over again." "It's not like that. The fuck it isn't. Things have changed. I don't care." You can shit all over me all you want, but you don't get to talk about him like that." He was pissed. Good. Regardless of how angry you are, he's still your alpha. I shook my head slowly. No, he's not. Mark took a step back, startled. I gave him a mean smile. Think about it, Mark. You're here. You can smell me. Underneath the spunk and sweat, I'm still dirt and leaves and rain, but that's it. Maybe you're too close. Maybe you're overwhelmed by the very sight of me. But I haven't been Pack for a long time. Those bonds are broken. I was left here because I was human, because I was a liability. He said, "It's not like that," and "Gordo," and "I promise you, okay? I would never." A little late, Bennett. He reached for me. I knocked his hand away. "You don't understand." I snorted. There's a world of things I don't understand, I'm sure. But I'm a witch without a pack, and you don't get to tell me shit. Not anymore. He was getting angry. "So, what? Poor you, huh? Poor Gordo, having to stay behind for the good of his pack, doing what his alpha told him, protecting the territory and fucking anything that moves." I felt dirty. Nasty. "You wouldn't touch me," I said flatly. "Remember? I kissed you. I touched you. I begged for it. I would have let you fuck me, Mark. I would have let you put your mouth on me, but you told me no. You told me I had to wait. That things weren't right. That the timing wasn't right. That you couldn't be distracted. You had responsibilities. And then you disappeared. For months on end. No calls, no check-ins, no "How you doing, Gordo, how you been? Remember me, your mate?" I rubbed a couple of fingers against the mark on my neck. It burned so good. I would have let you do so much to me. His eyes burned. His teeth were sharper. "Gordo," he growled, sounding more wolf than man. I took a step toward him. He tracked every movement, ever the predator. "You can, you know," I told him quietly. "You can have me. Right now. Here. Choose me. Mark, choose me. Stay here. Or don't. We can go anywhere you want. We can leave right now. You and me. Fuck everything else. No packs, no alphas, no wolves. Just us." "You would have me be an Omega?" "No, because I can be your tether. You can still be mine, and we can be together. Mark, I'm asking you for once in your life to choose me." And he said, "No." I expected it. I really did. It still hurt more than I thought it would. For a moment, my magic felt wild, like it couldn't be controlled, like it would burst from me and destroy everything in sight. I was my father's son, after all. But the moment passed, and left in its wake was nothing but a smoking crater. He said, "Gordo, I can't. You can't expect me to. It's not like that." I took a step back. His anger was gone. Only fear remained. "Of course you can't," I said, voice hoarse. What was I thinking? I turned and went back into the house, leaving the door wide open. He didn't follow. The unknown man was blinking blearily as I went back into my bedroom. "What's going on?" I didn't answer. I went to the nightstand and opened the drawer. Inside was a box, and in this box was a stone wolf I'd taken out time and time again, a promise broken over and over. I turned on my heels and was back down the hall, My mother's voice in my head, telling me wolves lie. They lie, Gordo. They use you, and you may think they love you. They might even tell you they do, but they lie. They always do. I was a human. I had no place with wolves. He was still standing on the porch. His eyes widened when he saw the box in my hand. He said, "No." He said, "Gordo." He said, "Just wait. Please, just wait." I held it out to him. He didn't take it. I said, "You take it. You take it now." Mark Bennett said, "Please." I thrust it against his chest. He flinched. "Take it," I snapped. He did. His fingers trailed against mine. Goose flesh prickled along my bare shoulders. The air was cool, and I thought I was drowning. "It doesn't have to be this way." "You tell Thomas," I said, struggling to get the words out while I still could. "You tell him I don't want anything to do with him, that I don't want to see him again. You tell him to stay out of Green Creek." Mark looked shocked. "Or what?" "Or he won't like what I'll do." I let myself have one last look at him. This man. This wolf. It was a second that lasted ages. And I turned and went inside, slamming the door shut behind me. He stood on my porch for a long minute. I could hear him breathing. Then he left. I allowed myself one last tear over Mark Bennett. But that was it. I would see him again, though I didn't know it then. Years would go by, but one day he would return. They all would. Thomas, Elizabeth, Carter, Kelly, Joe, Mark. They would come back to Green Creek, and behind them, a beast that would mean the death of Thomas Bennett. We surrounded Joe as we stood in front of the Bennett house for the first time in 3 years, 1 month, and 26 days. In front of us stood a pack that we didn't belong to. Elizabeth, Rico, Chris, Tanner, Jesse. A wolf in glasses who I didn't recognize. Mark. A man whose father had told him once that people would give him shit for the rest of his life. That he wouldn't amount to anything. And somehow, he had become an alpha. 1 year later. Chapter 10. Fucking Idiot. Song of the Alpha. Oxnard Matheson said, "You're being a fucking idiot." I didn't look up from the computer. I was trying to figure out how to work the expense reports on the new program a certain bespectacled wolf had downloaded, but technology was an enemy I had yet to destroy. I was given very real consideration to put my fist through the monitor. It had been a long day. So I did what I did best. I ignored him in hopes that he would go away. It never worked. "Gordo, I'm busy." I hit a button on the keyboard, and the computer chimed an error message at me. I hated everything. "I can see that, but you're still a fucking idiot." "Great, wonderful, fantastic." "I don't." "Whoa," another voice said. "It's like super intense in here right now." I barely resisted the urge to bang my head against the desk. Robbie Fontaine stood next to Ox, glancing curiously back and forth between us. He wore a work shirt with his name stitched into it, a gift from Ox that I'd rolled my eyes at, given that no one had asked me about it. He wore thick hipster glasses that he absolutely did not need. His eyes were so dark they were almost black, and he was grinning that knowing smile that I couldn't stand. He winked at me when he caught me watching him. He was insufferable. "You guys fighting again?" he asked. I didn't hire you, I told him. Oh, I know, he said easily. Ox did, though, so... He shrugged. Kind of the same. The last time you tried to work on a car, you set it on fire. Right? Weird. I still don't know how that happened. I mean, one moment everything was fine, and the next there were these flames. You were supposed to be rotating the tires. And they somehow spontaneously combusted, he said, speaking slowly as if I was the asshole. But that's why we have insurance, right? Besides, I only work the front office now. I have it on good authority that people like having a little eye candy to look at when they drop off their cars. I suppose that's to be expected when the rest of you look so, you know, brutish. I didn't hire him, I told Ox. Don't you have things to do? Ox asked him. Probably, Robbie said. But I think I'd rather be standing right where I am. What's Gordo being a fucking idiot over? Is it the whole Mark thing? I'm trying to work here, I reminded them. It was useless, but it still needed to be said. Ox had a bug up his ass, which meant he was going to say his piece. Ever since he'd become an actual alpha, he'd been insufferable that way. Why are we staring at Gordo? Another voice said, and I groaned. Lopito, are you giving the boss man shit again? Rico, I know you're supposed to be doing the oil change on that Ford and the Toyota. My friend grinned at me as he squeezed into the office. Probably, he said. But the good news is that I will get to them eventually. What's happening here seems to be far more interesting. In fact, hold on a second. He leaned out the doorway toward the interior of the garage. Oye, get your asses in here. We're having an intervention. Oh my God, I mumbled, wondering how my life had become this way. I was 40 years old and I belonged to a pack of meddlesome bitches. Finally, I heard Tanner mutter. It was starting to get sad. Even I was getting worried, Chris said. And you know how I don't like getting worried. The office was small, and I was sitting behind the same old chipped desk that Marty had bought secondhand years before. A moment later, 5 grown men squeezed inside the doorway and were staring at me, waiting for me to do something. I hated them so goddamn much. I ignored them and went back to working on the expense invoice. Trying to work on the expense invoice. I told Ox there was no need to update the software. It was working just fine. But he said that Robbie said he couldn't handle a program that had been made in the late 90s. I'd responded diplomatically, saying that Robbie probably hadn't even had pubes in the late 90s. Ox had stared at me. I had stared back. The software was updated the next day, much to Robbie's glee. I spent the next 4 days trying to figure out ways to send him back where he'd come from. The computer chimed another error message as I hit F11. Rico, Chris, and Tanner all snickered at me. Maybe if I threw the computer at their heads, it would start working like it was supposed to. I would certainly feel better. But chances were they'd come back with their stitched-up, broken faces, and then I would feel bad and maybe actually start to listen to their bullshit. He's pouting, Rico whispered to Chris and Tanner. Aww, they said. That was the problem with having your oldest friends as your employees and members of your pack. You had to see them every day and could never escape them, no matter how hard you tried. This was, of course, all Ox's fault for telling them about werewolves and witches to begin with, a mistake I had yet to forgive him for. You realize I could kill you with nothing but the power of my mind, I reminded them. I thought you said you couldn't do that, Tanner asked, sounding a little worried. That's because he can't, Ox said. It doesn't work like that. This is your fault, I told him. He shrugged. Zen alpha bullshit. Isn't it weird? Rico asked. I mean, ever since that day when he and Joe had mystical moon magic sex and became mates or whatever?
Would you stop calling it that? Ox growled, eyes flashing red.
Well, that's what it was, Chris said.
He bit you and everything, Tanner pointed out.
And then you came out smelling like a whorehouse with a weird smile on your face, Rico said. And bam, Zen Alpha by way of mystical moon magic sex. That must have been one hell of an orgasm.
That wasn't far from the truth. As disturbing as it felt, there'd been a singular moment when we'd all been hit with a wave of something, while Ox, the kid I'd watched grow up right before my eyes, and another alpha wolf fucked and... Oh, Jesus, I groaned, wishing I was anywhere else.
Yeah, Rico said. I'm thinking about it now, too. I mean, butt sex and whatever, but no homo, right?
He frowned as he looked at Ox.
I mean, that's not a prerequisite for being in a pack, right? Because I don't know if I told you this, but I'm pretty freaking hetero. Even if I've seen more naked men in the past few years than I've seen my entire life. Because werewolves.
Well, Chris said,
there was that one time that you...
Oh, that's right, Tanner said. That time that you...
Tequila,
Rico said with a shudder.
What time where you did what with who?
Robbie asked.
Rico frowned at him. Why do you sound so surprised? I could get any guy I wanted. I mean, you guys are attractive, I guess. For old people.
We all glared at him, except for Zen Alpha, who stood with his arms crossed, exuding serene.
Old?
Rico said slowly.
Little wolf, I might not like you right now. Maybe get you some tequila and see if you change your mind?
Robbie said, waggling his eyebrows.
Is this shop talk? Am I doing shop talk right now? Beers and boobs.
Your fault, I told Ox again. All of this, every single person in this room aside from myself, is your fault. Ox smiled calmly. It was infuriating.
You're being a fucking idiot. Damn it. I thought they'd been distracted enough. I'm actually working right now, in case you couldn't tell, which is something you should consider doing.
No one moved. You're all fired, I tried instead. They just stood there. I tried a different route. Fuck you all very much.
Just tell them you love them, Robbie said. Even old people like you deserve to get your head out of your ass.
How's Kelly?
And take off those glasses. You don't need them to make you look stupid.
He immediately turned red and began to sputter. Ox put his hand on Robbie's shoulder, and there was hush and calm and pack, and Robbie started breathing evenly. Even my anger at their intrusion faded slightly, which was unfair. In less than a year, Ox had become as strong an alpha as I'd ever seen, maybe even more so than Thomas or Abel Bennett. We thought it had to do with him having been a human alpha before Joe had been forced to bite him. Whatever the reason, Ox was unlike any werewolf I'd known, and since he and Joe had officially mated, their reach extended over all of us, the packs combining, though not without difficulties. Carter and Kelly still tended to defer to Joe, and the others to Ox, but they were both our alphas when it came down to it. I'd never heard of a pack headed by two alphas before, but I was used to witnessing the impossible in Green Creek. Ox was careful, though, because there came a point where the question of free will arose. If Ox or Joe wanted to, they could force their own will upon their betas or their humans and make them act as they saw fit. It was a thin line to walk, being an alpha versus exerting their control. If they wanted to, both of them combined could make us mindless drones. But the look of horror on Ox's face the first time he'd accidentally done that was enough to show it would never happen.
Not that I thought he would ever do it to begin with. It wasn't the type of person he was, no matter what he'd become. But there were moments, like this one with Robbie, where he'd push and we'd all feel it. It wasn't about control. It was about being pack, about being connected in ways I'd never felt before. Even when it had been a handful of us on the road circling around Joe, it hadn't been like this. Those years were born of desperation and surviving in the big wide world. We were home now, and complete. For the most part. Which was why they all stood in his small office, ready to dig into me again. But before they could, a sharp twinge rolled over my arm. I looked down to see two lines begin to ripple quickly, glowing a deep forest green. Ox and Robbie stiffened. Even the humans felt it, if the looks on their faces were any indication. Ox's eyes were on fire, and his voice deep when he said, "The wards, they've been breached." Ox, Robbie, and I were in Ox's old truck. I was behind the wheel, Robbie between us as Ox radiated anger near the window. The others were following behind in Rico's car. It was the middle of October, and the leaves in the trees around Green Creek were bursting in orange and red. Halloween decorations lined the shops on Main Street. Styrofoam pumpkins sat in the diner windows. The sky was already beginning to fade toward night, and the sidewalks were full as people left work. We were barely out of town when Ox's phone rang. He put it on speaker and set it on the dash. "Ox," a low voice said, "you felt it." Joe Bennett, sounding as if he were growling through a mouthful of fangs. Ox said, "Yes, from the woods." "The others?" "With me. Jesse is still at the school. You?" "Mom, Carter, Kelly, all at home." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ox glance at me. Then, "Mark?" A brief hesitation. "He's on his way." "We'll be there soon." The phone beeped as Ox shoved it in the glove compartment. I counted down from 3 in my head, and as soon as I hit 1, he said, "Gordo, he's going to—" "Drop it, Ox. It doesn't matter." "This isn't over." I said, "Drop it." "I'm really uncomfortable right now," Robbie mumbled between us. We drove the rest of the way in silence. We hit the dirt road that led down to the Bennett houses. Rocks and dust kicked up around us as the steering wheel tried to jerk in my hands. The others were close behind us. "Brakes need work," I said mildly. "I know." "Maybe bring it in. Could get you a deal." "You know the owner or something?" "Or something." He was still tense, but he rolled his eyes, showing many teeth when he smiled. Robbie sighed between us, hand on his alpha's arm. The houses came into view. The blue one where Ox had once lived with his mother. The much larger Bennett house, set farther back in the trees. The pack SUVs were parked in front, next to Jesse's little Honda. "I thought she was staying at the school," Robbie asked. Ox growled low in his throat. "She was supposed to. She never listens." She was waiting on the porch with the others. Her long hair was pulled back into a tight ponytail, a grim look on her face. She was harder than that little girl Chris had brought into the shop all those years ago after their mother died, and stronger. In fact, out of all of the humans in the group, she was probably the deadliest. She carried only a staff inlaid with silver, but she had knocked almost everyone in the pack on their back at one point or another. Elizabeth stood next to her. She was as graceful as always, looking as regal as the queen she was. She didn't move as much as she seemed to float. She was older now, the lines on her face more pronounced. She had survived the loss of her pack before building another one, only to lose her mate and alpha to the claws of the beast and her sons to the road. She had scars, but they were buried underneath her skin. Her grief had lessened over the years, and she no longer looked as haunted as she once was. Ox had told me that she had started painting again, and though it was blue, he thought the green relief would come soon. Carter and Kelly stood on either side of their mother. Their time on the road had changed them, and in the years since they'd returned, they still sometimes struggled to reconcile who they were now with who they once had been. Carter was still big, a muscular wolf who was quicker to anger than he'd been before. His head was still shaved as if he was a soldier. Kelly had lost some of his mass since he'd come back. He was the softer of the two, and though he still looked like his brothers, all that blonde hair and those sky-blue eyes, he'd let himself settle better back at home than Carter had. Carter sometimes still looked as if he wasn't sure he'd finally made it home. Kelly had found his place again, and it was almost as if he'd never left. But they all bore the past few years of monsters and separations like badges of pride. They weren't the kids they once had been. They had witnessed things most would never see. They had fought for their lives and their packs against a beast who had taken much from them. They'd won, but we were not without our losses. Joe stood a little ways away from them. His arms were folded behind his back, head tilted slightly up. His eyes were closed, and I knew he was breathing in his territory and whatever had breached the wards I'd placed. I had a good idea of what it was, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Ox was out the door even before I'd turned off the truck. He pointed at Jessie as he walked by them, saying, "I told you to stay at the school." "Remember last week when I knocked you against the tree?" she asked sweetly, tapping her staff against her shoulder. He snapped his teeth at her, but she just laughed. He made his way to Joe, put his hand to the back of his neck and squeezed. They stood side by side without speaking, watching, waiting. "Okay," I said. "Okay." "Okay?" Robbie asked, and I flinched. I'd forgotten he was sitting right next to me. "Get out, and take off those damn glasses." He winked at me, sliding over the bench seat and through the door Ox had left open. Kelly stiffened slightly at the sight of him as Robbie walked toward the house. I didn't know what the hell was going on between the two of them, and I didn't want to. I had other things to worry about. The guys had pulled up behind me and were chattering nervously as I opened the driver's door. Rico was popping the clip out of one of his .40 caliber Smith & Wesson semi-automatics. Tanner was doing the same. Chris looked as if he were about to stab himself in the eye with one of his knives. They worried me greatly. I tried not to notice who wasn't there. It didn't work out too well. "Elizabeth," I said, nodding as I approached the porch. She smiled softly at me. "Gordo, never a dull moment." "No, ma'am." "He's on his way." I didn't ask. "You were thinking it." Jessie coughed, but it sounded like she was covering up a laugh. "It doesn't matter." "I'm sure," Elizabeth said evenly. She reached out and rubbed a hand along my arm, leaving a trail of light as my tattoos lit up under her touch. It had taken a long time to get used to being touched by wolves again, and I tended to avoid lying in the piles they sometimes did. But I didn't shove them away anymore. Ox was pleased at it, as was Joe. I put up a good front. "Ox talk to you?" Carter asked. He tried. "Stubborn, huh?" He eyed me up and down. "Should probably work on that." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Did you put him up to it this time?" He said, "No." And at the same time, Kelly said, "Sure did." Jessie coughed harshly again. "Assholes," I muttered. "Mind your own damn business." "Grumpy old man," Kelly teased. "That's what I called him," Robbie said. "But then he got the murder eyebrows he sometimes does. Like right now." They all laughed at me. I left them on the porch. Ox and Joe still weren't speaking when I approached, though Ox's hand was still on Joe's neck. Joe glanced at me as I came to stand at his side. His eyes flashed at me, and I felt the pull of pack as my arm brushed his. It had been difficult, trying to reconcile the difference between my alpha and my tether. There'd never been two alphas in charge of a single pack before, and for a while, I wasn't sure it was going to work. I was drawn to Joe because he was all I'd known for 3 years. I was tied to Ox because he kept me sane. It hadn't been fair to him, to Ox, making him my tether as I had, all over a work shirt with his name stitched in the front. He didn't know about the monsters in the dark, but the roar in my head lessened, the anger quietened any time he was near. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. And then the Bennetts returned to Green Creek, bringing with them a lifetime of memories I'd forced myself to forget. It had been made more difficult the first time Thomas had come to me, asking for help with Joe, who couldn't seem to hold his shift, or when I'd seen Mark for the first time in years, standing on the sidewalk in Green Creek like he'd never left. Nothing about this had been easy, but I thought it was getting better. "Ox talked to you?" Joe asked. Okay, it wasn't getting better at all. Fuck every single one of them. "Murder eyebrows," Ox murmured. "We have other things to worry about," I reminded them. "Sure, Gordo," Joe said easily. He'd found peace since returning to Green Creek, especially after the death of Richard Collins. He was his father's son, much to my dismay. He was calm and strong, and not above a little manipulation if the situation called for it. I told myself it wasn't malicious, but I still struggled with the idea of Thomas Bennett, though he was nothing but ash and dust spread throughout the woods around the Bennett house. Other things, but I'm pretty good at multitasking, in case you didn't know. "Omega?" Joe bumped his shoulder against mine. "Yes." "Like the others?" "Probably. Your wards give us plenty of warning. I trust them, like I trust you." It shouldn't have made me feel as warm as it did. "You're just trying to get on my good side." He squinted at me. "Is it working?" "No." "Kelly's right, you know." "About?" "Grumpy old man." "I will light you on fire right here, right now." Joe laughed quietly before he looked back out toward the forest. Whatever it was, Omega or something else, it was getting closer. Overhead, the sky was fading, and the first stars were coming out. "Mark's coming," Ox murmured. I popped my knuckles. Joe snorted, shaking his head. I heard him before I saw him. I would recognize the sound of those large paws upon the earth anywhere. I told myself to stay where I was, to keep looking straight ahead, but there was brother in my head, and love, and pack, and Mark, as the other wolves picked up on the thread from their alphas. Even the humans heard it, faint though it was. I was tied to the pack because of my magic, which is why I could hear the songs in my head. My mother's voice whispered to me, reminding me that wolves used and they lied, but I pushed it away. Whatever Thomas knew, or didn't know, no longer mattered. He was gone, and Ox had been turned. Carter said, "Must have left his car at—" "Shut up, Carter," Kelly hissed. "Oh, shit, right. That of which we do not speak so as not to hurt Gordo's feelings." "He can hear you." "We can all hear you," Elizabeth told her son. "Someone needs to say it," Rico muttered. "He's stupid." "How's that nice girl of yours?" Elizabeth asked him. "Which one?" "Melanie, was it?" "Oh, fine, I think. I mean, I haven't spoken to her in a few months." He's on to Bambi now, Tanner said. Bambi? Robbie said. I don't know what that is. She's hot, Chris said. She's got a huge set of... You're not at the garage, Jesse reminded him. Of feelings that are nice. Good save, Tanner muttered. She's got the biggest feelings, Rico said. Like, sometimes she puts her feelings all over me. We need more women in the pack, Jesse said with a sigh. I think we hold our own, Elizabeth said lightly. I turned and looked over my shoulder. A large brown wolf was weaving through the cars. His shoulders were as tall as the hood of Ox's truck, ears twitching on top of his massive head. His paws left prints in the dirt that were bigger than my hand. His gaze darted around the pack gathered before him, before it landed on me. It stuttered and stuck before it fell away. I turned back toward the woods. There came the shift of bone and muscle behind me. You think I'd be used to seeing werewolves who turn into naked people by now, Rico said. But that doesn't seem to be the case. You can be one of those naked people, Robbie said. Just let Ox or Joe turn you, and you can show your junk outside like everyone else. Please don't give him any ideas, Chris said, sounding horrified. There are certain things that no one should see. Don't be racist. And besides, we grew up together. You've seen me naked hundreds of times. We all jerked off together when we were 12. Joe and Ox turned slowly to look at me. I glared back at them. I had nothing to do with that. If anything, it's Ox's fault for bringing them into the fold to begin with. Why did you have to tell everyone? Chris demanded. Oh, please, Rico said. We're in a pack of werewolves who we can sometimes hear in our heads. We don't have boundaries anymore. Why does he still think we're mind readers? Kelly whispered. I don't know, Carter said. But don't remind him we're not. I like learning things that will scar me for life. I've never jerked off with them, Tanner said. You were sick that day, Rico told him. Otherwise, we would have asked you too. Ox and Joe had offered to turn the humans in the pack. Jessie had refused outright, saying she didn't want it. Chris had followed her shortly after, and whether or not it had to do with his sister, I didn't know. Tanner was more reticent, and out of all the humans, I thought he'd be the one most likely to agree to be turned. But he never did anything without knowing everything he could about it, and I thought it was only a matter of time before he asked Ox to bite him. Rico, on the other hand, didn't seem to give two shits one way or another. He'd made Ox and Joe promise to turn him if it was a life-or-death situation, but he seemed to be okay being who he was. I was relieved. The idea of any of them being able to pop claws gave me anxiety. Got here as quick as I could, a low voice said. We know what it is yet? Appears to be an Omega, Elizabeth said. Another one. That's the third this month. Curious, isn't it? I left you a pair of pants just inside. Kelly, could you grab them? I heard the screen door open, and I tried desperately to focus on the approaching Omega. There was no need for me to glance over my shoulder to get an eyeful of... Joe bumped my shoulder again. I turned to look at him. He grinned. Shut up, I muttered. Before he could respond, Mark Bennett came to stand beside me. His hair was shaved close to the scalp, the barest hint of stubble. His beard was as full as it had ever been, finely trimmed and lighter than the deep, dark brown of his wolf. His eyes were that ice blue they'd always been, cold and searching. He wore a pair of loose jeans hanging dangerously off his hips, but thankfully zipped up and buttoned. He was shirtless, hair covering his bulky chest and flat stomach. His skin was hot as his arm brushed against mine, an after effect of a recent shift. Gordo, he said, sounding faintly amused as he always did when he said my name. Mark, I said in return, resolutely staring straight ahead. Ox and Joe sighed in unison, the insufferable alphas that they were. Good day? Fine. Yours? Fine. Good. Great. Idiots, Joe muttered. Before I could even begin to acknowledge that, an Omega burst through the tree line. It was a woman, and she looked as if she'd seen better days. Her clothes were in tatters, her feet bare and caked with dirt. Her hair was wild around her face, and she hesitated at the sight before her, the rest of the pack spreading out behind us at the ready. We'd been back in Green Creek for just over a year, and in that time had become a finely oiled machine. We knew our strengths. We were aware of our weaknesses. But there'd never been a pack quite like this one, and we had clawed our way into who we were now. The alphas stood side by side. I popped my neck. Carter, Joe's second, his enforcer, growled. Ox's second, Mark, came to stand behind him and to the left. Kelly stood with his brother. The humans were next. Elizabeth and Robbie brought up the rear. There were 12 of us, the Bennett pack, and one Omega. Which is why I was surprised when her eyes flashed violet and she charged at us, half shifted and snarling. No one behind us made a sound. I pressed 2 fingers against an earth rune on my arm, digging my fingernails in deep enough to draw blood. The ground rolled beneath the Omega's feet, causing her to stumble forward, her hands shifting into paws as they hit the dirt. Dirty gray hair sprouted along her arms as she struggled to maintain her balance. It was a battle she lost, and she went down hard on her shoulder, fangs bared, eyes alight as they fell on me. Her growl was a feral thing as she snapped her jaws in my direction. Mark stepped forward, the muscles in his back shifting as he tried to step in front of me, like he was protecting me. His hands came back behind him, as if he was getting ready to shove me away. This motherfucker thought he could... She was up and moving, hurtling toward us. Mark tensed. But it was over before it really began. Ox moved quicker than a man his size should have been able. One moment he stood with Joe, and the next his hand was around the Omega's neck, stopping her forward momentum. She made a painful choking sound, her legs and arms jerking forward. He lifted her off the ground, her feet kicking out as she tried to impale him with her claws. She didn't get the chance before he slammed her back down into the ground with a bone-jarring crunch, crouched over her, his face in hers, eyes ablaze. And then he roared. It bowled over us, a blast that rolled through the forest. The beta wolves whimpered quietly. The humans covered their ears. Even Joe flinched. My tattoos burst to life, the colors swirling up and down my arms. The raven's beak opened in a silent scream, the roses blooming underneath, full and bright. The song of the Alpha was a tremendous thing, and no one sang it like Oxnard Matheson. The Omega instantly shifted back to human, the violet flickering out of her eyes. She started crying, a low, painful sound as she curled up into herself. She muttered Alpha over and over again, shoulders shaking. Robbie, Joe said, watching Ox as he removed his hand from the Omega's throat. Call Michelle Hughes. Tell her we have another one. Chapter 11. Pinpricks of light, bones and dust. Elizabeth and Jesse took the woman away. She continued to tremble, her head hanging low, dirty hair around her face. Elizabeth put an arm around her shoulder and whispered in her ear. Jesse followed behind them, glancing back at Ox before disappearing into the house. If the Omega was anything like the ones before, they would be fine. But if not, Elizabeth would handle it. She is not going to be happy, Joe was telling Ox when I turned back to them. Michelle isn't happy about anything, Ox said, rubbing his hands on his work pants. Ever. You know that. Still, I don't give a shit about her happiness. We warned her this was happening and she did nothing. This is on her as much as it is us, no matter what she says. Robbie was pacing in front of the house, talking quietly into his cell phone. He looked aggravated before he snapped. I don't care what I'm interrupting. You tell her the alphas of the Bennett pack need to speak to her. Now. He waited a beat before sighing. Good help is so hard to find these days. No, I was talking about you. Move your ass. Jesus Christ. You were bleeding. Mark was there, standing far too close for someone half-dressed. He frowned at my arm. I looked down. A small trickle of blood leaked from the indentations I'd made with my fingernails. His nostrils flared. I wondered what it smelled like to him, if it was copper laced with lightning. It's nothing, I said, stepping back when it looked like he was going to reach for me. I've had worse. You cut yourself. I did what I had to. He scowled at me. You didn't need to bleed for it to work. I snorted. Because you know so much about magic. Oh, right. I haven't been around it for my entire life or anything. Don't, I warned him. Gordo. And what was that, by the way? That stopped him. What? You getting in my way. His bushy eyebrows did a complicated dance. She was targeting you. I can handle myself. I didn't say you couldn't. I don't need you to. As if you haven't made that abundantly clear. Your pack, Gordo. I would have done the same for anyone else here. God damn it. That shouldn't have stung like it did. So I said, How's Dale? Knowing full well the nasty curl that crawled along my words. His eyes flashed orange. Dale's fine. I didn't know you cared so much about his well-being. I grinned at him. What can I say? I'm a nice guy. Can't wait to meet him. Thinking about telling him about your hairy time of the month? His jaw tightened. I stared back. I wish I'd thought to bring popcorn, I heard Chris mutter. This is better than those Real Housewives shows that I absolutely do not watch or have recorded on my DVR, Rico whispered back. I thought you said those were there because of Bambi, Tanner asked. They are. That's exactly why they're there. Not because I watch them by myself. Ever. I need to get a girlfriend, Chris said with a sigh. I'm tired of seeing naked people I don't want to have sex with. That sounds like too much work, Tanner said. That's because you're aro. You don't want a girlfriend. Maybe you should just learn to be happy with yourself. Being aromantic doesn't have anything to do with that. Shut the fuck up, Tanner. You're making me feel bad. Humans are so weird, Kelly muttered. True that, Carter said. Hey, question. Why are you staring at Robbie like you can't decide if he's a large bug or if you want to rub against him? Kelly growled at his brother and stomped inside, the door slamming shut behind him. I'm having such a wonderful time, Carter said, to no one in particular. Michelle's getting online, Robbie said, shoving his phone back in his pocket. She's not very happy, just so you know. Ox shook his head. Not my problem. Robbie, Mark, Gordo, with Joe and me. Carter, run these idiots through their drills. What? Why? What the hell did we do? Ox glared at them. Rico rolled his eyes. Yeah. Alpha says jump, we say how high. Got it. I think I liked it more when you weren't all grr, bastardo. I followed Ox and Joe into the house as Carter gleefully began to bark orders at the others, who grumbled. I felt Mark watching me before he muttered something under his breath that I couldn't quite make out and made his way inside. Kelly was in the large kitchen, frowning at the pots and pans on the stove, looking as if he was trying to figure out what his mother had been up to before the Omega had breached the wards. Elizabeth and Jessie were nowhere in sight. The old pipes groaned in the walls. They must have had the Omega in one of the bathrooms, trying to get her cleaned up. Ox opened the door that led to his and Joe's office. I hesitated at the doorway, as I always did before I entered, flashes of long-ago life punching me in the gut. My father burning his magic into my skin. Abel's eyes bright as they shone down on me. Abel sitting across from me at his desk, telling me my mother was dead, and that my father had killed her. Thomas sitting in the same place, saying they were leaving, and I was staying here because I was human. Thomas asking me for help. Joe dividing the pack, breaking Ox's heart even further. This place carried with it an angry history, one that I still hadn't come to terms with. "Okay?" Mark asked from behind me. I glanced over my shoulder. He'd thankfully found a sweater hanging on a rack near the door, though it pulled tight against his chest. I didn't let my gaze linger. "Fine." He nodded, but didn't say anything else. You guys having a moment?" Robbie asked from somewhere behind him. "Maybe you could let me in so I don't have to stand here awkwardly while you work through it?" Mark's lips twitched. I walked into the office, and he did the same. Robbie followed, closing the door behind us. The room was soundproofed to protect from any prying ears such as those belonging to the Omega upstairs. Joe and Ox stood near the far wall in front of a large mounted screen. Robbie hooked up his phone to a cable that somehow allowed us to video conference through the TV. I still had my old flip phone from before we left to follow Richard Collins. Robbie sighed every time he saw it. "Mark," Ox said, "I want you to stay silent. Not out of sight, but just watch." He nodded slowly. "For?" "Anything she's not telling us." I blinked. "You think she knows more than she's saying?" "She says a lot," Joe said, "for someone who doesn't say anything at all." "People in power usually do," Robbie muttered, tapping on his phone. "And not that I don't appreciate the invite to the head honcho meeting, but why am I here?" "Because she knows you," Joe said. "And I think she still trusts you." He rolled his eyes. "I think that ended the moment I chose Ox over her. And not like that," he added hastily, eyes going wide as he looked at Joe. "I'm so over Ox. Not that I was ever into Ox. It was Stockholm Syndrome or something. I've got my eye on something different." "Uh-huh," Joe said dryly. "And by something different, you mean my brother." Robbie swallowed thickly. "I'm gonna shut up now." Joe grinned, razor sharp. "Good plan." Ox reached over and switched the screen on. It lit up a bright blue as Robbie continued to tap his phone. He looked back up at his alphas and said, "Ready?" Joe nodded. The screen went dark and beeped once, twice, 3 times. And then Michelle Hughes appeared. She was beautiful, in a cold, aloof way. She was somewhere around my age, though she looked younger. Her hair was dark and rested artfully on her shoulders, her makeup minimal. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I don't know if it ever did. "Alpha Bennett," she said. "Alpha Matheson. How lovely it is to see you again. And so soon after our last meeting." "Alpha Hughes," Joe said evenly. "Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. I know it's late in Maine." She waved him away. "I'll always make time for you. You know that." Robbie coughed. It sounded sarcastic. Her eyes flickered over to him. "Robbie, You're looking well. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Doing just fine. That's good. Your pack seems to be treating you well. Your pack. They are, he said, puffing out his chest proudly. They're good alphas. Are they? Curious. Then, Livingstone?
Michelle, I said, sounding bored. She was good. She gave away nothing at my disrespect.
And Mark Bennett. Why, this is quite the gathering. All for one little Omega.
The 3rd this month, Ox reminded her, though she already knew.
Does it live?
She does, Joe said. She wasn't a threat. We don't kill indiscriminately. Mark tensed beside me, but said nothing.
No. Ox might say otherwise. As I'm sure you're aware by now, during your little sojourn to parts unknown, the blood of many Omegas was spilled upon your territory.
You know why, Ox said, calm as ever.
Yes, she said. Because they were acting in service of Richard Collins, the pathetic little things that they were. Or at the very least, they were trying to capture his attention. And now that he's dead, well, they have to go somewhere.
Why here? I asked. She barely looked at me, instead choosing to answer to the alphas.
Somehow, Richard was able to gather the Omegas behind him. They listened to him. They followed him. He wasn't an alpha, not then, but he acted like one.
Joe shook his head. That shouldn't have been possible. She arched a perfectly shaped eyebrow.
No, neither should Alpha Matheson here. Before his change, he was nothing but a human.
She had a look of faint disdain on her face.
And yet there was still something about him, wasn't there? Enough that the pack you left behind chose him to lead. Well, the wolves, anyway.
Ox is nothing like Richard, Joe said, voice clipped. No one talked shit about his pack. I'd seen what Joe was capable of when pushed. Michelle was pushing, though I didn't know why.
They're more alike than you think, Michelle said. Ox may not have Richard's penchant for chaos, but they aren't like anyone I've ever seen before. And even though his reign ended rather quickly, from what you've said, Richard got his wish. He was an alpha, if only for a moment.
She was right. Even as I'd watched, unable to stop him, Richard had thrust his hand into Ox's chest. I'd seen the blood and the wet pieces of Ox fallen to the ground, and there had been a brief, terrible second when Richard's eyes had bled from violet to red. Ox's pack didn't talk about it much. How they'd felt Richard bursting through them, even the humans. Where once it had been love and brother and sister and pack, what remained was nothing but rage and bloodlust, a furious pull into black tinged with red. Richard Collins had taken the alpha from Ox. Therefore, he'd become the alpha to Ox's pack. Joe had ended that as quickly as it had started. But they hadn't forgotten how it had felt, brief though it was.
And you took that from him, Michelle continued. You killed him. Richard was the alpha to the Omegas. When he died, that passed on to you. And, oh, they're fighting it, I'm sure, resisting the pull. But Green Creek was lit up like a beacon in the dark. Some can't help but seek you out. Coupled with the draw of the Bennett territory, I'm only surprised there haven't been more.
Ox and I exchanged a glance. The rest of the wolves didn't react. Michelle was dangerously close to a truth she didn't even know was within her grasp. Something we'd kept from her since the day Oxnard Matheson had been turned into an alpha wolf.
because she was right. Somehow, Richard had managed to gather Omegas behind him, and though he hadn't been an alpha, in fact, toward the end his eyes had been violet and crazed, they had followed him. They had listened to him. Alpha to the Omegas was something of a misnomer. Richard Collins had only been an alpha for seconds before Joe killed him. Joe's eyes had burned as bright as I'd ever seen them before he bit Ox, giving the alpha power back. And with it had come the Omegas who had amassed behind Richard. It had been a whisper at first, in Ox's head, but it soon turned to a roar. There were a few days following Ox's transition from human to wolf where we thought he was turning feral. And then it began to spread to others. Elizabeth, Mark, Chris, Tanner, Rico, Jesse, Robbie. They too began to feel it, like an itch under their skin that could never be satisfied. They were moodier than they normally were, quick to anger, especially after Joe and Ox mated. We should have realized what it was sooner. Ox was hearing the voices of the Omegas. They had followed Richard, and now they had latched on to Ox. Ox had figured it out before everyone else. Together, we shut down the connection. We couldn't sever it. It was as if we closed a door and locked it firmly. They still scratched at it, still threw themselves against it, trying to break it down. But I was strong, and Ox was stronger. We didn't know what would happen if Ox opened that door. If he didn't fight the bonds anymore, what would happen to him? To his pack, the ones who had stayed behind. Even though we were all one now, there was still a thin division. Or if the Omegas themselves shattered it and poured through. We would never find out. Not if I had any say in it. Michelle Hughes didn't know any of this, and we planned to keep it that way. "How many more do you think there could be?" Joe asked, deflecting before she could continue. "Oh, I can't even begin to speculate. But they will be dealt with, no matter what. We can't afford to have our world exposed, no matter what the cost." "But why did she go after Gordo?" Robbie asked. Michelle leaned forward as I sighed and looked up at the ceiling. Robbie said. "Forget I said that. She didn't go after Gordo." "Just joking. Just a really awful joke that I shouldn't have." "Robbie," Ox said. "Yep, got it, boss. Shutting up now." "Did she?" Michelle asked. "Fascinating. Gordo?" "It was nothing," I said, keeping my voice even. I was in front of everyone else, the closest target, nothing more. "Nothing more," she repeated. I stared back blandly. She hummed a little under her breath. Then, "Tell me, Gordo, when was the last time you heard from your father?" Oh, so that's how she wanted to play. "Before Osmond took him away," I said coolly, as Mark's fingers brushed against mine. "Before he said that his magic would be stripped and he would never escape from where you all would be holding him, much like you were supposed to be holding Richard." Her eyes narrowed. "That was unfortunate." "Unfortunate? People died. I think it's a little more than unfortunate." "I didn't know you cared about Thomas Bennett," Michelle said, losing a bit of her composure. "You made that abundantly clear after he—" And Joe said, "Enough." Mark's hand was in mine, holding my fingers tight. I tried to find the strength to pull away, but couldn't do it. "My apologies, Alpha," Michelle said, mask firmly back in place. "That was uncalled for." "You're damn right it was," Ox snapped. "We don't always see eye to eye. I get that. But you have no place speaking to the Bennett witch that way." Do it again and we're going to have a problem. Do you understand?
It obviously pained her to say, "Of course." But I couldn't find a fuck left to give.
That being said, I stand by my inquiry.
Which is?
Robert Livingstone.
Mark squeezed my hand. I thought my bones would break.
We know he was working with Richard, she said, though the question still remains in what capacity. If he was working for Richard, or if...
He wouldn't have. Everyone turned to stare at me. I hadn't meant to say that out loud. Michelle was smiling again.
What's that now, Witch?
I cleared my throat. He wouldn't have been working for Richard. He would have loathed the wolves.
How do you know that? Ox asked. You told me he...
My mother. She hated this life. Pack and wolves and magic.
They lied, she said.
They used. They didn't love. She wanted to take me away from it. My father wouldn't let her. I think, in the end, he was altering her memories somehow. I shrugged. And then she found out about his tether, how it was another woman. My mother killed her. My father killed my mother, and more. It was my mother's last act. The only way she could get revenge against him for all that he'd done. He couldn't handle the loss, so he... And then to have you all take his magic from him? To have his own brethren strip him of his magic under orders from wolves? Well, he would have hated them. You. So, no, he wasn't working for Richard. If anything, Richard was working for him, though he wouldn't have known it. I wouldn't be surprised if my father let Richard think he was in charge, but Richard was nothing but a puppet. A weapon my father would have used in order to take out as many of us as he could. He wouldn't have cared about Richard wanting to become an alpha. My father used Richard.
And how do you know all this?
Michelle asked, leaning forward on her desk. She had a glint in her eyes that I didn't understand. I said, I'm my father's son, and had it been me in his place, I can't say I wouldn't have done the same. Mark said, You're wrong. I blew smoke out my nose. The porch light was off, and I could barely make him out in the dark. The air was cool, and the leaves swayed in the trees. It was cloudy now, and it smelled like rain. He hadn't come from inside the house. After the meeting with Michelle had ended, he'd been one of the first out of the room, not looking back. I didn't blame him. There wasn't much to look back to. I grunted at him, ashing the butt into my hand. Sparks burned against my palm, the pain like little pinpricks of light that reminded me I was alive. You're wrong. About that you would have done the same. You don't know that. I do. What do you want, Mark? I don't know how you can't see it. See what? He said. That you're nothing like him. You never have been. You came from him, but he didn't shape who you are. We did that. Your pack. The pack, I snorted in derision. Which pack, Mark? The one I have now? Or the one that abandoned me here? I never wanted. I was suddenly very tired. Go away, Mark. I don't want to do this right now. The bitterness was sharp and pungent. Like that's a surprise. I inhaled. It burned. I exhaled. Smoke leaked from my nose and curled up around my face, hanging like a storm cloud. I thought... He laughed, but it didn't sound like he found anything funny. I thought things would be different after we'd come back, after Richard was dead, after the separate packs had come together. Always after. You thought wrong. I guess I did. I felt him watching me.
The tip of the cigarette flared in the dark. It looked like the color of his eyes as a wolf. He growled low in his chest. I heard the grinding shift of bone and muscle. I looked back a moment later. The clothes he'd been wearing lay on the porch. He was gone. Ox was waiting for me when I went back inside. You told me once it was a wolf who killed your mother. Shit. I lied. Why? I wanted you to hate them as much as I did. I was wrong. He nodded slowly. You don't, though. Hate them. Not anymore. No, I mean, it's complicated. Is it? Fucking werewolves. The girl, the Omega, she was broken. Alpha, she pleaded. Alpha. She reached for Ox. She reached for Joe. She saw me, and her eyes flashed violet. She growled, a cornered animal ready to lash out. Elizabeth whispered in her ear, her hand around the Omega's arm. Little trails of blood dripped from where her claws dug in. The Omega snapped her jaws at me. Elizabeth jerked her arm harshly. Jesse, Ox said, move away. Jessie did, slowly, and never taking her eyes off the Omega. Mom, Joe said, maybe you should. Elizabeth didn't look at him when she said, Hush, Joe. Joe hushed. She whispered and whispered. The Omega stared at me with wide eyes. Eventually, Violet faded to a muddy brown. Her hair was wet and plastered to her shoulders. She had a towel wrapped around her chest and waist. Her face was puffy and pale. Alpha, she said again, voice breaking. Please, Alpha. Her hands were claws as she held them toward Ox, toward Joe. Joe said, She's just like the others. She's an Omega, Elizabeth said, her grip ever tight. Her fingers were slick with blood. She doesn't know any better. None of them do. Alpha, the Omega said through a mouthful of fangs. Alpha, Alpha, Alpha. Ox said, I don't understand. I know. You wouldn't. Not now. I've seen Omegas. When they came here. Before. With Thomas. And after. When you all were gone. Even with Richard, they weren't like this. They still were in control. And after, I don't know. I thought we'd closed that door. Ah, yes. The door. The connection to the Omegas he'd felt after Richard Collins had become an alpha. We didn't talk about it much. How is it? The same as always. I told myself I believed him. He sat behind the desk in the office. Joe had refused to leave his mother's side while she looked after the Omega. It was late. The humans had gone home. Carter and Kelly were on patrol, running the edges of the territory. Robbie was in his room. Mark was. Well, I didn't need to think about where Mark was. It was none of my business. I picked at a long scar in the wood on the surface of the desk. It had come from one of the kids in the old pack, still not in control of her shift. She'd died when the hunters had come. They degrade. Ox scrubbed a hand over his face. He looked tired, and oh, so young. What? I chose my words carefully. Omegas. They degrade. The tether, it's a bond. It's metaphysical, an emotion, a person, a spiritual attachment. It holds a wolf to their humanity, keeps them from getting lost to the animal. And a witch. I looked up at him. He was watching me, head cocked. I don't. You said it holds a wolf to their humanity. It works the same for witches. You told me that once. He closed his eyes and leaned back in the chair. It creaked under his weight. I told you a lot of things. I know. We're not talking about me. Maybe we should. Ox. You do this, you know. Deflect. He opened his eyes. They were human. I don't know why. I scowled at him. I know what you're doing. This whole Zen Alpha bullshit doesn't work on me. I'm not one of your wolves, Ox, so knock it off. He smiled quietly. You got me. But then, I'm your tether. I don't want you to, how did you put it? Degrade? Kiddo, I'll kick your wolfy ass into next week, so help me God. Mark my words. He laughed. It was a good sound, a strong sound. Warmth bloomed in my chest at pleasing my alpha again. And I ignored it. He waved me on. You were saying? Those omegas, the ones before, they aren't the same. They weren't as far gone. The longer a wolf doesn't have a tether, the more feral they'll be. It's not a quick process, Ox, and it's not easy. Losing your mind never is. Do you remember her? The barefooted woman? Marie? Oh, I did. She'd been beautiful, except for the crazy in her eyes. She'd been before Richard, a precursor. She was on her way, not as bad as the others, but she would have gotten there. They all do, in the end. He watched me close. You've seen it? Before? I nodded. Who? I didn't know his name. My father wouldn't tell me. He came to stay with us. His pack had been wiped out. Hunters. I was just a kid. Abel tried to help him. Tried to help him find a new tether, something to latch on to, but it didn't work. He was lost in his grief. His alpha was dead, his mate was dead, his pack had been destroyed. He had nothing left. I looked down at the scar on the desktop. Nothing worked. He was slowly losing his mind. Have you ever seen that up close, Ox? It starts in the eyes. They grow vacant. More and more vacant. Like a light is fading. You can see they understand what's happening to them. There's a knowledge there, an understanding. But they can't do anything to stop it. Eventually, he lost himself to his wolf. He was completely feral. What happened to him? The only thing that could be done. He was put down. I shrugged. Abel did it. Said it was the least he could do. My father made me watch. Jesus. That didn't even begin to cover it. It was necessary to see what needed to be done. It was a mercy in the end. I thought of the wolf in the alley of a forgotten Montana town, silver through the head. You were just a kid. So were you with all the shit you went through. And look at you now. He wasn't amused by that. The others, then. The ones who had found their way to Green Creek. What about 'em? We gave them to the gruff man, Philip Pappas, and he took them east, to Maine, to her. They're better equipped to deal with Omegas. I didn't know how much I actually believed that. But Ox let it go. And if they couldn't be saved? If they couldn't find their tether? I stared at him, unblinking. You know what happened then. He banged his fist on the desk. He was still a man, but barely. Ox was always in control,
and rarely lost himself to anger. Zen Wolf.
I didn't want to send them to their deaths.
I shook my head. Sometimes there's no other choice, Ox. A feral wolf is dangerous to everyone. Wolves, witches, humans. Can you imagine what would happen if a feral wolf found its way into a town? If that woman upstairs gave in to her wolf and trotted into Green Creek? How many people would die before she could be stopped? And if you had the chance to do something about it, and then didn't, those deaths would be on you. Could you live with yourself knowing you could have ended it before it began? He looked away, jaw tensed. He was angry. I didn't know at who. My father told me once that sometimes, for the good of many, you have to sacrifice the few.
Your father is a bastard.
I laughed. You're not going to get any argument from me there.
But then, so was mine.
Cut from a different cloth, but the end result was the same. Yours used fists, mine used words.
And mine is nothing but dust and bones, Ock said. Even then, he still haunted me for a long time, saying I was going to get shit all my life.
I'm glad he's dead, I said, uncaring how it sounded. He didn't deserve you, or Maggie.
No, he didn't. And Mom and me didn't deserve what he did to us. But he's gone, and his ghost is fading.
But
what about you?
I took a step back. What about me? He spread his fingers out across the desktop.
Your father. He's bone and flesh. Magic still. Again, somehow.
I haven't heard from him. I don't know where he is. The office felt smaller, like the walls were closing in. Ox's eyes widened slightly.
I know that. That's not what I'm saying.
Then maybe get to your fucking point, Ox.
How did you manage? Before me?
Fuck you, I said hoarsely.
You said I was your tether.
You are.
And you said that there hadn't been one for a long time before me.
Ox, don't.
How did you keep your mind? He asked gently. How did you keep yourself from giving in to your animal?
A wooden raven. But he didn't fucking need to know that. No one did. It was mine. It was for me. I survived when everyone else had left me behind, and no one could take that from me. Not even Ox. He didn't need to know there had been days I'd held onto it so tightly it had cut into my flesh, blood dripping down my arms. Do you trust me? I asked him through gritted teeth.
Yes,
he said in that calm voice that was driving me up the fucking wall.
Almost more than anyone.
Then you need to trust me when I say to back off. That's not open for discussion. He watched me. I struggled not to fidget. Eventually, he nodded.
Okay.
Okay? He shrugged.
Okay. Mark thinks Michelle knows more than what she's saying.
I struggled to keep up with the conversational whiplash. I thought that much was obvious. She's playing games. It's political. She still doesn't know what to make of you. She doesn't like what she doesn't understand.
Does anybody?
I don't understand you, but I like you just fine.
She wants Joe.
And that didn't sit right. What did she say after you kicked us out of here?
Same old, same old. That she's supposed to be temporary. That Joe needs to assume his rightful place. That the wolves are getting restless. They need him, she says. Everyone needs him to be who he's supposed to be.
And Joe? Ox grinned, and I was reminded of the first time I'd met him, when his daddy had brought him to the garage and I'd bent down to eye level, asking him if he'd wanted a pop from the machine. The smile he gave me then
was almost the same as the one now. He was pleased. Appealed to her ego. Told her he thought she was doing a fine job and that he'd step in when he thought it was time. And that worked? Alphas need constant validation, apparently. Though she didn't need much convincing. Yeah, I can see that. You're all a bunch of needy bitches. Fuck off, Gordo. You're doing a good job, though. Thank you. It's nice of you to... Oh, you asshole. I laughed at him. It felt good. It usually did when he was near. Joe might have been the alpha I turned to, but Ox was the tether that kept me whole. She's sending him again, Ox said finally. Pappas? For the girl. It's the right thing to do. He was looking at me, but he wasn't seeing me. Is it? Because I wonder. Ask him then, when he gets here. He'll tell me what he thinks I want to hear, what Michelle will tell him to say. I smiled. Then find a way to make him break. Chapter 12. Good idea. Tick, tick, tick. The girl said, Alpha, and please, and held out her hands. She grew agitated at the sight of me. Other times she cried, arms wrapped around herself, rocking back and forth. Elizabeth looked pained, brushing her hands through the girl's hair. She would whisper little things and sing songs that caused my heart to ache. Joe told the humans to stay away from her. He didn't want to take the chance of the Omega lashing out. No one argued. She made them uneasy, the way her empty eyes stared straight ahead, only coming to life when Joe or Ox came in the room. Ox tried to bring her back, pull her away from the madness. For a brief moment, I thought it worked. His eyes bled, a low rumble in his throat. Her eyes cleared, and she blinked slow and sure, like the fog was burning away, and her eyes turned violet. She cowered away from him, backing herself into a corner, even as she reached toward him, claws sliding out from the tips of her fingers, oily and black. Alpha, she babbled. Alpha, Alpha, Alpha. I didn't stay at the house most nights. I had my own little home, my own space. It had once been Marty's, and then Marty and me. Now it was just mine. It wasn't anything grand, but I'd missed it almost as much as I'd missed Ox when we'd been gone. The first time I'd stepped inside after returning to Green Creek, my knees had felt weak, and I'd slumped against the door. It was in a quiet neighborhood at the end of a street, set farther back than the other houses. It was made of brick, so the wolves could huff and puff all they wanted. A maple tree grew in the front yard with as many leaves on the ground as were in its limbs. Bright flowers bloomed in the spring, golds and blues and reds and pinks. A small deck attached to the back, big enough for a chair or two. Some nights I'd sit there, feet propped up on the railing, a cold beer in one hand and a cigarette in the other as the sun set. There were 2 bedrooms. One had always been mine. The other was Marty's, now an office. There was a kitchen with old appliances and a bathroom with a medicine cabinet made of wood. The floor was carpeted, and it needed to be replaced soon, some of the edges frayed and worn. The roof was new. Ox and the guys had helped. The Bennett house belonged to the pack, but this house was mine. Sometimes when I came home, I'd put the keys in the bowl on the kitchen counter and stand there, listening as the house creaked and settled around me. I'd remember Marty moving in the kitchen, telling me that all a man needed was a few ingredients and he'd have a feast. More often than not, it was a TV dinner nuked in the microwave. He'd been married once, he told me, but it hadn't stuck. We both wanted different things, he'd said. Like what? She wanted me to sell the garage. I wanted her to fuck off. He laughed every time he said it. It would always devolve into a smoker's cough, wet and sticky, his face red as he slapped his knee. He wasn't magic. He wasn't a wolf. He wasn't Pack. He was a human man who smoked too much and cursed with every other word. His death had hurt. I thought I'd seen Mark at the funeral, standing at the fringes of the surprisingly sizable crowd. But when I'd pushed my way through the well-wishers, he was gone, if he'd been there at all. I told myself I was projecting. After all, the wolves were gone. A few days after the Omega came from the trees, I opened the door to my little house. My neck was stiff and my shoulders ached. It had been a long day, and I wasn't as young as I'd once been. The work took a toll on my body. I had a bottle of old pain pills in the drawer of the nightstand next to my bed, but they always made me feel muddled and slow. They were probably expired anyway. A TV dinner in the freezer called my name. Spicy enchiladas that gave me heartburn. A can of beer left from the 12-pack. A cigarette to finish it all off. A meal fit for a king. A perfect way to spend a Friday night. It would have been, anyway, had there not been a knock at the door even before I could make my way down the hall toward the bedroom. I thought about ignoring it. Then, through the door, "Don't even think about it, Gordo." I groaned. I knew that voice. I heard that voice every day. I just said goodbye to that voice a couple of hours before. I opened the door. Rico, Chris, and Tanner stood on my front porch. They'd obviously gone home and cleaned up, showers and a change of clothes. Rico wore jeans and a shirt that proclaimed him to be a love machine under long-sleeved flannel. Chris had on his old leather jacket that had once belonged to his father. Tanner was wearing a collared button-down shirt untucked over khakis. And they were all watching me expectantly. I said, "No, absolutely not," and tried to slam the door in their faces. Before I could, they pushed their way inside. I thought about splitting open the floor beneath their feet and burying them underneath my house. I didn't, because it would make a mess I'd have to clean up later. And also because there'd be questions. "We're going out," Rico announced grandly, as if he were the answer to all my problems. "Good for you," I snapped. "Have fun. Now leave. And where the hell do you think you two are going?" Chris and Tanner were walking down the hall toward the bedrooms. "Don't worry about us," Chris called over his shoulder. "Just stand there and continue looking angry." "Robbie was right," Tanner told him. "I never really noticed the murder eyebrows before. Now I can't stop thinking about them." "You better not touch anything," I shouted after him. "Yeah, they're going to touch a lot of things," Rico told me, patting me on the shoulder as he passed me by on the way to the kitchen. I could do nothing but follow him, muttering death threats under my breath. He opened the fridge, frowning down at the contents, which, admittedly, wasn't much. "I haven't been to the store in a while," I muttered. "This is sad," he said. "This makes me sad." "Well, you could leave. Then you wouldn't be sad anymore." He reached into the fridge and snagged my last beer. He closed the door and popped the top of the can. "No, couldn't even do that, because I'd be thinking about you here and I would still be sad." He took a long sip. I stared at him. He belched. I stared some more. He grinned. I absolutely did not have to hold myself back from punching him in the face. "Why are you here, Rico?" "Oh, that, right. I'm glad you asked." "I'm not going to like this, am I?" "No, probably not. Well, at least not at first. But then you will love it." "We're going out," Chris said, coming into the kitchen. "And you're going with us," Tanner said, right behind him. It's been too long since it's been just us, Rico said, and drank more of my beer. Everything has been all wolves and pack and scary shit coming out of the trees wanting to eat me. And don't even get me started about the alphas working our asses into the ground. Why do we have to run? Chris asked, head tilted back toward the ceiling. For miles, even. I mean, I get the whole running away from monsters thing, but I already know how to do that. He patted his trim stomach. Do you think I asked for this? Maybe I wanted a beer gut. And don't forget the other wolves, Tanner said, arms folded across his chest. They're just as bad. They don't even get sweaty. And they have fangs and claws and can jump really high. It's completely unfair, Rico agreed. Which is why we're not inviting any of them, and we're going out to drink too much tonight for our ages, and we'll wake up tomorrow regretting everything. No, absolutely not. The shop. Ox and Robbie are opening tomorrow, Tanner said easily. I've got invoices too. Jessie said she'd handle them, Chris said. I invited her to go along with us, but she said, and I quote, I would rather watch my ex-boyfriend and his werewolf mate have sex. He frowned. I think she actually meant that too. I don't like any of you enough to. You're full of shit, Rico said. Pendejo. I groaned. Can't I just have one night to myself? No, they all said. Tanner and I put clothes out on your bed, Chris said. Go change. Because you can't be trusted to dress yourself, Tanner agreed. Fuck you. Maybe, if Bambi is willing to share, Rico said, grinning lecherously at me. Get your ass in gear, Livingstone. Time waits for no man. Green Creek had 2 bars. The Lighthouse was the one everyone went to on Friday nights. Mac's was the one most people tried to avoid, given that the glasses were dirty and Mac was more than likely to spit in your drink and spout obscenely racist rhetoric while watching the old television mounted on the wall perpetually showing old episodes of Perry Mason. We went to the Lighthouse. There was no lighthouse in Green Creek. We weren't anywhere near the ocean. It was just one of those things that nobody questioned. The parking lot was full when we pulled up in Tanner's truck. Loud honky-tonk poured out from the open doorway, along with bright bursts of laughter. People stood outside in groups, smoke curling heavy up toward the night sky. Crowded tonight, Chris said. We could just go home, I pointed out. Nah. I could just go home. Nah. The guys opened the door and slid from the truck. I didn't move. Rico leaned his head back in. Get out, or I'll shoot you. I'm carrying. You wouldn't. His eyes narrowed. Try me, Gordo. Rico had gotten scarier since he'd found out about werewolves. I almost believed him. I got out of the truck. People waved at us as we headed inside. It was the price of living in a small town. Everyone knew everyone. I was the guy who fixed their cars, who sometimes ate in the diner. I was a townie. The same with the guys. Sure, Chris and Tanner had left for a while, but they'd come back. The world too big for them. Rico had already been working for me. Chris and Tanner had followed shortly. And after that, they never left. But that's all we were to them, the guys from the garage. Townies. I wondered what they would think if they knew everything. I nodded in response, not wanting to stop for even a few short words. I hoped we'd find some dark corner, get a couple of pictures, and get out of here in an hour or two. If I'd really wanted to, I could have begged off. But it had been a long while since we'd done this, just the 4 of us. We'd tried it once after the death of Richard Collins. We hadn't spoken much, staring down at our beers, the guys still too pissed at me for leaving. But then life had happened. We got busy. The pack, the garage. Rico met Bambi. Tanner started taking some business classes online so he could do more with the shop and pack finances. Chris began grilling Elizabeth and Mark on all things wolf-related, trying to find out as much as he could about a world that he hadn't known existed for most of his life. I saw them every day still, but we all had other things going on. Well, they all had other things going on. I was doing my best to ignore the obvious, working too much and sleeping too little. "My baby!" a woman shrieked. "Mi corazón," Rico purred, as his arms suddenly became full of blonde hair, flowery perfume, and fake tits. Bambi was Bambi. She was a townie who had worked at the bar since she'd graduated high school, which, unfortunately, wasn't as long ago as I would have liked. She was a small-town girl who slung beers to a mostly male crowd, pretty and a little rough around the edges. Her nails were a blood red, as were her lips, and she wore a revealing pair of shorts that probably got her more tips. She had a towel over her shoulder as she put her arms around Rico's neck, peppering his face with sticky kisses, leaving lipstick on his cheeks and chin. Tanner looked horrified. Chris was amused. Rico had himself an armful of Bambi. I rolled my eyes. A man I didn't recognize was stumbling by behind her. For a moment I thought he'd keep going. Instead, he pulled his hand back and slapped Bambi on the ass. She tensed. I sighed. Almost quicker than I could follow, she whirled around, grabbed the man by the arm, and twisted it up behind his back. He squawked in pain as she kicked the back of his knees, forcing him down. His beer bottle shattered on the floor. People in the bar fell silent as she pulled his arm up behind him almost to the point of breaking. "Touch me again without my permission," she said, her voice high and sweet. "And I'll rip off your balls. Understood?" The man nodded frantically. "Good," she said, kissing his cheek. "Now get out, and if I catch you in my bar again, I will end you." She let him go, and he pulled himself up, only to be met by two large men who worked for Bambi as security. They took him by his arms and led him out of the bar. The music picked up again. People began talking loudly. "I love her so goddamn much," Rico whispered in awe. "Yeah," Chris said. "Question. Once she comes to her senses and breaks up with you, what's the appropriate amount of time in the bro code to wait before I can ask her out?" 6 months, Tanner said. "Make it 7, Rico said. "Just so I have enough time to mend my broken heart. And when you do, always remember that I got there first." "Gordo," Bambi said, a knowing grin on her face. "Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? These degenerates finally dragged you out, huh?" "I'm wounded," Rico said. People underestimated Bambi. Her name, her looks, the fact that she owned a bar when she herself was only a few years past legal drinking age. But she was almost as terrifying as the wolves, and smarter than most gave her credit for. And for whatever reason, she adored Rico. I wouldn't cross her, but I did question her taste in men. Against my will, I assured her. She clapped her hands. "Good. I'm glad it worked. The table in the back is ready for you guys. Sit down and I'll bring a couple of pictures." She kissed a dazed Rico on the cheek before she pushed her way into the crowd, hollering at people to get the fuck out of her way. "Don't know what she sees in your ugly mug," Chris said, shoving Rico. "My Latin flavor," Rico snapped back, a goofy grin on his face. "She got tired of white bread." Tanner rolled his eyes, but started leading the way toward the back of the bar. Sure enough, there was an empty booth in the back, a folded card on the table saying it was reserved. "Don't sit here if it's not meant for you, assholes," in girlish pink script. She confused me greatly. Rico shoved me onto the bench first, then slid in next to me. Tanner and Chris took the other side. Chris pulled a small notepad from a pocket line in the inside of his jacket. He opened it, putting it on the table before him. He frowned, patting his outside pockets, before pulling out a stubby pencil that looked like it had been gnawed on repeatedly. "Okay," he said, opening the notepad to a fresh sheet of paper. "The meeting to get Gordo laid can now commence." And it had been going so well. "What?" I said flatly. "What is Gordo looking for in a man?" Tanner asked, sitting back on the bench. "He needs to be a little mean," Rico said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Can't be sensitive, because Gordo is an asshole and would make sensitive people cry." "Seriously?" I said. "What?" "Uh-huh," Chris said, writing something down on the notepad. "Needs to be mean. Got it. What else?" "Has to have facial hair," Tanner said. "He has a kink for facial hair. Gotta have that beard burn on his asshole." "What in the fuck are you talking about?" "Should probably be taller, too," Rico mused. "Gordo likes him big." "Hairy and fat," Chris muttered, hunched over the notepad. "Not fat," Rico said. "Well, not that there's anything wrong with being heavier." He squinted at me. "You okay with some meat on the bones? Some cushion for your pushing? I know you're versatile." "Why I know that, I don't care to think about." "I am going to murder all of you," I promised him darkly. "He likes them a little wolfish," Tanner said. "Wolfish," Chris said, pencil scratching along paper. "Able to hold their own in a fight," Rico said. "Probably has to know about his 'my arms glow in the dark' secret, too," Tanner said. "They don't glow in the dark." "That's true," Rico agreed. "And should be someone he's comfortable around. Someone he knows." Right, Chris said. Bambi appeared as if by magic, holding a tray with 2 pitchers and 4 frosty mugs in one hand. She set it expertly down on the table without spilling a drop. She smiled at Rico as she set the mugs in front of us and the pitchers in the middle of the table. "What are y'all up to?" "Trying to get Gordo laid," Rico said cheerfully. "Oh," she said. "Man or woman?" "Man." "I'm on it," she said, before she disappeared from whence she'd come. I angrily poured myself some beer. It was more foam than liquid. Rico took the other pitcher and began filling the remaining mugs. "What else?" "Is anything else necessary?" Chris asked, frowning down at the notepad. "I think that pretty much narrows it down," Tanner said. "Okay," Rico said. "Hit me with it." Chris picked up the notepad and held it close to his face, squinting at the words. "Okay. Based upon our criteria of being hairy and big and wolfish and knowing about how Gordo uses force lightning because he's pretty much a Jedi," I furiously choked down foam. "That leaves us with 2 choices for Gordo to get laid." "Awesome," Rico said. "That makes our job so much easier. Who are they?" "Carter or Mark Bennett." I sprayed foam on the table. Rico patted me on the back. "Good choices, though I feel one is more obvious than the other. Pros and cons?" "Carter is young," Tanner said, before belching. He wiped his mouth. "Could probably get it up more than one time in a night. He's also probably eager to learn. A real crowd pleaser, if you know what I mean. Kids are always eager." He grimaced. "I wish I hadn't phrased it like that." "And he's big," Rico said. "And we know he's hung because of all the times we've seen him naked. Because werewolves. Which does wonders for my self-esteem." "Big penis," Chris said, writing on the notepad. "And he's a second to Joe," Tanner said. "Which means he's a real go-getter." "Good point," Rico said. "Cons?" He only sleeps with women, Chris said. So far, Tanner said. But didn't Kelly say wolves were all fluid? Maybe he hasn't yet found a man to rev his engine. He looked at me. Maybe he shouldn't start with Gordo. He's more of a work your way up to, or a last resort. I pointed my mug at him. You'll be the first to die. And while he's young, he might be too young for Gordo, Rico said. Gordo tends to like him a bit more mature. Actually have some grass on the field, you know? And you'll be second, I growled at him. I also haven't detected any sexual chemistry between the two of them, Chris said. He glanced at me. Did anything happen on the road? One night, maybe, when you two were feeling a little bit lonelier than usual? Maybe you gave in and he sucked your... I'll save you for last, I warned him, while the screams of the others still echo in your ears. Let's move on to Mark, Rico said. Pros and cons. There's a history there, Tanner said, before chugging the rest of his beer. Is that a pro or a con? Chris asked, filling my empty mug. Less foam this time. I don't know, Rico said. Gordo, is that a pro or con? I wiped my mouth, enraged. I'll put it in both, Chris decided. He's Gordo's type, Tanner said. He pretty much defined Gordo's type, Rico said. Do you know how long it takes for a person to suffocate? I asked them. Usually around 3 minutes. I can make it 1.5. They ignored me. And he's big, Tanner said. And hairy, Chris added. Except for the top of his head. All that chest hair, Rico said. Man, being in a werewolf pack with mostly men must be like a buffet for the gay guys. He kicked me underneath the table. Is it a buffet for you? All that man flesh on display? Too bad Jesse's not a wolf, Tanner sighed. That's my sister, Chris snarled at him, trying to stab him with a pencil. Elizabeth is hot for an older lady, Rico said. Then his eyes widened. Please don't tell her I said that. I don't want to do an Ox versus Richard Collins impression and see my insides on my outsides. Wow, Tanner said. Too soon, man. Too soon. Chris shook his head at Rico, obviously disappointed. Lo siento, Rico said. It felt wrong as soon as I said it, but I was already committed. Won't happen again. Where were we? Mark and Gordo, Tanner said. Chris nodded. So far, we have so many more pros than cons. Cons, Rico said. Cons. Oh, I got one. Like, they broke up and stuff for reasons Gordo has really yet to explain, even though he's Mark's mystical moon magic mate or whatever. And he hasn't told us why neither of them have pulled their heads out of their asses since Gordo got back, even though they sometimes stare at each other like they want to choke on some dicks. I glared at him. He shrugged. What? You know it's true. Choke on some dicks, Chris mumbled, writing exactly that on his notepad. I'm not telling you shit, I retorted. In fact, you're all fired, and you're kicked out of the pack, and I never want to see any of you again. Ever. Rico nodded sympathetically. Yeah, I'd probably say the same thing if I was you and surrounded by friends who are much smarter. Why can't you just leave this alone? Because we're your buddies, Tanner said. We've had your back longer than anybody else. We've earned the right to call you out on your shit. Jessie told me that you were getting pathetic, Chris admitted. She said ever since Mark met Dale... Ow! Who the fuck just kicked me? We agreed not to mention his name, Rico hissed at him. Que te jodan. You didn't have to kick me. Your boots have steel toes, you dick. Jessie said you were grumpier than normal, Tanner said, glaring at Chris. I'm not grumpier than normal, I said. I'm always like this. Rico said. More or less. But it's gotten a little worse. The wolves are starting to feel it. He looked over his shoulder before leaning forward. You know, he whispered, through their feelings? He wiggled his fingers at me. You're all fucking stupid, I said. And the next person that opens their mouth will find out what life is like without testicles. They all stared at me. I stared back at each of them in turn to make sure they knew I was serious. Magic didn't work like that, but they didn't know it. As much as I wanted to smash their faces onto the table, they were only looking out for me as they always had. Tanner had been right. I'd known them longer than almost anyone. They'd been there through the worst of it, even if they hadn't known what was happening. The destruction of my first pack, being left behind by my second, Mark asking his alpha for permission to court me, Mark giving me his wolf, me giving him an ultimatum, and Mark choosing his pack. Mark. They tried to keep Dale from me. Like I cared. Like I was fragile. Like the very idea of Mark with someone else would be so devastating I wouldn't be able to function. I'd lived more of my life without him than I ever did with him. It didn't matter to me. Mark could do what he wanted. I didn't give a shit. Just because I hadn't been with anyone else in years didn't mean a damn thing. It was... Oh, fuck, Chris said, eyes wide. This wasn't supposed to happen. What? Tanner asked, looking out into the crowd. What are you? Oh, shit. Gordo? Hey, Gordo. He slapped the top of the table. Hey, man, look at me. Look right at me. So let's talk about something different. Like, oh, are you still thinking of opening another garage? That would be great. Just great. What the hell is wrong with the two of you? Rico asked, eyes narrowed. Chris jerked his head like he was having a seizure, eyes darting back and forth. Rico looked over his shoulder. He made a weird noise in his throat and started coughing. I turned to see what they'd been staring at. No, Tanner said, kicking my shin. What's your problem? I growled at him, reaching down and rubbing my leg. Nothing, he said. My bad. Totally didn't mean to do that. Just... Hey, Gordo. What? How are you? Really? I feel like we haven't talked in a long time, you know? We went to lunch today, I reminded him. Just the two of us. For an hour. Right, Tanner said, nodding furiously. So nice of you. Did I say thanks for that? Because that was just nice. I appreciate. Oh my fucking God, why is he coming over here? Is he insane? Rico twisted in his seat, getting onto his knees on the bench. Vete, he hissed. Vete! Who the hell are you? Hey guys, how's it going? Mark Bennett stood next to the table. He looked good. His head was freshly shaved, and his beard had been recently trimmed. He wore a sweater I'd never seen before, a maroon V-neck that clung to his arms and shoulders. His jeans were tied around his thighs, and he towered over me. There was a pulse of pack, somewhere deep inside my head, and whether it came from him or me, I didn't know. The humans could feel it, but they couldn't broadcast it, so it had to be from one of us. There was something more, something that felt green and blue, but I couldn't latch onto it, couldn't parse through it before it pulled away as quickly as it had come. It was a thought, an idea, but he'd taken it back. We'd learned early on how to shield ourselves from members of our pack. No one was privy to everything in our heads. I could push, a question sent out like the ripples on the surface of a lake, and maybe he'd answer. But I didn't think I wanted to know, especially when I saw a man standing next to him. He was thin, with pale skin and dark eyes. His hair was artfully messy. He looked to be a little younger than me. He smiled nervously down at us, lips twitching. He was standing close to Mark, their arms brushing. He looked ordinary next to Mark. Most people did. "Hey," I said, averting my gaze. "Mark, what a surprise. I didn't know you were going to be here." "Neither did I." "Yeah," Rico said, sounding like he was trying not to laugh or scream. I didn't know which. "We brought him out tonight. You know, human night and whatnot." I stomped on his foot underneath the table. "I meant boys' night," he yelped. "Mierda." "Dale," Tanner said. "Nice to see you again." I turned slowly to look at him. He blanched. Ignore me. I've had too much to drink." "Hi, Tanner," Dale said, his voice low and gravelly. It was deeper than I thought it would be. I didn't like it. "Chris, good to see you too." Chris just nodded and drank the rest of his beer in one long, slow gulp. "Hi," Dale said, and I realized he was talking to me. "I don't think we've met." The guys at the table held their breath. Fucking idiots. I grinned up at Dale, turning on the charm. He looked a little dazzled. Mark didn't. He looked like he was regretting his very existence. I didn't blame him. There was blood in the water, and I felt like circling. "Yeah, how about that? Seems you've met everyone else here." Chris slumped. Tanner was stock still, as if I wouldn't see him sitting right in front of me. "I'm Gordo. Great to meet you." I held out my hand, and he shook it politely. "Gordo," he said. "I've heard a lot about you." "Have you?" I said, forcing myself to sound amused. "Well, how about that? You talk about me, Mark?" "Of course I do," Mark said quietly, those ice eyes on me. "You're important." I struggled to keep the smile on my face. It was a battle I almost lost. "Right," I said. "Important, because we go way back. A long time." Dale looked confused, but he said, "Old friends, huh?" I turned my grin back to him. "Since we were kids, we grew up together. Then he left and I stayed here. We grew apart. You know how it is." "Oh?" Dale said, looking at Mark. "I didn't know that." "I had to leave," Mark said, hands in fists at his sides. "Family thing." "Yeah," I agreed. "Family. Because nothing is more important than family." "Right," Dale said slowly, glancing between the two of us. "It can be the most important thing." "Oh, I don't know," I said. "Sometimes a family of choice is better than that of blood, but that's not for everyone." I nodded at the guys at the table. "Ain't related to any of these assholes, but they're still mine. For the moment." "We're so dead," Rico whispered to Tanner and Chris. "And sometimes people are put into positions where they have no choice at all," Mark said evenly. "Oh my God," Tanner breathed. "Do they have to do this now?" Dale laughed uncomfortably. "I think maybe I'm missing something here." I waved him away. "Nah, you aren't missing a thing. Because I'm not missing a thing. Right, Mark?" "Right," Mark said, eyes narrowing. Rico cleared his throat. "As fun as this is, and believe me, I've never been more entertained in my life, we don't want to keep you from your night out." "You could join us," Chris offered. Then the blood left his face as he glanced at me. No, don't do that. Go away." He winced. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. Just don't be here."
Tanner put his face in his hands. "It's okay," Dale said. He seemed like such a nice guy. I fucking hated nice guys. "We won't intrude. It's been a while since I've had this one all to myself. Gonna take advantage of that."
"Christ," Rico muttered. "Of all the things to say." "Sounds fun," I said cheerfully. "Nice to meet you. I'm sure we'll see each other again."
"You too," Dale said, before pulling Mark toward the bar. I watched them disappear into the crowd before I slowly turned back toward the table. Rico, Tanner, and Chris sank even lower in their seats. I took a long drink of my beer.
"He's nice,"
Chris tried. "Works in a coffee shop," Tanner added. "Over in Abbey."
"We only met him once," Rico said. "And while we told him to his face that we thought he was a great guy, obviously we were lying, because why would we even think something like that when you're our friend?"
"When you least expect it," I said. "When it's slipped your mind. When you've forgotten this moment. That's when I'll come for you." I shouldn't have felt as good as I did at the look of fear in their eyes. I was drunk. Not smashed, but beyond tipsy. I felt good. The beer was heavy in my stomach. "Gotta take a leak," I told them, over the din of the crowded bar. They nodded, not looking up from their electronic trivia tablets. The notepad had been put away, and there had been no further talk of pros and cons. I pushed myself up from the table. My head was swimming pleasantly. I made my way through the crowd, feeling hands slap my back, hearing my name said in greeting. I smiled, nodded, but I didn't stop. There was a line for the women's restroom. Small-town women all. The urinal was in use in the men's room, a hand propped against the wall as the guy pissed. The stall door was shut, and from inside came the sound of retching. The bathroom felt too warm. It smelled of piss and shit and vomit. I went back out into the bar. It was warmer now. Things were starting to spin a little. I needed air. The front of the bar was too crowded. I went to the side of the bar. Bambi winked at me as she poured drinks. I tilted my head toward the back door behind the bar.
"Go for it,"
she shouted over the noise.
"Still looking for you, if you know what I mean."
I did. I didn't care. The night air was a shock against my heated skin. The door shut behind me, the sounds of the bar muffled. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The alleyway was empty. It had rained while we were inside. Water dripped down from gutters stuffed with dead leaves. A car drove by out on the road, the tires rolling against wet pavement. "Fuck," I muttered, rubbing my forehead. I was gonna feel like shit tomorrow. I was getting too old to spend a night out drinking without paying for it. Once upon a time, I could have pounded back beers until 1 a.m. and then been up and ready to get into the shop at 6. Those days were long past. I walked down the alley, away from the street. A dumpster sat to the right against the wall of the bar. The hardware store was to the left. I trailed my fingers against the brick, damp and rough. I stood on the other side of the dumpster and pissed against the wall. I groaned at the release. It went on for ages. I shook myself before tucking my dick back into my jeans. The thought of going back inside was terrible. I fished my smokes out of my pocket and slid a cigarette out of the crumpled pack. I stuck it between my teeth. I couldn't find my lighter. I must have forgotten it at home. I looked around, making sure I was alone, before I snapped my fingers once. A little spark, and then a small bloom of fire at my fingertips. My arms were covered.
but I felt the warm pulse as a small tattoo near my left elbow flickered to life. I brought the flame to the tip of the cigarette and inhaled. It burned my lungs. The nicotine washed through me, and I sighed out a stream of smoke. Water dripped onto my forehead. I closed my eyes. A voice off to my right. "Those things will kill you." Of course. So it's been said. Footsteps came closer. "I remember your first one. You thought you were cool, and then you started coughing so hard, I thought you were going to throw up. Gotta get used to it. First one always hurts." Oh, the games we played. "Does it?" I inhaled. "I've tasted it, you know, on your tongue." I grinned lazily. "Yeah, I know. You always complained, though I think you liked it. It was like burning leaves, smoke in the rain." "How poetic of you." He snorted. "Yeah, poetic." I opened my eyes, looking down at the way the smoke twisted around my fingers. "What do you want, Mark?" He was covered in shadow, standing more toward the mouth of the alley. People stumbled by behind him on the street, but they took no notice of us. For them, we didn't exist. I should have known he'd follow me out here. Or maybe I had known. "Who says I want anything?" he asked. "You're here. So are you. Who says I want anything?" Twin flickers of orange, like the end of my cigarette, burned in the dark. "I never said you did." People thought I was tough. A redneck. The rough guy from the garage. They weren't wrong. But they didn't know everything about me. I spat on the ground. "Dale seems nice. Safe and soft. Tell me, Mark, do you think he's wondering where you are right now? Did you tell him you'd be right back after you saw me leave?" "He's with a friend of his." I inhaled. I exhaled. The smoke was blue and gray. "Already meeting the friends. Though I suppose it's fair since he's apparently met mine." "You're angry with me." My smile was full of teeth. "I'm not anything with you. Your pack." And I felt the push of it, from him, from the wolf in the alley. It was hot and vibrant, a whisper of which pack in the back of my mind. Funny how that worked out, isn't it? Our first one destroyed, our second one leaving me behind, and here we are again, our third. I wonder if other wolves get as many chances, if other witches have had as many alphas as I have. "The first hurt," he said, taking a step farther into the alley. "The second almost killed me." "Didn't stop you. Thomas whistled and you went running like a good dog." A low growl rolled across the brick. "He was my brother." "Oh, I know." "Get the fuck out of here, Mark." And for a moment, he hesitated. I thought he'd turn around, leave whatever this was that made my head hurt. The beer felt greasy in my stomach, and I wished I'd never come outside. But he didn't. One moment he was still 10 feet away, and the next he was in front of me, the long, hard line of his body pressed against mine. My back was to the brick, his hand in a loose grip around my throat, thumb and forefinger digging into the hinges of my jaw. I breathed and breathed and breathed. "You fight this," he growled near my ear. "You always fight this." "You're fucking right, I do," I said, hating how hoarse my voice sounded. A jolt of electricity was running just underneath my skin, and he knew it. He had to. My neck and underarms were slick with sweat, giving off chemical signals that I wanted to keep secret. He dug his fingers in tighter, twisting my head to the side. His nose came to my neck, and he inhaled sharply. He dragged his nose up my throat to my cheek. His lips scraped against the underside of my jaw. But that was it. "There's anger," he said quietly. "It's smoke and ash. But underneath, there is still dirt and leaves and rain. Like there always was. Like the first time. I remember it. I never smelled anything like it before. I wanted to consume it. I wanted it rubbed into my skin so it would never leave me. I wanted to sink my teeth into it until your blood filled my mouth. Because the first one always hurts." "Yeah?" I asked. I reached up and grabbed the back of his head, holding him to me. "Then get a good sniff. Suck it in, wolf." I felt the pinprick of claws dimpling my skin as he pressed his hips against mine. He inhaled deeply, and I fought to keep my eyes from rolling back. Instead, I dragged my hand from the back of his head down to his neck and over his shoulders until I could press it flat against his chest between us. There was a beat of nothing, the tick, tick, tick of water dripping, and then the air rippled around us, the raven's wings fluttering. A wall of air slammed into him, knocking him back against the opposite wall. His eyes lit up, fangs lengthening as he growled at me. "I hope it was worth it," I said, voice cold. "Because if you try and touch me again, I'll fry your ass. You get me?" He nodded slowly. I took a last drag of my cigarette before I dropped it and crushed it beneath my boot. The smoke leaked out of my nose. Music throbbed from inside the bar. And then I walked away, heading toward the street. But before I could turn the corner, I heard him speak. Fucker always got the last word. "This isn't over." Chapter 13. Too Late. Wild Animal. Philip Pappas came the next day. I didn't trust the people from back east. I never had. They always came with an air of superiority, thinking they knew more than they actually did. They were always watching, taking in everything they could, systematically cataloging all the tiny details to report back to the powers that be who were too chicken shit to actually come themselves. Osmond had been the first. He betrayed us to Richard Collins. He had paid for his crimes with his life. Robbie Fontaine had been the second, though Ox had told me he'd never been anything like Osmond. He was bright-eyed and eager, a pawn in a game he didn't know he was part of. I would have loved to have seen the look on Michelle Hughes's face when she realized that Robbie had defected to Ox's pack. Oh, I was sure she played the part of the understanding alpha. Everyone knew a wolf, a beta, had a choice when it came to a pack. Any alpha who forced a pack member to stay was considered dangerous and dealt with swiftly. Granted, I'd rarely heard of that happening, but the power of the alpha could be intoxicating. The bigger and stronger the pack, the more powerful the alpha became. Having betas leave broke bonds and lessened the strength of a pack. From what I understood, Robbie hadn't necessarily belonged to Michelle. He'd been more of a drifter, forming just enough of a bond to keep from becoming an Omega. It still must have pissed her off to find that the man she'd ostensibly sent to spy on what remained of the Bennett pack had ended up joining it. I hoped it burned. Philip Pappas was another story. Ox called him the Gruff Man. He was a no-nonsense beta I'd met only once before the Omegas had started coming to Green Creek. He'd come as one of Osmond's betas,
on a visit to Thomas after Abel had died. He wore wrinkled suits and skinny ties and looked perpetually exhausted. His hair was thin, and he had black-gray stubble that looked as if it itched. His hands were big, and his eyes constantly narrowed. He didn't take shit from anyone, which is why I thought he was perfect as Michelle's second. I didn't trust him. I didn't trust anyone outside of the Bennett pack.
"Where is she?"
he asked as he sat in the office across from Ox and Joe. Mark was in one corner, Carter in another. I stood near the window, flicking the lid of my silver lighter over and over, watching the ears of the wolves twitch each time the metal snapped together. 2 of Pappas's wolves remained outside, not invited inside the Bennett house. "With my mother," Joe said, leaning forward, elbows on the desk. Pappas nodded.
"Like the others?"
"Yes," Ox said, arms across his chest. "Exactly like the others. It's strange." Pappas arched an eyebrow.
"They're Omegas. Everything about them is strange. It's unnatural. A wolf isn't meant to be an Omega. We're not supposed to be feral."
"Then why are there so many of them?" Ox asked. Pappas kept a blank face. He was good.
"I didn't know a handful was considered many."
I snorted. He glanced at me.
"Something to say, Livingstone?"
Richard Collins certainly seemed to have more than a handful.
"An aberration."
"Was it?" I asked, because it seemed a little more than an aberration. He didn't like me. That much was obvious. I didn't give a fuck.
"What are you trying to say?"
Joe cleared his throat, shooting me a glare before looking back at Pappas. "I think what Gordo means is that there seems to be more Omegas than any of us think." Pappas nodded slowly.
"Do you know how many wolf packs there are in North America?"
Joe looked at Ox, who hadn't taken his eyes off the wolf in front of him. 36 in 29 states, 21 in 3 spread out over Canada.
"And on average, how many members are in each pack?"
6. Pappas looked impressed, though he tried to hide it.
20 years ago, there were 90 packs. 30 years ago, close to 200.
Ox barely blinked. What changed? Mark cleared his throat. I glanced at him. He was looking down at the floor. "Hunters." Pappas tapped his fingers in a staccato beat on the desktop.
"Clans and clans of hunters, whose duty it was, or so they claimed, to take out as many wolves as possible. Humans who came with their guns and their knives in the name of killing the monsters. They cut the wolves down indiscriminately. Men, women, children. Those that escaped kept on running. Sometimes they joined together in groups, forming makeshift packs."
"How is that possible?" Carter asked, frowning. "They wouldn't have had an alpha."
Pappas shrugged. "We don't know. Bonds were formed, frayed and rotten though they were. It slowed down the descent into becoming feral. And then someone like Richard comes along, an abnormally strong beta in his own descent who could almost be an alpha, and they gathered behind him. They needed someone to follow. He was a light in the dark, and they swarmed around him. Michelle wasn't wrong when she told you that when he became an alpha, if only for a moment, they all felt it. And then that was taken away. Of course they would be drawn here."
"We didn't see hunters on the road," Carter said. "Aside from David King, there was no one else."
"That's because, like wolves, their numbers were thinned," Pappas said. "Age or death or fear of reprisal. Revenge, if you will." He glanced at me and then looked back at the alphas. "It's why David King was on the run, after all."
"They won't come here." Joe said, sounding sure of himself. The hunters, whatever's left of them, they know better. I said, I don't think that's... Ox said, what happened to the others? The Omegas you took from here. 8 of them over the last 6 months. He knew. I'd told him already. He was testing Pappas. Dead, Pappas said without hesitation. All of them. We had no choice. They were already too far gone. And I assume you did everything you could? That Michelle did everything she could? She did. He's not lying, I said quietly. Ox looked at me. He was angry. I could feel that. A wave of blue and red washing through the thread that bound me to him. It came as why and Gordo and I don't know what to do. He'll take her, kill her. She's going to die. She could hurt someone, I told him, trying to ignore his anguish. I needed him to keep a level head. Maybe she won't want to, but by the time it happens, what she wants won't matter. She'll be gone. Nothing will be left but claws and fangs and a desire to hunt. You've tried. Joe has too. You can't keep her here. She could hurt someone. What if it's Jesse, or Tanner, Chris, or Rico? They won't be able to fight her off if they don't see her coming. She'll be an animal. He ground his teeth as Joe put his hand on top of his. Is Michelle stronger than I am? Stronger than Joe? Pappas looked wary. Why? Because if we couldn't do anything, then how can we expect her to? Shit, Carter breathed. You can't be thinking of... No, Pappas said bluntly. She's not. And if you tell her I said that, I'll deny it until the day I die. But that's not what this is about. This is a formality, nothing more. A courtesy to you. And if this Omega has deteriorated as much as you say she has, then it's already too late. Ox nodded before he pushed himself up from the chair. Gordo? Dude, Carter said, sounding alarmed. Wait, Ox, hold on a minute. You can't just... Carter, Joe said, and his brother fell silent. Ox left the room. I did the only thing I could. I followed him. She was in one of the spare rooms at the top of the stairs. Kelly stood near the door, watching over his mother as she hummed quietly on the bed, the Omega in the corner, growling low in her throat. Her hair hung loosely around her face, and she was half shifted, her eyes shining violet, her face covered in gray fur. Her right hand was a paw. Her left was still mostly human. She saw Ox, and her eyes widened. She opened her mouth to speak, but all that came out was an animalistic grunt. Her eyes darted to me and narrowed to slits before she looked back to Ox. What's going on? Kelly asked nervously, picking up the waves of blue pouring off Ox. What happened? He said, Take your mother downstairs. But, Kelly? He nodded. Elizabeth didn't fight him as he helped her up from the bed. She paused next to Ox, taking his face in her hands. Is there no other way? He shook his head. The others, they... She didn't need to finish her question. Yes. She sighed. Can you show her mercy? Yes. Can you keep her from hurting any more? Yes. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the forehead. Be her alpha, Ox, she whispered. She would thank you for it, if she could. Then she was gone. Kelly gave us one last look before he followed his mother, shutting the door behind him. The Omega whined, spittle dripping down her chin.
I'll do it, I told him. I've done it before. This doesn't have to be on you. You don't have to do this, Ox. He was watching the Omega. My father told me I was going to get shit all my life. I know. If he wasn't already dead, I would have hunted him down and killed him myself. That people would never understand me. Yeah, Ox. That I would never be able to do the right thing. He was wrong. Ox looked at me. He was, because I have you, and Joe, the pack. I have a family, people who don't give me shit, people who understand me. You still don't have to do this. The Omega snarled in my direction. For a moment I thought she was going to launch herself at me, but Ox growled at her, and she cowered back into the corner. His hands were in fists at his sides. Do you think it hurts, losing your mind? I don't know. You don't? Do you? My mother... It wasn't the same for me. My mother wasn't the same as Maggie. No, I don't expect anyone was the same as her. She was special. I know, Ox. I felt cold, like I had ice in my head. Everything was frozen. It ached, and I couldn't find a way to stop it. All I wanted was revenge, even if I didn't mean it. I made mistakes. I didn't know if we'd ever get past the decisions that followed the coming of the beast. Joe would have gone even if you hadn't said anything. Maybe. You lost your pack once. Twice, but who was counting? I did. They died. Yeah. It must have been like losing your mind, the bonds breaking. And I hesitated. He nodded, this wonderfully strange young man seeing everything I couldn't say out loud. I wonder what you would have done to stop it. Anything. I would have done anything. He moved then. He'd been that kid once, hiding behind his daddy's leg, staring shyly up at me as I asked him if he wanted a pop from the machine. He'd gotten a root beer. He'd laughed after he'd taken the first drink, telling me he'd never had one before, and the bubbles tickled his nose. He wasn't that kid anymore. He was a big guy now, an alpha, strong and brave and powerful, so much more than I'd ever thought possible. I'd seen him angry. I'd seen the rage behind his eyes when monsters came from the trees to take what was his. I'd seen him deal death with his hands. This wasn't that. The Omega didn't have time to react before he was on her, his hands on either side of her head, a grotesque parody of how Elizabeth had held him just minutes before. But he wasn't angry. All I felt was blue. He was sad. This hurt him. He snapped her head viciously to the right. The bones cracked and popped, the sound sharp in the small bedroom. Her right leg spasmed, her foot skittering along the carpet. Her toes flexed once, then twice. Her toenails looked as if they'd been recently painted. Elizabeth must have done it. They were pink before claws sprouted from each one. The violet faded from her eyes. It took only seconds for her to still. It felt like ages. I wasn't like the wolves. I couldn't hear the moment her heart stopped. I wondered what it sounded like. A thundering drum that skipped some beats before falling silent. She slumped with a low exhalation. The claws fell away. The hair receded from her face as her shift faded. All that was left was a young woman. Ox leaned forward, his forehead pressed against hers. I closed my eyes. He whispered, "Your pack will howl you home. All you need to do is listen for their song." Joe took one look at Ox as soon as we opened the door and immediately pulled him away down the hall toward their room. He glanced at me over his shoulder. He didn't speak, but I understood. Carter and Kelly were downstairs with their mother in the kitchen, huddled up on either side of her as she held a steaming cup of tea, the string from the bag resting on her fingers. I could see Mark through the windows at the front of the house, standing outside in front of the wolves Pappas had brought. It didn't look like they were speaking, and I figured Mark was posturing, as he sometimes did. The humans weren't at the house. As soon as we'd known Pappas was in Green Creek, we'd sent them away. Jesse had glared at Ox before huffing out a breath and stalking out the front door. The guys had followed with less attitude, which I was thankful for. Pappas was still in the office, as was Robbie. "And she sends her regards," Pappas was saying, the door not quite closed. "That's great," Robbie said, sounding uncomfortable. "She worries about you." "I'm fine." "I can see that, and I'll tell her the same. Though there's always a place for you if you ever decide you want to come back home." That irritated the hell out of me, especially since Pappas had to know I was right outside the door. They would have heard my heartbeat, which meant he wanted me to hear. "This is my home," Robbie said. "Ox and Joe are my alphas. This is my pack." "Indeed," Pappas said. He was amused. "Well, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't extend the alpha's offer. You did good work for her. She was impressed. And you know she isn't impressed by much these days." That was enough. I pushed the door open the rest of the way. "Robbie," I said evenly, "can you do me a favor and call the others? Let them know the situation's been handled." He looked relieved, standing immediately. "Got it, boss. I told you not to call me that." "Yeah, many times. Still gonna do it, boss." He smiled gratefully as he passed me by. I waited until he left to close the door completely. Pappas stayed in his chair, eyeing me curiously. He was unafraid. Coming to another alpha's territory and trying to poach a member of their pack is one thing, I told him, leaning against the door. But coming on to Bennett land, with 2 alphas? I shook my head. That takes some balls. Or a massive amount of stupidity. Jury's still out. If Pappas had been the sort that smiled at anything, I was sure he would have been smiling then. He wasn't intimidated. I wondered if he knew what a mistake that was. Funny that, seeing as how Robbie belonged to us once. And here I was thinking that free will still mattered, that wolves had a choice who they belonged to. Pappas nodded. "I was asked to make the offer. I did what I was told. Michelle, she's concerned." "About?" "Your pack seems to be buying up a lot of the property in Green Creek, businesses and such." "Checking up on us, is she?" "It's a matter of public record." "That still needs to be searched for." He flexed his hands. "The Bennett name seems to be tied into every facet of this town." "We're investing." "For?" "The future. And it helps the local businesses. We own them, not the banks. We can lower rent, make things cheaper for everyone. Keeps them happy. Michelle doesn't need to be concerned. This is our home." It was more than that, but he didn't need to know. Carter and Kelly had taken over the pack's finances and had come up with the idea to put the Bennett wealth back into the town. It did help the people who lived here, but it also tightened the pack's grip on this territory. Anyone who wanted to take it away would be foolish to try, not with how tied we were to this place now. "That right. Was that Thomas's plan? Before?" "What do you want, Pappas?" "I'm not here to force anything.
I didn't believe that for a second. Except for the death of the Omega. He tilted his head. Ox volunteered. You gave him no choice. There's that word again. Choice. You must think of me as some kind of master manipulator. I knew Osmond. I meant the words to land with a punch, but he looked barely affected. A mistake. One that went on for years. Tell me, have you figured out exactly when he turned on you? When he decided Richard Collins was worth more than all of you? There were signs. Things that shouldn't have been overlooked. And there's no one else. Not that we know of. That doesn't mean as much as it used to. He leaned forward in his chair, hands clasped in his lap. His forehead had a sheen of sweat on it. I didn't think I'd ever seen Pappas sweat before. What are you really asking, Gordo? I looked back to make sure the door remained shut so that no one could overhear us. It was. Pappas was not smiling again when I turned toward him. He arched an eyebrow at me. You know what? Maybe I just want to hear you say it. Fucking werewolves. My father. Your father, he echoed. Right. Robert Livingstone. After the unfortunate situation with Richard Collins, I must admit I was surprised at the subterfuge. Keeping things from your alphas doesn't seem like something you'd do, Gordo. After everything your pack has been through, it's almost as if you trust me more than them. You don't know the first thing about me. And there it was, a full-on grin. It looked as if it belonged on a shark. We know far more than you think. I report to the alpha of all, don't I? Temporary, and nothing more. He shook his head. Joe seems like he doesn't want to leave here. I don't blame him. This place, it's unlike any other territory I've ever been to. You can feel it as you approach. It's like a great storm in the distance, all electricity and ozone. How Thomas Bennett ever left it to begin with is beyond me. He must have trusted you greatly to leave it in your care. Thomas Bennett didn't give two shits about me. No? How curious. I was tired of this, of him. Tell me what I need to know. He spread his hands on his thighs. I thought I saw a hint of claws, but they were gone a moment later. There's nothing, or rather nothing new, on either front. That couldn't be possible. I warned you that Elijah was still out there. What her brother told me. How is it possible that a hunter of her caliber is slipping under your radar? He shrugged. Maybe she's hung up her mantle. Maybe she's dead. Or maybe, just maybe, David King was full of shit and faced with angry werewolves while bleeding to death, saying whatever he thought you wanted to hear in order to save his own life. You're missing something. Maybe Michelle's not. Are you okay? He was breathing heavier than he'd been just a moment before. He closed his eyes, nostrils flaring. He reached up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. If he hadn't been a wolf, I would have thought he was ill. But since wolves didn't get sick, not like humans did, it had to be something else. It was almost like he was losing control. But that wasn't. I'm fine, he finally said, opening his eyes. It's been a long trip out here to make again in so many weeks. If I thought I could handle a plane, we would have flown. But all those scents in such small space is just... it's too much. I frowned. You don't look so... There have been no reports of any hunter activity in years, Pappas said evenly. The old clans have either been dealt with or have died out. Honestly, we have Richard to thank for that. He killed more hunters than any wolf has in years. Regardless of what he became, he did the dirty work for us better than we ever could. He had his faults,
but he proved useful in the end.
Faults? I echoed incredulously. He murdered Thomas Bennett. He murdered Ox's mother. He nearly killed Ox. Those aren't faults.
I know it's difficult, Gordo. And while his crimes were terrible, sometimes I don't know that you can see the bigger picture here. You're too close.
And my father? How does he fit into your bigger picture? How is he going to prove useful to you?
You deliberately misunderstand me.
I growled at him, scrubbing a hand over my face. He's still out there.
We know. But whatever he's doing, it's in shadow. He's a ghost, Gordo. You can't catch what isn't there.
Are you even looking for him?
Are you? It would seem to me that if anyone had a reason for making sure he didn't hurt another living soul, it'd be you. What have you done to find your father?
I was just a kid, I snapped at him, when you all came and took him away. When I was promised he would never hurt anyone again. And guess what? You lied.
That was Osmond.
Fuck Osmond. And fuck you too. You should have known. About Osmond, about Richard, about my father. Because of you, people have died. Good people. Thomas didn't deserve.
How human of you.
I blinked. What?
Just a moment ago you said Thomas Bennett didn't give two shits about you. And yet here you are saying he didn't deserve the death he got. By implication, you're saying you cared about him, even though you don't feel it was reciprocated. It's such a human thing to do. A born wolf sees things in terms of pack and alpha, of sense and the emotions associated with them. Turned wolves tend to war with themselves, remembering both what it meant to be human and what it means to be a wolf. Humans, though, they are more complex, more fallible. Your magic doesn't preclude you from this complexity. He shook his head. It's why humans aren't often in packs. They don't have the understanding of what it means to be pack.
We do just fine, thank you. There was that smile again.
Oh, I know. Another oddity of the Bennett pack. Ox is unlike anything that's ever come before. I find myself fascinated with him. We all are. He's the topic of many conversations.
I took a step toward him, slowly rolling up my sleeve until the raven was exposed. I pressed 2 fingers against its talons, and for a moment felt the sharpness of them, the heat of them burning into my skin. I took a savage satisfaction when Pappas's eyes widened slightly. When I was young, I sat in this room, and my father carved magic into my skin. My alpha told me I would do great things, that one day I would be his witch. Things have changed. I have new alphas, even though I never expected to belong in a pack again. One of these alphas also happens to be my tether. His expression stuttered. And from where I'm standing, it sounds like you just threatened him. I don't take kindly to threats against my tether, against my alphas, against my pack. If I wanted to, right here, right now, I could stuff you with so much silver, all they would have to do is strip your skin and they'd have a goddamn statue.
Careful, Gordo,
Pappas said, voice flat.
You don't want to burn the bridge when you're standing in the middle of it.
The raven was agitated. When you go back, you tell your alpha that if anything should happen to my pack, that if I get even an inkling of a plan against them, against us, I'll tear all of you apart. And I'll do it with a fucking smile on my face. Are we clear? Pappas nodded.
As day.
Good. Now get the fuck out of the Bennett house. You can stay the night in town at the same motel as before, but I expect you gone by morning. We'll take care of the Omega.
I don't want you touching her." He looked as if he was going to say something more, but thought better of it. He stood and brushed by me. For a second, I thought I saw something that couldn't be there. A flash of violet. But it had to be just a trick of the light. The raven settled on its bed of roses, and I closed my eyes. The omega burned quickly on the pyre in the woods. The stars shone above brightly. The moon was more than half full, and I knew the wolves felt its pull. Ox stood and watched the flames flicker toward the sky, Joe at his side. Carter and Kelly were with their mother, a shawl pulled over her shoulders. I wondered if she was thinking about the last time she'd been faced with fire, when her mate had become nothing but ash. Her sons rested their heads on her shoulders, and she hummed softly under her breath. It sounded like it was Johnny and his guitar. Robbie stood awkwardly next to Kelly. He looked as if he wanted to reach out and put a hand on Kelly's back, but decided against it. He kept glancing at me, the expression on his face like he thought the sun shone out of my ass. It was unnerving, and I was going to nip that in the bud before it could become full-blown hero worship. I didn't need a goddamn puppy following me around. But of course someone else noticed it too. "Looks like you've got an admirer," Mark murmured. I rolled my eyes. Kid gets stars in his eyes easier than anyone I've met. He's too soft. What caused this newfound affection, you think? Why? You jealous? Do you want me to be? What the fuck? What are you... Jesus Christ, I don't give two shits about him. He snorted. Sure, Gordo. Let's go with that. Pappas was messing with his head. I put a stop to it. I felt Mark's gaze on me, but I watched the flames. I never understood that. About you. What? How the outside never matched what was inside. I glanced at him, eyes narrowing. What the hell are you talking about? He shrugged. You aren't as much of an asshole as you want everyone to think you are. It's comforting. Fuck off, Mark. You don't know a goddamn thing about me. He laughed quietly. Sure, Gordo. He reached up and squeezed my arm. I was barely able to stop from jerking it away. His hand was heavy and warm and gone. He went to Elizabeth, leaning forward and pressing a kiss against her forehead. My stomach twisted something fierce. I left the wolves and disappeared into the forest. I had wards to check. Magic is a strange and expansive thing. My father's had been more singularly focused. He was capable of great feats, of wondrous things, but he had his limits. I'm not like you, he told me once, and I wouldn't understand until I was older that he said it with a mixture of envy and irony. Magic tends to manifest itself in odd ways. I can feel the pack. Sometimes I think I can hear them in my head. But you're different. There's never been one quite like you, Gordo. I can pass down the secrets. I can give you the tools, the symbols needed. But you will do things with them that I cannot. The Raven took 3 months to finish. The pain was immense. It felt like I was getting stabbed with a butcher knife that conducted electricity. I begged him to stop hurting me. I was his son. Daddy, please stop. Daddy, please. Abel held me down. Thomas put his hand in my hair. My father bent over me with the tattoo gun, the ink in the jars on the table bursting in bright colors. When the Raven was finally finished, I felt more focused than I ever had before. The first time it moved, I accidentally lit a tree on fire. The wolves laughed at me. My mother cried. And my father? Well, he just stared at me. The wards felt thick and strong. I pushed my hand against them and they lit up, large circles with archaic symbols carved into thin air. They were all green, green, green. My father had taught me how to make them, but I had learned to make them more. No one would be able to touch them. I told Ox once that magic was real, that monsters were real, that anything he could think of was real. The wards were designed to keep the worst of them out. But sometimes, they kept the worst things in. I blinked in a dark room, the remnants of a fading dream of a secret smile and ice-cold eyes still clinging to my skin. I turned my head, almost expecting a strong body stretched out next to mine. But he wasn't there, of course. He hadn't been for years. My phone rang again, the screen glowing white. I groaned before rolling over and reaching out for it. I put it against my ear. Hello? Silence. I pulled it away and squinted against the light of the screen. Unknown. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. Hello? I said again as I put it at my ear. Gordo. I sat up in bed. I knew that voice, but it was... Pappas? It hurts. He sounded as if he were speaking through a mouthful of fangs. I was wide awake. What does? What are you talking about? There's something in me, and I can't... His words choked off on a growl. Then, I didn't think it would be me. It's fraying. All the little threads. They'll break. I know they'll break. I've seen it before. I climbed out of bed. I found jeans on the floor and pulled them on. Where are you? He laughed. It sounded more wolf than man. She knows. I'm sorry, but she knows. More than you. More than I could say. When did they get me? When did they... Pappas, I barked into the phone. Where the fuck are you? The phone beeped in my ear. The call had been disconnected. Motherfucker, I muttered. I grabbed a shirt from the edge of my bed and pulled it over my head. I was out the door only a moment later. Sheriff's deputies were at the Shady Oak Inn, the little motel at the edge of town. A cruiser was parked in front, lights spinning. I recognized one of the deputies, something Jones. He'd brought his bike into the garage with a faulty clutch. I'd knocked a few bucks off the bill, given it was easier to kiss a cop's ass than beg for leniency later. He and another deputy I didn't know were standing with Will, the old guy who owned the motel, who was waving his hands around like he was doing an impression of some kind of Lovecraftian nightmare. I pulled up beside them, rolling down my window. And then it growled at me, Will was saying, sounding slightly hysterical. I didn't see it, but I heard it. It was big, okay? It sounded big. Big, huh? Jones asked. He wasn't believing a goddamn word Will was saying. I didn't blame him. Not really. Will was drunk more than he was sober. It was well known. Price of living in a small town. Everyone knew everyone else's business. Most of the time. All right, I asked, going for nonchalance and landing near it. Jones turned to look at me. Gordo, what are you doing out this late? I shrugged. Paperwork. Never ends when you own a business. Ain't that right, Will? He nodded frantically. Oh, yeah, just mountains of it. I was doing the same thing when I heard it. He was more than likely deep in a bottle of wild turkey. Heard it? Jones looked like he was barely restraining an eye roll. Will here says there was some kind of animal in one of his rooms. Tore it to shreds, Will cried. Table overturned, bed ruined. Gotta be a mountain lion or something. Big fucker, too. I heard it, Gordo. I did. And I went to check it out, okay? Because goddamn if I was gonna let another squatter come and wreck my motel. I had a flashlight and everything. And I heard it.
I bet he did. Heard what? His eyes were bulging, his face red.
This growl. It sounded like something big, okay? I swear.
Probably just a couple of kids looking to get their rocks off, Jones said.
Will, you had anything to drink tonight? No.
Then,
well, maybe just a couple of fingers. You know how it is.
Uh-huh. You have anyone in there? I asked, looking at the door Will had been pointing at. It hung off its hinges against the vinyl siding of the motel. Even from where I sat, I could see the claw marks in the wood. Will nodded again, head snapping up and down.
Yes, sir. Some out-of-towners. In suits. Businessmen, looks like, though they didn't talk much about anything. They'd been here a couple of times before. Rude, if you ask me. No one was in there, though. It's empty.
Get any names, old man? The other deputy asked. Or did you just take cash under the table?
This is a legitimate business, Will snapped. Of course I got names. It's in the ledger. I'll show you. I don't do dirty work. And I've always said there's been something weird going on in this town, okay? No one else sees it, but I do. You can't tell me you don't hear the howling that comes from the forest at night. Just because other people don't talk about it doesn't mean I won't.
Sure, the deputy said. Mountain lions and howling in the woods. Got it. Let's see the ledger. Will stomped off toward the office, muttering under his breath. The deputy followed him. I put the truck in park and turned off the key as Jones began walking toward the motel room, flashlight out, hand on the grip of the gun. I opened the door. He glanced back at me.
Maybe you should stay in the truck.
I shrugged.
Wild animal, right? Probably more scared of us than we should be of it.
Jones sighed. He's trashed. Probably. But what else is new?
At least he's not behind the wheel, he muttered. Only because he lost his license after jumping the curb and hitting a parking meter. Said his brakes were faulty. Blew damn near 3 times the legal limit. The gravel crunched beneath my feet as I followed Jones toward the open door. See that? He said quietly, the beam of his flashlight on the scratch marks. There were 4 of them, scarring the door deeply. They were big. Still think it was a couple of kids? More than a mountain lion. Could have been done with a knife. Sure, Jones. We stopped on the stoop near the room. Jones cocked his head, standing stock still. Then, I don't hear anything. That's because there was nothing there, but I didn't say that. You sure? Yeah. He walked forward. From over his shoulder, I could see the room had been destroyed, just like Will had said. Tables overturned, the walls gouged, the bed had been ripped to shreds, the mattress hanging off the frame, springs poking up through the fabric. What the hell? Jones whispered. Kids, I said. Drunk, drugs, something. He shook his head. Then what about that? I followed the beam of his flashlight. Blood splattered the wall. It wasn't a lot, but it was there, still wet and dripping. Jones was out in the cruiser, reporting back to dispatch. He'd changed his tune. Animal, I could hear him saying. Some kind of animal. Looks like it was hurt. Will's saying he had guests in the room, but their SUV is gone, so they might have already left town. Didn't get a plate number." The phone was ringing in my ear. "Gordo?" a voice said, rough with sleep. "Ox, we've got a problem." "Tell me." In the dirt, leading out of the parking lot and into the trees, were tracks, bigger than an animal had any right to be. Wolves. Chapter 14. She knows. Then came the violet. "Abel told you about tethers?" my father said to me once. I nodded, eager to please. "They keep the wolf at bay. They're the most important things in the world." "Yes," my father said. We were sitting in the grass behind our house, as we sometimes did, digging our hands into the earth to see what we could find. My tattoos felt alive. "They are. So very important. You take that tether away, and all that's left is a beast." I was in the forest, the trees around me bending in the sharp winds. I knew these woods better than almost anyone, aside from the wolves. I'd grown up here. I knew the lay of the land, how the earth pulsed. I was breathing deeply, jacket shed somewhere farther back and left on the forest floor. The tattoos glowed brightly, and my skin felt like it was crawling. I reached out my senses, letting them ripple through the territory around me. The wards were still intact. I flexed my hands. They flared briefly, strong and fibrous. In the distance, I heard the howl of a wolf. It wasn't one of mine. It was enraged. "Shit," I muttered, making a split-second decision. I ran, feet crunching leaves, branches snapping against my arms. I didn't understand what was happening. If Omegas had made their way into Green Creek without me knowing, if there were hunters, if somehow my father had managed to find a way through my wards. Pappas had said it was hurting him. What if the other wolves he'd been traveling with had turned on him? They could have been just like Osmond, worming their way into positions of power before turning around and betraying those they stood beside. I didn't know why they'd go after Pappas, or why they'd wait until they were on Bennett land to attack him. Countless scenarios played through my head, and in my chest, the threads pulled, those bonds I'd been missing for so long. The strongest was Ox, my tether. He was moving fast, shifted into his wolf. Joe was at his side, as was Carter. Mark was bringing up the rear. They whispered to me, voices melding together and saying, "We're coming. We hear you. We need you. Don't be stupid, Gordo. Don't do anything without us. Pack, witch, brother, love." It sang in my head, louder than it had ever been, and I felt their anger, their worry. And for a moment, I thought I felt Mark's fear. He was scared, his heart jackrabbiting in his great chest. It caused me to stumble, almost sending me crashing down to the ground. I pushed back. "I'm fine, calm, fine, safe. Stop, stop, stop," as soothingly as I could, trying to get him to let up. It worked, but barely. He subsided, his distress a low simmer. They were to the east. The howl of the unknown wolf was coming from the west. "Wait, wait, just wait, please wait, don't go." I went west. Moments later, I saw a pair of lights shining through the trees off to my right. I changed course and headed toward them. I broke through the tree line and hit a backwoods dirt road, one of the many that crisscrossed through the forest. The lights were coming from the generic SUV Pappas and the two Betas had arrived in. It lay on its side, its engine still ticking. The driver's door had been ripped off its hinges and had landed in the grass at the side of the road. One of the tires was shredded. The SUV had come to rest against an old oak tree. I pulled myself up by the doorway, arms straining, and peered down inside the SUV. It was empty. I dropped back down, the heat from the undercarriage hot against my face. I looked down at the dirt and saw more tracks. I turned toward the trees and... One of the betas was in the ditch at the side of the road, breathing shallowly. His clothes had been shredded. His body was covered with deep slashes that weren't healing. The amount of blood was immense. He stared up at the sky, mouth opening and closing, opening and closing. His eyes were faintly orange. He was beyond my help. His gaze was unfocused as I crouched next to him. Blood leaked from his mouth and ears. I said, "Who did this?" He turned his head slightly toward the sound of my voice. A tear slipped down his cheek. His mouth closed again. His jaw tensed. His teeth were bloody when he said, "Philip, he lost control." He laughed. It sounded like he was choking. And then he died, the light fading from his eyes. An angry snarl came from the woods. I pushed myself up. A flicker of bright orange in the trees, the crunch of autumn leaves. I was being hunted. It moved carefully, this half-shifted wolf. It was still upright on two legs, taking one step after another, keeping to the shadows. I couldn't tell if it was Pappas or his other beta. I said, "I know you're there." It snarled in response. There was a bright burst in my head, an angry, "No, Gordo, no, run, please run, don't fight, don't, almost there, I'm coming, we're coming, please, please, please." It caused my skin to thrum electric hot. Crawling with pack, brother, friend, witch, home, home, home. I was caught in a web, the threads hooked into my flesh and pulling. Others were there, faint but sure, the humans who by now had to know something was wrong. Stronger were Elizabeth and Kelly and Robbie, still at the Bennett house. But it was the threads of the approaching wolves that I latched onto. The red of the alphas, the orange of the betas, fibrous and thick. And then there was white, a pure, clean white that shot through all of them like arcing lightning. My magic, connecting to each of them. It was a tangle of wolf and witch and pack and mine that made me grind my teeth. My head pounded, and I was hyper-aware of every step the wolf hunting me took. It was growling low in its throat now, fangs gnashing together. But it had already made a fatal mistake. It was in the Bennett territory, and I was the Bennett witch. My pack was still too far away, and as the wolf stalked toward me, my heart had the slightest of upticks, a natural fear response at the sight of Philip Pappas stepping out of the shadows, looking lost to his wolf. One of the threads in my chest tightened swiftly, sending back, "No, Gordo, no, run, run, run." And I recognized that voice, knew that voice ever since it had told me I smelled like dirt and leaves and rain. Mark was terrified. He was running as fast as his paws could carry him, and he was terrified. Philip began to tense. I said, "You don't want to do that." He shot toward me, claws stretched wide. His mouth was filled with pointed teeth. "Gordo, run, please, run, I'm coming, run, run, run." I said, "No," and ran toward him. The raven took flight. Pappas leapt at me, claws glittering in the moonlight. I dropped to my knees at the last second, leaning back on my legs as I slid through the dirt. My father had told me magic was an ancient thing, that it lived in the blood, constantly moving. It could be controlled through sheer force of will with the proper marks carved into the skin. But it could grow beyond one's control, he'd said, if there was no trust in it, no faith. I had to believe in what I could do, what I was capable of. The earth of the Bennett territory was unlike anywhere else in the world. The Livingstones were tied to it just as much as the wolves. My father said his magic felt like a great and lumbering beast. Mine always felt like a symphony, all these parts moving in concert. It called out my name, and at times I thought it alive and sentient, with its own free will, and it begged me for release. It would arc along my skin, jumping from tattoo to tattoo, zipping along the lines and shapes on my arms, spelling out ancient secrets for earth and healing and destruction and fire. It hit hard. I felt it in the trees and the birds that sat in them, the autumn wildflowers that bloomed throughout the old growth, the leaves that broke from the limbs and fell toward the ground. It was in the blades of grass, the gnarled roots that grew beneath the surface, stretching on and on and on. This place was mine, and this fucking wolf had made a goddamn mistake. Pappas flew over me and crashed onto the ground behind me, rolling once, twice, before coming to a stop in a crouch. He was moving even as I pushed myself up, but before he could reach me, I held my hand up, palm toward Pappas, and I called upon the territory. The trees groaned as the air rippled around my hand. I closed my eyes and found the web of threads that bound my pack together and wrapped them around my arm, digging them into the earth. I felt the alphas along those threads, sending pulses of pack wolf magic. Carter joined in behind his alphas. Mark didn't. His focus was singular, and he was singing Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. The tattoos were bright as they'd ever been as I opened my eyes. I pushed, and the earth cracked and rolled beneath Pappas's feet, causing him to stumble onto his hands and knees, and he roared angrily. But before he could pull himself back up, I took 3 steps and kicked him upside the head. He fell back, an arc of blood spilling from his gaping mouth. He landed hard on his side, blinking up toward the night sky. "Stay down," I warned him. He said, "Gordo," and "Witch," and "Help me," through a mouthful of sharp teeth. "It's wrong. Everything about this is wrong. I can feel it breaking. It's in my head. Oh God, it's in my head." Even before he finished talking, he was already pushing himself up, his claws digging into the dirt. "Don't," I snapped as I took a step back. "I will put you down. I don't know what happened, but I will fucking end you if you can't find your control." "Control," he growled, eyes bright again. "It's frayed. It's breaking. Can't you see? I didn't think. It wasn't supposed to be me. It's happening." He tilted his head back toward the sky, shoulders stiff as his jaws opened wide. "She knows. Infection. She knows about the infection." "What are you talking about?" He jerked his head forward, orange eyes on me. He was tensing again, like he was about to attack. "Omegas. All of us will become—" A large brown wolf crashed into him, knocking him off his feet. He landed on his back, the wolf atop him, snarling down into his face. Pappas growled back up at him, and before I could move, turned his head and bit into Mark's right leg. Mark yelped angrily, trying to jerk his leg out of Pappas's mouth. His skin tore, blood splashing down onto Pappas's face as he shook it side to side. I didn't hesitate. I ran toward them, the raven's wings flapping furiously. The roses in its talons were burning, the fire pulsing from the Ken rune on my arm. It was short for Kanaz, the torch. My father had whispered an old poem in my ear as he pressed it into my skin, saying, This is live fire, bright and shining. More often it ablaze, where noble men rest in peace. The fire spread, and it caught the rest of the runes, burning up through my arm to my hand. Fire could be a light in the darkness, a healing that seared away scars that littered the surface. It could be warmth from the cold, a means of survival in an unforgiving world. Or it could be a weapon. I pressed my hand against Pappas's leg, and he screamed, Mark's calf coming free from his mouth. Mark moved off him, leg bloodied as he held it lamely folded up against his body. It didn't stop him from bending his head toward Pappas's throat, lips curled over long fangs, growling down at him. But Pappas probably didn't even know he was there. He jerked on the ground, shrieking as he tried to get away from me. I knew he felt like he was burning from the inside out, and I hoped it would be enough to shock him out of whatever the hell had come over him. I held on for another beat, then 2 and 3, and finally let him go when my alphas came out of the trees, followed quickly by Carter. All 3 of them were shifted, large and imposing, and pissed off. The alphas moved in synchronicity, one black, the other white, yin and yang. I felt Ox's anger, Joe's fury. Carter was confused, but the sight of his injured uncle caused him to whine. He went to Mark, nosed at the wound, lapped at it as it slowly healed, his tongue streaked with blood. Pappas writhed on the ground. There was a handprint burned into his leg, charred black and smoking. He looked as if he was caught in his shift, hair sprouting along his face and neck, eyes flickering, claws lengthening, then shortening again. I knew he was trying to turn wolf because it'd make the pain more manageable, but something was stopping him. Joe came to me, pressing his snout against my shoulder, whuffing out short, hot breaths along my skin. Questions were pushed through the bond between us. More question marks than actual words. I let it go on for a minute or 2 before I pushed his head away. I'm fine, Joe grumbled wolfishly, eyes narrowed as he looked me up and down. His nostrils flared, and I knew the moment he caught the scent of another wolf's blood as his head jerked toward the overturned SUV. Beta, I told him. Dead in the ditch. Said Pappas did this to him. I don't know where the other one is. Joe wasn't happy about that. Carter backed away from his uncle. Mark's leg looked as if it was healing, skin and muscle stitching itself back together slowly but surely. He was starting to put weight on it again as he gimped toward me, brushing against my side. I thought about shoving him away, but the heat of him next to me was calming. I told myself it was just for this moment. Ox shifted, the groan of muscle and bone loud in the dark. He crouched nude next to Pappas, who continued to whimper. "What's wrong with him?" he asked quietly. I shook my head. "I don't know. He called me. He sounded out of his mind, talking about fraying and breaking. He said she knows. Something about infection." "Infection," Ox repeated. "Who was he talking?" "Michelle." "Seems likely." He looked up at me. "I don't understand. What kind of infection? Wolves can't get infections." "It's not." I stopped. Because what had he said? About Omegas. All of us will become. "Ox," I said slowly, "you need to back away. Now." He didn't hesitate. He trusted me. It was close. One moment Pappas was lying on the ground, whimpering in pain, eyes closed. The next, he jerked his head forward, shifting more toward wolf than man, jaws stretching toward Ox and... snapped into empty air where Ox had once stood. His eyes were orange, human, orange again, and then, for the briefest of moments, they flashed violet. Carter moved before I could, grabbing one of Pappas's arms in his jaws and twisting it cruelly. It broke, the pop loud and wet. Pappas shrieked. Mark looked as if he were about to rip Pappas's throat out, but before he could, I brought my boot back and kicked Pappas in the head again. He grunted as his head snapped to the side, out cold. "What the hell is going on?" Ox asked. Ox carried Pappas back to the Bennett house over his bare shoulder. Carter and Joe had the betas, the second of which had been dead in the woods, his throat torn out. Mark and I stayed behind, covering up as much of the blood as we could, his paws doing a better job than my boots. We went for the SUV next, both of us grunting as we pushed it over onto its wheels. My head was pounding, as it often did when I exerted myself heavily. Getting older didn't make things easier. I hadn't used the fire rune in a long time. There'd been no need for it. Mark stood at my side as I called Tanner, telling him to get Chris and the tow truck to pull the SUV out of here before it was found. Rico would meet them at the garage to see what, if anything, could be done with it, or if we'd need to junk it. They knew to get rid of the plates and the VIN so no questions would be asked, just to be safe. I hung up the phone in time to see Mark shifting, which, after the night I'd had, wasn't something I was ready to face. But of course, given the way my life went, a naked Mark Bennett didn't give two shits about that. "What the hell were you thinking?" he snapped, even before the shift had faded, voice deep. "I told you to wait." I felt prickly, snappish. "You're not my alpha." He took a step toward me, chest heaving. "I'm not trying to be. I'm your—" He shook his head angrily. "All I want is to keep you safe. You were out here by yourself, not knowing what the fuck was going on. That's not what we do. That's not how a pack works." I laughed in his face. "I can handle myself." "That's not the point, Gordo. You shouldn't need to. Not when you have me to—" "I don't have you. For anything." His eyes narrowed. "We're pack. That counts for something. You don't have to take on this shit alone." "Really?" I stepped forward, my chest bumping his. He didn't move. He wasn't intimidated. The air around us felt hot. "Because I had to take on this shit alone for years, and I still made it through. Where were you then, Mark?" I saw the moment the words hit just as hard as I'd hoped they would. It was brief, but it looked like it hurt. It didn't make me feel as good as I thought it would. "I did what I could," he said quietly, face schooled to a blank mask. "When I could. You don't know everything. What I did to keep you—" He shook his head. "You have a pack now. You're not alone anymore. If you can't trust me, at least trust them. You could have been hurt. It's not about trust. It's about something." I didn't want to have this conversation. Not now. Not out here. Maybe not at all. "It doesn't matter." Mark sighed. "Of course it doesn't." We stood there in the dark, staring at each other, for far longer than we should have. There were things I wanted to say to him, furious things filled with rage. I wanted to grab him by the shoulders and shake him until his neck snapped. I wanted him to put his teeth against my throat and suck so hard the mark would never fade. I wanted to walk away and leave him behind. I wanted to breathe in the scent of him, warm and alive, and... He was wincing, holding his arm across his chest. It was still healing, the skin still partially shredded and irritated, an awkward lump of bone jutting up. "Idiot," I muttered, reaching out and touching him gently. He growled at me, flinching as he tried to pull his arm back. "Knock it off, you dick. I'm helping you." I pulled some of the pain away. It burned. My head pounded harder. There was no way I was going to escape this headache. "You don't have to do that," he said quietly. "It'll heal on its own. You looked pathetic, and I don't like hearing you bitch when you get hurt. You never shut up about it." "I don't bitch." I rolled my eyes. "You're almost as bad as Carter." "That's cold, Gordo. Carter's terrible when it comes to pain." "Exactly." He laughed. It was such an odd sound to hear. After what we'd just been through, after everything we'd done. Here, in the dark, hearing him laugh reminded me of the way things once had been. And the way things could be if I just... It took a moment for it to hit me. How close I was standing to him. How hot his skin felt under my fingers. How incredibly naked he was. I was used to the nudity of wolves, having been around it for most of my life. You couldn't be in a pack and not be. We weren't with the pack now. I remembered the way his nose had felt pressed against my throat in the alley. How heavy the weight of him had felt. How my magic felt like it was howling at the very thought of having him near. I'd hated him then, and I hated him now. But the funny thing about hate is the razor-thin line that separates it from something else entirely. Because I loved him too, no matter how hard I tried to convince myself I didn't. I always had. Even when I'd wanted to kill him. Even when I felt the most betrayed, I couldn't stop. It was a twisted thing, the roots buried deep in my chest, tangled and thick. I had thought it would rot and fester, becoming something dark that I couldn't control. But it just stayed as it was, and I hated him for it, for making me feel this way after all he'd done to me and I'd done to him. I wanted him gone. I never wanted to see him again. I wanted him to hurt like I'd hurt, to burn, to bleed. I wanted to keep my hands on him, to feel the animal underneath. I wanted to lean forward and bite him, leaving my mark against his skin, tattooed so that he would never be without me on him, so that everyone would know I'd been there, and I'd been there first. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to fuck him. I wanted him to tear me apart. "Gordo," he said, ever the wolf. "No," I said, the perfect prey. "You don't even know what I'm going to say." I tried to step back. I didn't move. "I've got a damn good idea." He turned his arm over. He gripped my wrist, thumb brushing against my pulse point. "I wasn't your first." God damn him for knowing what I was thinking. "Damn right you weren't. And you weren't mine." I wanted a name. Tell me who the fuck it was. I'd find them. I'd fucking kill them. I said, "I don't care." His eyes flickered orange. "But I swear I'm going to be your last. Fight me. Hit me. Fucking light me up. Hate me all you want." I bristled at that. Get the fuck out of my head. Because I could hear him whispering Gordo, Gordo, Gordo along that thread that stretched between us. It bounced around my skull until all I could do was hear him saying my name again and again and again. He was consuming me, and I wanted him to. I couldn't stand the thought. But it's going to happen. You hear me? I will hunt you down if that's what it takes. You can run from me, Gordo, but I will always find you. I let you go once. I'm not going to make that mistake again. Fuck you. I want nothing to do with you." He grinned, and it was all teeth. "I felt that. In your pulse. It stuttered. It shook. You lied." "Do you whisper the same things to Dale?" I asked him, jerking my arm out of his hand. "When you fuck him? Do you lean over him and tell him that he's going to be your only one?" I sneered at him. "Or does he mean nothing to you? Are you just using him to scratch that itch?" Something complicated crawled over his face, the smile fading. I couldn't parse it, because it was a jumble of too many things. It's not like that. Does he know that? Deflecting. You're always deflecting. I snorted. Bullshit. Just because you don't want to hear it doesn't mean it's deflecting. I don't need to. He frowned, closed his eyes. He grimaced, throat bobbing as he swallowed. For a moment he looked tense, muscles in his chest and arms clenching tightly. I wanted to reach out for him. I didn't. "What's wrong?" He opened his eyes again. "It's nothing. That bite must have taken more out of me than I thought. I'm fine." He did look paler than normal. "Shift, then. You'll heal quicker. We need to get back to the house before Pappas wakes up. We need to figure out what the hell is going on." He watched me, searching for what I didn't know. He nodded and took a step back. Moments later, a large brown wolf stood before me. He whispered his songs in my head, and it was getting harder and harder to ignore them. He followed me back to my truck, ever my shadow, even though we weren't the same people anymore. He made a low chuffing sound as I opened the door, and I looked back in time to see him disappearing in the trees, heading toward the Bennett house. I laid my head against the steering wheel, the leather cool against my forehead. My thoughts were chaotic, a storm of Mark and Mark and Mark, all the things I could have said, like how the sound he'd made when Pappas had latched his teeth into his leg caused a red sheen to fall over my eyes, how I could have killed Pappas right then and there without a twinge of remorse, how I would have done it to anybody who tried to hurt him. Nobody hurt Mark Bennett, especially right in front of me. Philip Pappas was lucky I hadn't boiled him from the inside out. If the alphas hadn't come when they had. I took in a breath, and then another, and then another. There was a thrumming along the tangled web. It came from Ox, always Ox. It said, "Home, pack, safe, home, Gordo, home." Yeah, I muttered. I hear you. The house at the end of the lane was brightly lit for the late hour. Jessie's car was parked next to Ox's. Someone must have called her. She wasn't going to be happy. She had a class to teach in the morning. I turned off my truck and opened the door. The air felt colder. I could see my breath. I wanted a cigarette, but Elizabeth didn't like when I smoked near the house. She said it made her nose itch. Speak of the devil. "Okay?" she asked as I came up the steps on the porch. I nodded. "Mark get back?" "He's inside with the others. Rico? Chris? Tanner?" Handling the SUV, the wolves came in. "That's good." Then, "Philip has a handprint burned into his flesh. It's not healing. I'm told that's your doing." I had to get him to stop. "From hurting Mark. You must have been very angry." Oh, she was good. I would have done it for anyone in the pack. She smiled serenely. I believe you. Still, the skin is charred. It's magic. It always takes longer for a wolf to heal. You know that. Of course. Thank you. For? Protecting Mark. I didn't. Jesus Christ. He was worried about you when he left. I don't know that I've ever seen him run as fast as he did then. Not the time, Elizabeth. Merely recounting our side of the events that transpired in your absence, in case you were wondering. I wasn't. Her smile widened. I don't believe you. Isn't that wonderful? For the longest time, I'd had the same contempt for her that I'd felt for Thomas and Mark Bennett. She had known, just as they had, what was coming. She had tried to warn me, even if it had only been moments before. In my twisted thoughts, that made her just as guilty as her husband, as her brother-in-law. It hadn't helped when she'd returned with the pack and proceeded to manipulate Ox. Oh, sure, they'd say of course they hadn't. Of course they'd given him a choice. They kept the truth of it all from him for as long as they could, even if Joe had given Ox his little stone wolf without Ox understanding what it meant. I wasn't absolved of sin. There was snowman wrapping paper and a shirt with his name stitched on the front that showed I was just as guilty as they were. But I'd fought against it. I tried to keep him from all of this for as long as I could. But when she'd looked up at me, eyes wet, begging me to help her son, to help Joe, I remembered the woman who had smiled at me from her bed, asking me if I wanted to hold Carter for the first time. There were days I couldn't stand the sight of her. There were days I wanted to sit at her feet, my head on her knee. There were days I thought she was just like her husband, because wolves lied, they used. My mother had taught me that. And then there were days like today, when I couldn't help but feel irritatingly fond toward her, even if she was doing her best to piss me off. I don't care if you don't believe me, I told her. She rolled her eyes. Well, that certainly wasn't convincing. Bite me. I'm not the one who wants to bite. Don't, I warned her. You're quite adamant. Maybe because you're not getting it. Oh, I think I get it just fine. Her smile faded slightly. Pappas, though. What about him? He has a pack. Yeah. Michelle Hughes was his alpha. Then why is he acting like an Omega? He looked as if he didn't recognize me when they brought him here. I shook my head. I don't know. Where is he? Basement. Jesse put a line of powdered silver at the doorway. Since the walls are reinforced, he can't get out. She paused, tilting her head. He's not talking yet. I don't know if he's capable. I scrubbed a hand over my face. I'll head down. When the others get here, keep them upstairs. I don't want to take any chances until we know what we're dealing with. Of course. Think about what I said. Fuck you very much. She laughed quietly, reaching out and squeezing my hand before letting me walk away. Carter was sitting in the living room, Kelly fretting above him. Robbie looked amused as Kelly tried to wipe the remnants of blood away from Carter's face. I'm fine, Carter growled, shoving Kelly's hands away. Would you stop fussing? I didn't even get hurt. He grimaced. Just Mark's blood in my mouth. I don't know why I always think it's a good idea to lick open wounds when I'm shifted. I'm disgusting. I'll get your toothbrush, Kelly announced frantically, before turning on his heel and running out of the room. Is he always like that? Robbie asked, staring in wonder after Kelly. Carter sighed. Not usually. He doesn't like it when we're separated. And then I come back covered in blood. It's Just a lot for him sometimes. He narrowed his eyes as he looked up at Robbie. And you are not allowed to give him shit for that. I will tear you in half if I ever hear you making fun of him. Robbie looked horrified. I would never do that. Just saying. Carter saw me and tilted his chin in my direction. All right? Yeah. His nose wrinkled. You smell like burnt skin. I wonder why. Hand of fiery doom? I glared at him. I told you not to call it that. He shrugged. Remind me never to piss you off. You piss me off all the time. He grinned. His teeth were bloody. Yeah, but you like me. I did, but he wasn't going to hear it from me. Let Kelly take care of you. You know how he gets. His smile softened. Yeah. I looked at Robbie. And if you do anything to hurt Kelly, I'm going to stick my hand of fiery doom so far up your ass, your throat will be on fire. Robbie swallowed thickly as Carter laughed at him. I headed for the stairs. I heard the low rumbles of an injured and angry wolf. When I reached the basement, I saw Jessie first, standing against the far wall, a hardened look on her face. Gordo, she said when she saw me. She pushed herself off the wall. What the hell is going on? I don't know. Not yet, anyway. I want you upstairs. Better yet, go home. You have work in the morning. You're not needed here now. She tilted her head. Are you telling me what to do? Jessie could be scary when she wanted to be. I faltered. Yes? Or asking. I think I'm asking. She nodded slowly. I thought so. I will. Good. After I help burn the bodies of those betas they brought back. I sighed. She wasn't that little girl who giggled when Chris brought her into the shop for the first time. I didn't know how I felt about that. Get Carter and Kelly to help you. After Kelly finishes shoving a toothbrush in Carter's mouth. I heard that, Kelly yelled down the stairs. Jessie snorted. Werewolves, huh? Fucking werewolves. The guys? Doing what I told them to. Because they actually listened to me. She leaned forward and kissed me on the cheek. Sure, Gordo. She glanced at the other end of the basement before bounding up the stairs, ponytail bouncing behind her. I turned toward the others. The basement was the largest room of the Bennett house, and mostly sparse. The wolves tended to congregate down here after the full moons, sleeping on top of each other in piles, sometimes shifted and sometimes not. The humans had grown to need it almost as much as the wolves, with Rico loudly complaining about the amount of naked related people, before usually passing out on top of a mound of overgrown werewolves. The far side of the basement had a large room off to the side, separated by a sliding door. The door and the room itself were reinforced with steel. Abel had it built decades before, for young wolves still learning to control their shifts. He would stay with them, along with their parents, in order to keep the rest of the pack safe. Thomas had hated that room, thinking of it as a prison, promising that he'd never use it as his father had. Carter and Kelly hadn't been old enough by the time the pack had left for Thomas to fulfill that promise. But Joe had, and instead, Thomas had taken the pack to the clearing. But he'd forced something that night regardless. Your arms are glowing, Ox had said, eyes wide, face pale. Ox, who now stood tall and strong, arms crossed over his chest, eyes red as he watched Philip Pappas prowl the edges of the room. Joe stood to his right. Mark was on his left. They'd all dressed, at least partially. Joe and Ox wore jeans and nothing more. Mark had on a pair of sweats and a loose t-shirt. He was still favoring his arm, though it looked as if the skin had mostly mended. Ox said, Gordo, watch his eyes.
I did. Pappas was half-shifted, but it was like he was trapped, like he was trying to shift completely but couldn't. He moved on his hands and feet, his claws scraping along the floor. What remained of his suit hung in tatters off his body. I could see my handprint on his leg, the skin still charred. It had only begun to heal, but it was moving slower than it should have on a wolf of his size and stature. His eyes were dark, and then orange, and then dark again. He bared his teeth at the sight of me. Then came the violet. It was only a second, but it was there. Damn it, I muttered. I saw that earlier, but I didn't. I thought it was a trick of the light. I don't understand, Mark said. It's not supposed to be like this. His tether isn't latching, like he's lost it somehow. Does he have a mate? Ox asked. Did something happen to them? He was fine when he was here earlier, Joe said, a frown on his face. He looked so much like his father at that moment that I had to look away. If anything, it would have been after he left. Mark shook his head. It wouldn't have happened this quickly. It takes time. Tell that to my father, I said, without meaning to. The wolves all turned slowly to look at me. Mark looked shocked. What? I don't know what that is, Ox said. Joe squinted at me. Did you just make a joke? I don't know if I've ever heard you make a joke. It wasn't a joke. It was an observation. He can be funny, Mark said to his nephew. He frowned. Sometimes. He wasn't feeling well earlier, I said, trying to get them to focus. When I was talking to him. There was a moment when he looked, I don't know, ill, like he was getting sick. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Ox was staring at me again. When were you talking to him? Shit. He was trying to poach Robbie. Told him that Michelle would welcome him back if he wanted to. Joe and Ox immediately wolfed out. Possessive assholes. I already told him to fuck off, I said, rolling my eyes. Put the claws away. You guys look like idiots. And Joe, good to know you're over the whole back away from my man thing. I thought you were gonna piss on Ox. Joe scowled at me. I will bite your face off, so help me. Infection, Ox said suddenly, watching me closely. When we were in the woods, you said something about infection. You told me to get away from him right before he tried to bite me. Goose flesh prickled along the back of my neck. It was something he said, on the phone, fraying and breaking. My thoughts were jumbled as I looked into the room. Pappas was pacing along the far wall, watching me closely. When our gazes met, he snarled at me, but kept his distance. I didn't think. It's not possible. What is it? You killed him. Richard was the Alpha to the Omegas. When he died, that passed on to you. And, oh, they're fighting it, I'm sure. Resisting the pull. But Green Creek was lit up like a beacon in the dark. Some can't help but seek you out. Coupled with the draw of the Bennett territory, I'm only surprised there haven't been more. How many more do you think there could be? Oh, I can't even begin to speculate. But they will be dealt with, no matter what. We can't afford to have our world exposed, no matter what the cost. Philip Pappas prowled the edges of the steel room as I said, We need to talk to Michelle Hughes. Now. Chapter 15. Feral. She wasn't amused by the late hour. That much was clear. Regardless, Michelle appeared on the screen in the office as well put together as she'd always been. looking blandly indifferent at the sight of us, a little worse for wear. She said,
Alpha Bennett, Alpha Matheson, I didn't expect to speak to you again so soon.
We wouldn't have asked if it wasn't important, Joe said. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Ox, both of them stone-faced. Robbie fidgeted awkwardly near the desk, darting glances at his alphas and back at Michelle on the screen. Mark stood off to the side, out of sight.
Rough night?
She asked.
The Bennett territory seems to be rather lively as of late. I wonder why that is.
When did you last speak with Philip Pappas? I asked her. She blinked, caught off guard, no matter how quickly she tried to hide it.
Gordo, I'm glad you can join us, as always. May I ask why you're inquiring about Philip?
Answer the question.
2 days ago, when he was on approach to Green Creek.
She narrowed her eyes.
Has something happened to my second?
He came for the Omega.
Of that I am aware. But there's something else.
The Omegas, before the girl, the others you took back. What did you do with them? She cocked her head. I knew she was trying to hear my heartbeat, even across thousands and thousands of miles.
Why do you ask?
For the sake of asking. She nodded, eyes darting away from the screen, like she was looking at someone else in the room. It was brief, but there.
I'm afraid there was nothing to be done.
You killed them.
I ended their suffering. There's a difference. Ox understands, doesn't he? That poor Omega woman. He helped her.
Gotcha. And nothing could be done to save them.
No, they were too far gone.
And Omegas are those wolves who lose their tethers.
Alpha Bennett, Alpha Matheson, is there a point to all of this? Or did you ask to speak with me simply to cover topics already well known to all?
Humor us, Ox said. Michelle sighed.
Yes. Omegas are wolves whose tethers are lost. Those wolves who have lost mates or packs and cannot find a way to latch onto something else.
Richard Collins had dozens of them at his disposal, I reminded her.
He did? She smiled. The Bennett pack handled them admirably.
Richard himself had already turned Omega before he died.
A terrible tragedy. I wish things could have been different.
How?
How?
She repeated slowly.
How what?
36 in 29 states, I snapped at her. 21 in 3 Canadian provinces. That's what Pappas told us. Those are the numbers of packs that remain in North America. And it bugged me when he said it. I couldn't figure out why. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized. Richard had dozens of Omegas behind him. And there were others that came here without him. How are there so many of them? Where are they coming from? Unless packs and wolves are being exterminated left and right and you haven't warned us, then how are there so many Omegas? They happen, Omegas, I get that, but not like this. Not this many.
Where is Philip?
She asked again. The Omega that he came for. You just said Ox helped her. You knew she was dead already. She sat back in her chair.
Are you accusing me of something which?
You said you last spoke with Pappas 2 days ago, I said coldly. And he arrived yesterday. And yet somehow you knew Ox had killed her. The only way you would have known would be if you lied about when you last spoke to Pappas, or if you sent him here strictly with the orders to have Ox take matters into his own hands, to see what Ox would do, to see what he was capable of. The room was silent. Then,
Philip could have called me after he left the Bennett house.
And did he? I asked. Her gaze was calculating, but she said nothing. Because I don't think he did. You see, the reason I don't think he did is because your second was too busy murdering the betas traveling with him. Michelle Hughes closed her eyes. God damn it. I hated being right. He tried to tell me. He spoke of fraying and breaking, and I didn't understand what he meant. I know now. He was talking about tethers. His tether. Somehow he was losing it, and you knew about that. She opened her eyes. The smile was gone. Regardless of what I thought about her, Michelle was still an alpha. Even through the screen, she radiated power.
Not about him, she said. Never him. He must have. One of the others. He must have found himself infected. He was careless somehow. Dropped his guard.
With what? Robbie asked, sounding slightly hysterical.
What the hell could infect a werewolf? We're immune to almost everything.
She sat forward suddenly, eyes flashing.
Was anybody bitten? Was any other wolf exposed? Come into contact with the blood?
Why? Ox growled at her. What would that matter if...
Answer me. Was anyone bitten?
No. Oh, fuck no, please, please, please. What did you do? I snarled, taking a step forward. What the fuck did you do? Mark was bitten, Joe said, glancing worriedly around the room. And Carter cleaned his wound. Before I could say anything more, Mark was in front of me, eyes blazing, hands frantically running up and down my arms and shoulders. Did he get you? He demanded. Did he hurt you too? I thought I was gonna burst. No, he didn't. Mark, he didn't, but he got... you. He'd bitten Mark.
It only matters in wolves, Michelle said tiredly. Not witches. Even if Gordo had been bitten, it wouldn't have affected him. Not with his magic.
What is this? Ox said, stepping toward the monitor.
We don't know where it came from,
Michelle said. She wasn't even looking at us. Instead, she was staring down at a tablet, typing furiously onto it.
Or when it started. The first that we know of was a wolf in South Dakota shortly before Thomas died. He couldn't hold his tether. He turned Omega. We thought it was a fluke, an anomaly. We had no way of knowing at the time if there were others. Not every wolf is registered or even known to us. There are outliers, packs that operate outside of our control. Omegas, too, that are packless. Loners.
And you didn't think to tell us? Joe demanded. You didn't think this was information we needed to know?
We did, she retorted. Thomas knew. And it was only days later that Richard came and Osmond betrayed us all. Whether or not it was intentional, it served as a distraction. And it certainly didn't help matters when you left, Alpha Bennett. You were meant to take your father's place, but you decided revenge was more important than Pack.
Of course Thomas knew. Of course. And there was nothing he could do about it? That doesn't make sense, Mark said, voice flat. All of us were injured at one point or another by Omegas. The wolves, the humans, Gordo, all of us. Michelle glanced up from the tablet, eyes narrowing.
And nothing?
No, Ox said. Nothing. Thomas fell years ago, Robbie said. And Richard Collins died last year. Why haven't you said anything since then?
Because I didn't know who could be trusted,
Michelle snapped.
A human alpha? A Bennett alpha who refuses to accept his place? You, Robbie? You who were sent to do a job and ended up joining the pack you were to investigate? For God's sake, there are humans in the pack. They hunt us. Tell me, exactly at what point was I supposed to give information to a pack who seemed to exist to only serve themselves? You made a mockery of the Bennett name.
Joe's hands were in fists at his sides. Say that again. I dare you. Ox put a hand on his shoulder, fingers digging in. Michelle ignored him.
And then there's the fact that your witch is the son of Robert Livingstone.
I narrowed my eyes. What does my father have to do with this? She sighed.
Do you think it's a coincidence that when Robert Livingstone escaped custody, Richard Collins followed shortly after? Or that the wolf in South Dakota became infected? I believe in many things. I believe in pack. I believe in the strength of the wolf. I believe in the superiority of our species. I don't believe in coincidences.
You think my father did this?
Yes, I do. I think he's been playing a long, slow game. After the first wolf, we didn't see anything like it for a long time. It's only been recently that there has been a rise, and it has become a much quicker process for an infected wolf to turn feral. Add in the fact that your father has all but disappeared. That being said, I have no proof, and since I can't be sure you haven't had contact with your father, you can see why I would be hesitant to share information with your pack.
Don't you dare try and put this on him, Mark growled.
By process of elimination, it's the only possible explanation. Occam's razor says...
I was pissed. I don't give a flying fuck what you think. I would never turn on my pack, you goddamn bitch. You didn't trust me? Robbie said, sounding hurt. You were like my family. I never did anything to give you reason. How long? The voice came from behind us. I glanced over my shoulder. Carter stood in the doorway, shoulders squared, jaw set. Kelly stood at his side, eyes wide and wet. Elizabeth was behind her eldest son, head bowed, forehead pressed against his back. How long? He asked again. She had something almost akin to sympathy in her eyes. I thought it was a lie.
2 weeks, give or take a week, but 2 is usually the median.
She looked down at her hands.
At first there's nothing, but within a few days you'll begin to feel it. It's like electricity underneath your skin, a low current, an itch, like the pull of the moon. A few more days and the current will grow. The itch will intensify. You'll shift, but it won't be sated. It's like bloodlust. Becoming feral is always about bloodlust. You won't be able to stop it. There will be rage. You will lash out without meaning to. And the more you shift, the worse it gets. It's an addiction. Sometimes there's a lull after. You'll feel better, stronger, more in control. But that only signals the beginning of the end. You will become feral, and there is nothing you can do to stop it.
She looked back up at us.
I am truly sorry that this has happened to you, to your pack. I never meant for it to get this far.
And the fucked up thing was that I believed her when she said that. I doubted she ever thought her second would go feral. There has to be a cure, I said hoarsely. A spell. Something. If this was my father, then there has to be a way to reverse it. Whatever he's done, it can be fixed. Magic isn't one way. Whatever he's given, it can be taken back. She shook her head.
There's nothing that we know of. Our witches have spent 2 years trying to find a remedy. There's no significant changes in the blood, aside from decreased levels of serotonin and increased adrenaline and noradrenaline. The Omega literally becomes flooded with rage, and it doesn't matter the strength of the pack or the call of an alpha. Your tether, no matter what it is, will begin to shred. Eventually it will break. You will become an Omega. You will become feral. It cannot be stopped. And the full moon coming will surely hasten the process.
Then you don't know us at all, Ock said quietly, because we aren't like any pack that you've ever seen before.
Oh, how I wish that were true, Alpha Matheson. If Carter and Mark are infected, they will turn, just as everyone else who has come before. You're right that there has never been a pack like yours before. You are an anomaly. But even you can't stop this. There are those that believe lycanthropy is a disease, given that it can be spread by the bite of an alpha, the way it alters the body down to a cellular level. Unfortunately, this thing appears to be similar, though it's not only cellular. It's more than that. It's metaphysical, existing only to tear the bonds away from the wolf. She frowned. It's the perfect weapon. And who better than Robert Livingstone to inflict it upon us? He who must hate tethers most of all. For what is more poetic than a man who lost everything because of a tether, to lash out at those who still have one?
I don't give a damn what you say, I said harshly. There's a way to fix this, and I will find it. You may not give a shit about us, but Ox is right. You don't know the first thing about our pack. We are more than this. We are better than this.
Be that as it may, she said, tapping another button on her tablet. I must do what I have to in order to ensure the survival of our species. As with any infection, the first step is to contain it as soon as possible, to prevent it from spreading. To those of you who are not exposed, I will extend an offer. Leave Green Creek. Join us. You have 3 days to do what is necessary.
And what exactly is necessary? Ox asked, taking a step toward the monitor. Michelle barely blinked.
You know what, Alpha Matheson? Carter and Mark cannot be allowed to infect others. They must be put down.
And in 3 days? Joe asked, eyes red. She looked at him.
In 3 days, I will take matters into my own hands. Bennett Pack, I wish things had turned out differently. But surely, if you were in my position, you would do the same. If we are to survive, then the infection must be quarantined, and then eradicated.
The screen went black. And then Rico appeared behind the others and said,
Oye, why are you all standing around looking like someone died? Oh God, someone didn't die again, did they? We just got done burning more dead things. I refuse to smell that again tonight. Or for the next 8 months. Find someone else to do it. I refuse to be your bitch. Read the goddamn room, Chris muttered.
Ox snarled and smashed his fist into the monitor. The pack dispersed throughout the house. Joe and Ox went down to the basement to check on Pappas. Elizabeth took Carter up to her room and shut the door. Robbie stood in the living room, watching Kelly pace back and forth while ranting, arms waving wildly. I didn't see where Mark went.
This isn't good, Tanner said succinctly, standing in the office, staring at the broken monitor.
Understatement, Papi, Rico said, rubbing a hand over his face. It's a fucking mess is what it is. We can figure this out, though, right? Chris asked. He stood next to Jessie. She laid her head on his shoulder. I mean, there's got to be something. If it can be spread, it can be stopped. Something, Jessie agreed. She lifted her head. You just have to work your way backwards. You get to the source, you might find the cure. I stared at them.
Are you all really that stupid?
They looked startled.
How's that now?
Chris asked. You need to get the fuck out of here. Right now. Leave and don't look back. Jessie snorted.
Yeah, okay. Sure, Gordo. We'll get right on that.
I'm being serious.
Oh, since you're being serious, Tanner said. Guys, look. We have to listen to him now. He's being serious. That'll change my mind, Rico said, shaking his head. Thank you, Gordo, for telling us what you think we're supposed to do. Should we ignore you right off the bat and move on to something productive, or do you want to fight us on it? What the hell is wrong with all of you? I asked incredulously. Weren't you listening? Carter and Mark are gonna go fucking feral unless we can find a way to stop it. They'll be just like the Omegas that came before. You remember that? When you had to fucking kill them? And that's not even taking into consideration the other Omegas out there that could be making their way here right now. We remember, Chris said. Because that was the moment we stood with our pack. Do you really think we're going to leave now? That's not what pack does, Gordo. They wouldn't leave us, so we're not going to leave them. Just because you forgot what pack meant doesn't mean we're going to. Too far, Rico murmured, even as I moved in front of Chris, my chest bumping his. I don't know that it was, Tanner said, rubbing a hand over the back of his head. He needs to hear it at some point, right? Damn right, Chris said, jutting his chin up at me defiantly. You're so goddamn stupid, I snapped in his face. You're gonna get yourself killed. And for what? He didn't even flinch. For my pack. If you think we're just going to abandon them, then you don't know us as well as you think you do. You're human. What chance do you stand against? Are you leaving then? Jesse asked. Because last time I checked, you're human too. I glared at her as I stepped away from Chris. It's not the same. I'm a goddamn witch. I have magic. And I'm pretty good with a staff, she said. Ox's crowbar too, since he can't use it anymore. You know, silver and all. Rico and me got our guns, Tanner said. And I've got my knives, Chris added. And we've been trained to fight wolves, Rico said, standing firm. For years. So what if we end up having to kick Carter's ass? He deserves it for making us run laps. You know I hate running laps. I get shin splints. I gaped at them. They stared back at me. You're all out of your minds, I said faintly. Probably, Chris said with a shrug. But we've stuck by you this long. And hell, we've faced crazed Omegas, a wannabe alpha with big teeth and an even bigger ego. What's a disease that makes our friends lose their marbles in the long run? Just another thing we'll deal with. Rico laughed, but covered it up quickly with a cough. Sorry, he said, wincing slightly. That wasn't funny. Fear response. You're going to need us, Jesse said, and the others fell silent. You most of all. I scowled at her. What's that supposed to mean? She smacked me upside the head. Men, you're fucking idiots. Why the hell do you think, Gordo? Look, I don't pretend to know a thing about you and Mark. I don't care what happened to you guys, or what turned you into this asshole who's so used to pretending he doesn't hurt like the rest of us that he doesn't see that we're absolutely done with his bullshit. If this happens, if what that bitch told us is true, you're going to need us, Gordo. We're your friends. You need us as much as we need you. Team Human for the win, Chris said, smiling fondly at his sister. We can do things the wolves can't, Tanner added. If they're going to go feral, then they're going to need us to watch over them until we can figure out a way to get them back. And besides, Rico said, grinning wildly at me, it looks good for my street cred when I kick so much ass. His smile faded a bit. Even though I can't really tell anyone about it, because werewolves are secret? He was frowning now. Why the hell am I doing this? I'm already getting laid. These ridiculous humans. How they had the hearts of wolves. Fuck all of you, I said helplessly. They weren't fooled. I was out at my truck, ready to head home to get a couple hours of sleep. I needed to rest. Facing off with Pappas had drained me. Elizabeth had offered me a bed in the Bennett house, but I hadn't slept there in years. She knew I'd say no. The guilt that had settled in my chest at Michelle's implications about my father wasn't helping. I couldn't stand Elizabeth's eyes on me, knowing the blood that ran through my veins came from a man who had helped cause the death of her husband, and potentially the destruction of her pack yet again. She didn't blame me. It wasn't who she was. But I blamed myself enough for the both of us. I took the coward's way out. She knew. Of course she did. She let me go with a wave of her hand. The sky was starting to lighten. I sat in the truck, yawning as I leaned forward against the steering wheel. Joe and Ox were with Pappas, trying to figure out some way they could get through to him. I doubted it would work. Omegas could become betas again if only they could find a tether to bring them back. I'd seen it happen before. This wasn't like that. Whatever was happening with him, whatever had caused his tether to break, it wasn't something wolf-related. It was magic. It had to be. But I didn't know how. I was about to start the truck when he knocked at the window. I thought about ignoring him. I rolled down the window instead. "Home?" Mark asked. "Yeah." I stared straight ahead. "Good. You look tired." "Getting old. Can't pull these all-nighters like I used to." He snorted. "You're not that old, Gordo." "Says you." "Yeah," he said. "Says me." I wanted to say so many things, so I picked the most inconsequential of all. "What are you doing up? Shouldn't you be, I don't know, resting or something?" He leaned against the door, hands dangling inside the truck. I barely resisted the urge to touch his fingers. If Michelle was right, in a couple of weeks he wouldn't know me at all. "Maybe. I've got some things to do first." "Like what?" You sure you want to hear this?" I was uncomfortable. I was also an asshole, so I just shrugged. He saw right through me. He always did. "Going to go see Dale." He heard the uptick of my heart. He had to. "Little early." "Going to walk, maybe run a little, clear my head." "Abby's a half hour away, by car." "I know, but I need it. I have to." I finally looked over at him. His eyes glittered in the low light. "Why?" He shrugged. "Have to put an end to things." My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Why are you—" "Then." "You fucking dick." Mark didn't flinch. "It's not— You're giving up." He remained infuriatingly calm. "I'm not giving up, Gordo. I'm doing the right thing. I can't take the chance that I could hurt him. And if I suddenly disappeared, he'd show up in town, asking questions. How long do you think it'd take before he found his way out here? It's better this way. Especially if Michelle was right about the full moon. That it'll make things worse. God damn him. I'm gonna fix this. I don't know how yet, but I will. We'll figure this out. There's gotta be a way. I'll find it. I know you will." So many things to say. I was getting desperate. "You need to have faith in me." He didn't hesitate. "I always do." I thought the leather was gonna crack under my hands. "Just don't. Tell him you've got a business trip. Tell him you're going on vacation. Just don't act like a goddamn martyr. That's not how this works." "Because that's your job." All these words. It was getting dangerously close to sounding like the truth. Something he and I hadn't had in a long time. "Yeah, right. Because that's my job. Don't take it from me." "Listen, Gordo, it's not—" "No," I said. "I'm not going to hear this. Not from you. You stow that shit right now, you get me? You want to break things off with him? Fine, that's your choice. But you better not start that whole goodbye bullshit with anyone else. Especially not me. Pappas, isn't you, I cried. I didn't know if I was angry or scared or somewhere in between. I wanted to punch him in the mouth. I wanted to take him away from all of this. To force him in the truck and just drive until none of this mattered. Where we were nobody and nothing could ever hurt us. No pack. Nothing. Just him and me. He's not you. He doesn't have what you have. He doesn't have... I choked. Me. He doesn't have me. He reached out and put a hand over mine. My head was pounding. The bonds were twisted in my chest. There was blue. So much goddamn blue that I thought I was drowning in it. It pulsed along the threads, echoes of pain tinged with fear and anger. It wasn't just coming from him. It was coming from all of them. I felt Kelly's worry, Carter's fury. There was Robbie, little bursts of red and lapis. Joe and Ox trying to remain calm for us, for each other. But it was interwoven with a dread that was almost cobalt. Elizabeth was singing somewhere, and it was all blue. Everything we had was blue. The bonds were aching. And Mark. Always Mark. He said, "Maybe it will hit me. Maybe a day from now it'll crash down upon me and I'll crack right down the middle. Or maybe it won't happen until I feel that first little tendril in my head, that pull toward the wolf that I won't be able to stop. But for now, I'm going to do what I have to. And maybe it's for the best. Maybe this is what was supposed to happen. He's not like us. He's not part of this. I don't think he was ever supposed to be. I never felt like that with him. Not like I felt with..." He sighed, shaking his head. "I'm not scared of much, Gordo. I'm not. I'm a wolf. I have a strong pack. But I never worried about losing him. It was a distraction, I think. Something I didn't even know I needed. There are more important things now. Things we have to do. Things I have to do. To make things right." He squeezed my hand until my bones creaked. I didn't want him to let go. I hated the way he felt in my head, the whisper of Gordo, 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 like a heartbeat that would never stop. "I'm not scared of much, but I think I'm scared of this. What it could mean. What I could become. Who I could forget." I hung my head, trying to breathe through the ache in my chest. He cleared his throat. "I know you'll do what you can, and I'll help you for as long as I'm able. But if something happens to me, if I'm..." "Don't," I said hoarsely. "Don't do this." "I'm scared," he repeated. Because even when all felt lost, even when our pack split and broke again and again and again, I always had my tether. Even when he didn't want me back. And now that's being taken away from me. He pulled away. We breathed in and out. I tried to find a single word to say. There were too many. I could say none of them. He rapped his knuckles against the door. "Okay," he said. "That's it. That's all. I just... Get some sleep, Gordo. We need you at your best." And then he was gone. Eventually, as the sun peeked over the horizon, I turned the truck over and headed for home. Chapter 16. Nevermore. Can't fight this. I dreamed of ravens and wolves. I flew high above my forest.